Marvelous. Awesome. Hi, guys. How's it going? I'm Adin.
Hi, I'm Radical Mari. We're here for the Gouda Wars, number 2. Probably the best of the two because I'm here.
I mean, by large, this is going to be definitely the best of all of the Gouda Wars.
I'm actually looking at the deck list now, and yeah, for sure, I'm seeing a lot of really fun and interesting decks that we're going to be able to really get a taste for today.
So everyone who's been in my chat all week will know that I know all of Historic inside and out. I know Jund and Jund and, and maybe a little bit of Sultai Ultimatum as well.
Nice.
But yeah, it's very nice to see some. Oh, sorry, Mari.
I was just gonna say, if you've been in my chat at all, you know how much I love Historic and no decks because I don't play Historic at all. But I am very excited to see all the exciting stuff that's going to be happening today. That's for sure.
100%. I mean, just having a look at the deck list right now, there's such a variety of decks that's already there, going from your kind of monocolored decks, such as kind of mono blue tempo, to some more of the standard decks which we've been seeing. So, for example, Jund Food, and of course, Orzhov Auras, which is absolutely wreaking havoc all over the ladder at the minute. And then there's a couple of like nifty little decks which don't seem to have too much play, but we are looking forward to seeing them regardless. So Jeskai Control, Esper Auras, and I would say Dimir Control as well. I mean, I've seen Dimir Control a few times. There's lots of different builds of Dimir Control, but every time I've been playing it, I'm really successful with it in Standard. But actually, when it comes to playing it in Historic, everything just seems to fall to bits. So hopefully, you know, that's not going to be the case for it's Grixis School playing it. So yeah, let's see if they can kind of pioneer that deck a little bit better than I can.
I'm personally so excited. I think that there's going to be a lot of fun variety. I think we're going to see a lot of really excellent mirror matches as well. It's going to be a really fun and fantastic opportunity to see what each player really can bring to the table and see who can bring home the big cheese as well.
Wow. Are we starting the puns early?
We have to. This is called the Gouda Wars. What's a Gouda War without a good cheesy joke?
That is true. And I think there should be some sort of, you know, survey done in Jaffa's chat in terms of who can have the best puns between Mari and I, and Strider and MTG Girl later on for the second half of the coverage. I mean, we already know that I'm beating Strider on the beard, so if we can beat them on the puns as well, that's just going to be just that little cherry on the top.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think that would be a double victory in itself. And I won't argue with the beard. I can't bring anything to the table, but with those cheese puns, I think I'm pretty good at those.
I was going to shave the beard and put all the emphasis on you to kind of win us that one, but you didn't pull your weight there, sadly.
I'm sorry. I didn't have enough time. You know, if I had further preparation, I probably could have grown out a really solid beard, but not this time. Who knows?
Great,
maybe for the next one.
Great and all. So yeah, so just as we're kind of getting ready to start going through the first kind of couple of matches, I know that Jaff and his team are working very hard in the background, kind of getting everybody set up and getting everybody kind of logged in. We're interested in seeing in chat what you think would be the kind of top decks which are going to feature today. I mean, obviously we get a little bit of a head start in that we have all of the deck lists in front of us. I don't think there's going to be kind of too many surprises. A lot of the kind of competitions of late have focused on standards. So actually, now that we're starting to reintroduce those historic tournaments, I think a lot of people have been kind of grabbing for those net decks perhaps, and not been able to add too much kind of variant and flair into them.
I might disagree. I think that we'll be pleasantly surprised by whatever is coming to the table. You'll always have a specific archetype, and yeah, you'll have those cards that fit the niche or the gameplay, but you'll always be surprised by what little things can be brought in that really complement the player rather than the deck. I'm personally very excited to see those. Complement
the player. I really love that. I think I was saying on Twitter the other day actually that my idea of kind of brewing a deck is to take somebody else's deck and change one or two cards, which for me is kind of, you know, justification enough to claim that as my own to claim that as my own deck going forward. And then also, if I make an absolute shambles of it, I just can't pass the blame onto anyone else, can I then? Which...
No, you're the one who's going to take the blame. You can't really pass the buck on that one. No.
Perfect. So how's your laddering been doing this season so far? So we're in the second week now.
So far it's good. I mean, I've been personally playing around with a Mardu Fury deck, which was really, really fun. What about you? What have you been playing, by the way?
I've kind of been playing some quite fun decks, fun little matches here and there. Yeah.
You can definitely spoil us on that all throughout the tournament today, but I actually want to see a little bit of gameplay. I'd like to move over to Jake Ortiz, who's playing Black-White Auras.
Fantastic. So we are waiting for Jake to log in a minute, aren't we? They're sending the invite.
Ooh, fantastic.
I'm going to get their deck list up as well whilst I think about it.
What are we going to expect from this? I'm not even sure who they are playing against. Hold on.
Oh, they're playing against Mike Valenti.
Oh, okay. It looks like Mike Valenti is bringing a Timur Adventures as well to the table. I know that one from standard gameplay. I'm wondering what sort of what cards are going to be coming in. I imagine Lucky Clover is definitely going to be coming in. That's currently a banned standard card, and that's imperative for any Timur decks. Let's see.
They got 4 of picking up 2 Lotus Cobras as well, which is going to be really exciting. That's a card which kind of saw a lot of play when it was kind of shoved into the elemental decks, you know, like very early on when it was printed. But obviously it's kind of taken a little bit of a back step since then. But it's nice to kind of see it being brought back into contention with the Team of Adventures, just to kind of get that extra little bits of mana. And it might have a good interaction as well with Escape to the Wilds. Escape to the Wilds lets you play 1 additional land in that turn. So it has the potential to generating kind of 2 extra mana.
Okay.
So it looks like his opponent has not checked in. Ooh. So we're going to be going over to a second game instead. Sadly, we're not going to be able to watch that kind of Team Adventures pan out.
Oh, too bad. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity to see this similar archetype somewhere in this tournament.
Okay.
Let me just...
Perfect.
Who are we moving on to then? Let's see. Looks like instead we're going to be moving on to Harding versus Zimmer. Demir Control versus Jund Food. Ooh, that seems like your sort of specialty, huh?
It is, and it looks like they've already got off to a fantastic start. Holding up the Shadow's Verdict, which is excellent against Jund Food, but you have to play it at the right time. So as you see there, they were able to play the card to get rid of the kitty cat before the oven comes down. That's something we was talking about before the kind of start of the tournament. But by playing that 5 mana card, they were only able to exile 1 creature from their opponent's board and graveyard. So yes, it's a fantastic card, but what sort of value is that getting in the kind of long term?
I see. Excuse me.
No worries. So their opponent's got Gigantha down at the minute and playing a Gilded Goose. And sadly for Harding, they are just drawing lands. Now they can cycle the Fetid Pools for 2. They've picked up a second Shadow's Verdict. I don't know. I don't know if we tuned in just in time to see if they knew they were going to be drawing another Shadow's Verdict, which would explain them kind of firing off the first one. Oh, but it's a scoop. Not enough to stop the Gigantha.
Scoop. All right. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we can always move on to the next game. Let's see.
So sideboarding.
It looks like the Aether Gust is coming in. That's going to be pretty imperative for this upcoming game, especially dealing with those big creatures that might hit the field.
Yeah, so they've got Gigantha. They've also got Corvold, which is a key creature in Jund. I mean, I was playing on the ladder this morning, and 3 games that I lost to Jund was the fact that I could not deal with Corvold, and I think because we've gone to quite a creature heavy meta and format at the minute, means that we're well prepared to deal with these smaller creatures and lots of smaller creatures.
Right.
For example, that Team of Adventures list. However, when it comes to some of the big creatures, we leave ourselves a little bit, at their kind of mercy.
Yeah, that's something that I'm always worried about, especially with dealing with all these big creatures hitting the field. We're in a meta right now where it's so dependent on removal spells. So if anything really sticks, it's stuck,
And I'm just having a look at Dylan Zimmer's sideboard. So they've got 4 extinction events in there which aren't going to be brought into play. 3 are braids. I mean, there are Mind Stones, but I don't think that's going to be brought in. 3 Assassin's Trophies, the Thought Seizers, or Dead Certs. I mean, there is a school of thought as well where you would maybe be wanting to pack 4 Thought Seizers into your main deck. It just seems that it hits every single deck at the minute.
You always want to have that in your starting hand. That's going to be the greatest advantage that you can have when playing against especially a control deck.
Of course.
All right, looks like we're starting up with the Watery Grave, played tap, pass turn. Zimmer is going to be playing next. Let's see, it looks like... Ooh, shocking is excellent. All right. We've got a Witch's Oven on the turn. Yeah, on the turn 1. That's a really strong start for the Jund food, of course. And there's that faithful Cauldron Familiar.
So I'm actually trying to figure out why Harding didn't put the Saw Coming into the Fatale area. It looked like they was keeping up Ether Gust. I mean, the only thing that they're kind of trying to counter there, perhaps, is the Trail of Crumbs. So an interesting move there.
I imagine a Gilded Goose as well would be something that would be imperative to get out very, very early, and obviously denying the opponent to tap down mana on their following turn is probably going to be a very smart move. It looks like we're shocking another Watery Grave, bringing down the hit points to 17. I think that they're going to be holding up the mana for Saw It Coming. I feel like that's going to be a really strong counterspell to be playing on whatever is coming in on turn 3.
Of course. So... pending.
This is one thing that I do not love about the cat decks. It just takes so long to just resolve everything. First you have to resolve putting the cat into your graveyard, and then you have to resolve sacking a food token to put the cat back.
And I kind of guess, especially if your opponent is on a laptop, where it's a lot harder to kind of move your fingers to do those clicks. So yeah, 100% agreed.
Right.
There's the Trail of Crumbs. Oh,
all right.
Okay. So coming on the Trail of Crumbs is going to be important because that means that Zimmer cannot draw a card more or less every turn.
Yes, that is going to deny the card draw, which is pretty much imperative for a deck that requires you to get as much onto the field as quickly as possible. Field of Ruin hit the field. Looks like we're going to be keeping the mana open for Shark Typhoon. Languish is not a instant spell, right?
It is not, no. And I mean, so they're going to be having the Languish for things such as the Woe Strider, things such as the Mayhem Devil. But again, it's like we were just talking about in game 1, where you want that level of value. You don't just want to be kind of firing these removal spells off just to kind of hit one creature. Now, the Mayhem Devil might be a creature that actually might twist your arm a little bit, and you think, you know what, actually, I will take that creature down. Okay. So, unless Harding does it... Ooh.
Let's see. I think that they're just going to hold up the mana for the... Oh, no. 2 ovens is not... Oh, dear.
Double the ovens, double the amount of time it takes to play the turn. Cyclonus Shark, okay.
Okay.
So that's the blocker at least. So what Harding is realizing here, that if they don't deal with the cat in some way, if that's a block, they're going to be taking 3 damage each turn.
Right.
Ooh. Very fancy Torrential Gearhulk.
Yeah, too bad we can't play it this turn, but it is a very, very spiffy boy. The Gearhulk?
I didn't actually know that art was on Arena, so that's going to be an investment for me after the stream, I think.
Yes, please. So I am actually not familiar with the card. What is the advantage of playing this card against a Jund deck?
So the advantage isn't really there against a Jund deck, I would say. So it obviously it flashes in, it produces a blocker, and then you can play an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. I believe it's instant or sorcery, and not just an instant. So you can potentially kill one of their creatures and have another go at a card that's in your graveyard.
Okay.
And then it's just a huge blocker for the following turns, and it's attacking in, of course.
I see. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a very difficult matchup to try to really work around, especially when that cat is still on the field.
Of course.
And not in exile.
So I'm just looking at their list now. I was trying to see whether or not they had something like Cry of the Carnarium, which would exile the cat. Binding of the Old Gods.
Oh.
Do we use the Aether here? I think we might have to. I mean, if we give it them back, then they just use the Binding of the Old Gods on the Torrential Gearhulk in a couple of turns' time.
Yes, that's very true. But at the same time, you're also slowing down the opponent. One of the most important things about the Binding of the Old Gods is the ramp aspect. And especially if they have a Corvold in their hand, they can get the Binding of the Old God, or they can get Corvold out next turn as soon as they use the well, they'd have to have mana in their hand, of course. Mana doesn't come into the field untapped, I just realized.
No.
Okay, so so Harding might just have a chance still.
Take 3 a turn though until then.
I think the holding up the Aether Gust for Corvold is probably the play, to be honest.
Yes,
but
in the last game they died to Jegantha, so they might have to fire it off at Jegantha, and then they're left with, well, how do we then deal with a Corvold if it's played? The Torrential Gearhulk, of course, does not have flying.
Right.
So, I mean, they've got a Fetid Pause which they could cycle. I mean, it's all about the kind of value that we'll be getting from these cards. And in the long game, Harding has got a lot of value. However, down at 7 life already, game 2, we don't have that long game, I don't think.
It's gonna be, I don't know. I'm trying to look for a way that they would be able to really come back from this, and without very many counter spells in the hand. Oh,
agreed.
Okay, all right. Torrential Gearhulk is coming out.
Sorry, coming in the graveyard.
All right. So we just saw it coming to Jegantha, and that bad boy goes straight to the graveyard.
Okay, so that's good. And we get to keep the Aether Gust up as well, and a negate to see off any additional Binding of the Old Gods. However, that does not stop Zimmer dealing 2 damage a turn via the Cat Oven combo.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Harding doesn't really have the option to attack here either. Otherwise, that cat is just going to get in a free damage.
Of course. So yeah, I guess our hands are tied, and we're looking for a top deck. But in all honesty, I'm looking at the deck list now, and I don't know what we. I mean, Leyline of the Void.
Well, that would help. Putting that out, and then the moment that the Cauldron Familiar hits the field, it just gets exiled immediately. That could definitely slow down the tempo that is going on the other side of the field. But honestly, I feel like it's a very late point in the game to be putting out such an imperative part of your deck, Yeah,
of course. Yeah, so what I think Harding. Oh, okay. So what?
Oh.
So we're cycling Fatal Push.
Okay, I think that's smart.
Ah.
Oh, okay.
Caught them with their ovens down.
Nice. That was very clean.
Right. So now this is really good, because it means that for Zimmer to get the cat back, they have to play out a creature. We've got an Aether Gust, so a Woe Strider would be deadly here, and it is It is indeed.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so that's probably the one creature that they've got in their deck, other than another cat, which couldn't be countered there. What a shame.
Unfortunate. The opponent could, in theory, use the Languish, or sorry, so Harding could use the Languish here, but you would just give opportunity to, hold on.
Sack.
Yeah, to sack and then just put the Cold and Familiar out, and then just sack again, then put the Cold and Familiar out.
Of course. Of course.
Let us see how this plays out. Obviously, it's definitely great to be able to keep your giant Gear Hulk on the field. It's got that 5/6, so a -4/-4 won't even really affect it.
That's correct. They also get a scry from the goat. It's really odd for Harding because it almost feels like they're 1 mana shy, because now it means that they know they've got to keep the Aether Gust open. So they can't even do anything with the Behold the Multiverse. They can't put it into the Fatel area, and they can't cast it because they're 1 mana short of casting it at its full 4 CMC.
Right.
Or whatever we're using now that's not CMC.
Mana value now.
Mana value, there we go.
I prefer CMC. It rolls off the tongue very well. That's just my opinion. My opinions are not reflective of Wizards of the Coast, of course.
Of course.
Let's see. So as predicted, the Cauldron Familiar hits the field again. Unfortunately, there's really not much we can do about that. We just have to let it play out, see what happens. Holding up the mana for Aether Gust, because I have a feeling that Corvold is going to be hitting the field at any time, and once that hits the field, that's going to be really difficult to... A Mayhem Devil, okay. All right.
So, of interest, hitting this Mayhem Devil means that they can't get the Woe Strider out of the graveyard because they've not got enough mana. And I think I've done the maths. The only card that can save Harding now, Assassin's Trophy, that's going to be GG's, because now the cats can attack.
And that proposes lethal. But hey, look at that. Harding got another mana for it, so good deal, I guess.
Fantastic.
No, it was a really hard matchup to begin with. Honestly, it's one of those things that if you have Cauldron Familiar and you have the Witch's Oven in your opening hand, it's already going to be difficult to end the game unless you have some form of artifact removal. I think it was a very hard fought battle by Harding. Hopefully Harding has a little bit better luck for the next coming games, but that's got to be a rough start to the tournament for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Junk Food is one of their worst matchups, and so it's not an ideal start for them. Okay, so they would have wanted to come up against, I don't know, like a mono red perhaps, a mono green list that I know Rumpty's kind of been trying to force into Historic as well. It's not been as successful in Historic, but you know they're still quite prevalent. And so if they were able to come up against one of these creature decks, one of these mono decks, then they could have had a better kickstart to their tournament. But as you say, let's wish them luck for the following games. Hopefully they can kick back for it.
For sure. So I have a question for you then, because this is your format. This is what you understand best. When it comes to Dimir control, was there any sort of like artifact removal, or is there any sort of exile that could have been a little bit better in the sideboard that could have been added?
So it's a really weird one, because the whole deck is kind of geared up for these creatures, and so when we do see kind of artifacts such as the oven crop up, we instantly kind of go into this almost panicking that what are we supposed to do here, because as you said, they can already hit the battlefield on turn 1, on turn 2, and so all of the things that we have to kind of counter it are counters, which we don't have enough mana to do that. So I would kind of be ignoring the ovens as such, and actually trying to focus on the graveyards. So
Right.
in the list that I run, I have a 2 of Cry of the Carnarium in the sideboard for this matchup, which means that you can hit it whilst they have the creature on the battlefield, and even if they were to sack the cat, it still gets exiled because of the clause if a creature dies this turn.
True.
Okay. So that's kind of one way to combat it. And if you do get rid of the cats, obviously that makes the Mayhem Devil a lot worse. So you don't have to worry about that too much. And then you can just kind of focus your attention on that Gigantha, on that Corvold. I mean, the Gigantha is quite predictable, right? In that they have to move it from the companion zone to the hand and then to play it. And so when they are playing that, it's going to be at least turn 5, turn 6, turn 7. So you that gives you enough time to develop your hand as such. You can save 1 or 2 counters. But the Corvold, you know, they can just hit that anytime. And as you quite rightly said, perhaps in the early game, they were keeping up that Aether Gust in case their opponent played a Goose, in which case they could potentially get that Corvold down on turn 4.
Yeah, and I think that Corvold is such a powerful card. If you get that out earlier in the game, that's pretty much a deciding factor on, this game is in their hands now. So
100%, 100%. So yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at Harding's list, they're packing 3 Shark Typhoons in the main, and then a further Shark Typhoon in the sideboard. So the Shark Typhoons obviously can chump the Corvold for a turn, but like if you're in a position where your opponent's already got 1 or in this case, in Zimmer's case, 2 ovens down, that means that if it lands, it's a 4. It automatically gets pumped to a 5 because you have to sacrifice something, and then 2 combinations of the cat means that it's attacking in for 9 the first time it attacks. And I don't think you're going to have enough mana. You're not going to have 11 mana at the ready, especially at that point of the game, to block it successfully, and you kind of have to get into chump block mode while you're looking for that kind of hard removal. So yeah, a very, very interesting match. Perhaps not the best matchup for Harding there.
I can only expect that, you know, from here on the games are going to get a little bit easier. One of the nice things about Dimir Control is that it's very much about controlling the tempo. If you have a good start, then you will have a very clean game, essentially. So I have faith that from here on, they're going to have some pretty clean games, and hopefully we can check back in and see a little bit more. We're still looking for the next game, but I did want to talk a little bit to you about the Jund Food deck that we just saw. Was there anything that was within the deck that you were hoping to see hit the field but didn't?
Let's have a look. So I think the Mayhem Devil is obviously one of the kind of key cards for that deck. The Mayhem Devil, it just works so well with that cat oven combo, and even without the cat oven combo, in all honesty, you know, like say for example, if you were to get a Trail of Crumbs down, you know, if you activate that, not only are you gaining 3 life, but you're drawing a card and you're pinging your opponent for 1. Now, something that came up for me the other day was that I was playing against that list, and my opponent had hit me with a Binding of the Gods, so they got rid of one of my creatures. I can't remember what deck I was playing. And then normally when you think about putting the Binding in the God in your deck, you're thinking, well, I care about Saga Activation 1, and you know, it's nice to have that element of ramp, but we never really take into consideration that Saga Activation 3, which is the Death Touch. But lo and behold, the next turn my opponent plays the Mayhem Devil down, and then the next time they untap, they've got a Mayhem Devil that's equipped with Death Touch, and so every time they're sacrificing things, and I think my opponent did have a couple of cats down, they just raft my board because they only have to ping something once.
That's brilliant. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't even think of that line. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
so that's really good against kind of creature heavy lists. But I mean, I've only seen that happen a couple of times on the ladder. So I think it's something that you have to time correctly, right? Because normally you would play your Mayhem Devil down on 3 and then you play the Binding on 4 because you want to be mana efficient. So it kind of relies on you drawing those cards in the right order at the right time. So yeah, it certainly was a flip table moment for me because I'd spent all this time getting such a strong board state up. But you know,
I would do the same. Honestly, I don't think that I would be thrilled to have to deal with that either. You know, it's a really clever and creative way to control the board too. Typically with the current meta, it is all about, you know, removal spells and counter spells and you just kind of stalling until you can hit your bombs like ultimatum or like
100%.
So seeing a clever way of controlling the board like this, I have nothing but respect for the opponent that you had to go against. I empathize with you, but also I like what they're about.
One of the things that I've noticed from Zimmer's list is that they've got 3 copies of Assassin's Trophy in their sideboard. Now, one thing that puts people off of Assassin's Trophy is that it ramps your opponent and makes sure that their mana is kind of, you know, all intact for them as you're destroying creatures or anything that Assassin's Trophy hits. However, because we see that historic matches in the main part are going on slightly longer, you know, than you would expect. Actually, you know, giving your opponent that extra land, that extra mana, doesn't actually have as much impact. So it's actually nice to see that they've contemplated putting the Assassin's Trophy into their list as kind of a defensive measure, almost.
I'm personally a big fan of the Assassin's Trophy. I think essentially, especially if you're playing late game, you know, that comes out, hits the field, and obviously, oh, you get a free mana, but I've also destroyed your big creature. So, you know, I don't think that you're going to be too excited about the trade-off. Early game, yes, I'm ramping, but like later on, you're like, okay, well, this doesn't help me too much. It thins out my deck a little bit, but I would have much preferred to have my big creature on the field. All right, it looks like at the moment there are no matches that we will be able to cover. We're going to take a short break soon. Before we did, I wanted to talk to Dean a little bit because you had mentioned briefly about your decks that you're playing on the ladder, and I am intrigued. I want to hear everything that you're playing. What's winning? Tell me, what do I need to play to win?
So my chat, bless them, they love it when I win, but they also get a little bit bored sometimes that I only kind of play high-end meta decks. So today, in the last couple of days, I've tried to spice things up a little bit by showing them a deck which, for the life of me, and I apologize to whoever made it, I cannot remember the name of the person that made it, but it's definitely not my list. It's a little bit of a spicy mutate list, which I know, which kind of has Llanowar Elves in it and Gooses to give you those body and also the mana. And then what you're trying to do then is mutate all of the big dinosaurs onto it, and the Demolisher that comes from the Commander deck that I had to craft 4 of because you don't open them, obviously. And essentially what you're doing is you can make your Goose, bless it, in all its glory by giving it first strike. Then you can give it double strike. You can bring in the lifelink cubs to give it lifelink as well, and then just pop the Demolisher on top of it, which means that it hits in for 6/6 double strike, lifelink, trample. And as we were just talking about there, your opponents, they just don't expect it. They don't know what's coming. And you're just winning these games out of nowhere. And one of the beauty things of it is that it's only 4 mana to mutate that 6/6 onto one of your creatures. And when you do it, you get to destroy a non-creature permanent that your opponents control. So yes, yeah, very good. So let's get to know about you a little bit more. So tell us about yourself.
Nothing too interesting to tell you. I just am a content creator based out of Honolulu, and I'm newer to Magic. I have only been playing since 2019, so in comparison to your vast knowledge, I am just here enjoying the game and getting excited about big plays. You know, honestly, one of my favorite things about Magic is really the opportunity to outwit your opponents, and it's very, very exciting to see from the spectator stand. It's something that I genuinely enjoy. Yeah. What about you? How long have you been playing Magic?
I've been playing Magic since I want to say Kaladesh. It was either Kaladesh or Amonkhet was my kind of first pre-release, and I made sure that I watched as many YouTube videos as possible at the time so that I knew the basics of what the cards do. Obviously, for the pre-release, none of those cards came up because they were brand new cards. It was kind of back at the time when, you know, the pre-releases were the actual pre-releases, and you didn't get to see the cards before. I assume. I wasn't aware of them anyway, and so I sat down and I was very proud of my first ever 0-3 drop in my pre-release. But you know, I played all of the cards which were not commons and uncommons. I made sure I packed all of my kind of, you know, shiny rares and mythic rares, and then put an even distribution of all 5 mana costs, you know, across. I was playing a 5-color deck because I thought if I play the good cards, then I'll win. Not knowing that obviously my opponents would also have good cards, and so yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember one of the first decks that I built. I think that it was in Selesnya colors, but I was just obsessed with, I can do everything in this color combination, to the point where I was doing everything. Like there was too much in there that there wasn't really a theme that I was following. It was just like, I like this creature because it's big, I like this board wipe, I like this different board wipe. Obviously you're in Arena, you don't really have a lot of wild cards to work with. But at the same time, it was just kind of like, oh, I wonder why my win rate is only 30%. It's because the deck didn't synergize at all.
But were you having fun? Because that's the most important thing.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't having fun.
And I think that's one of I think that's one of the great things about Magic, is that, and we was talking about this on chat throughout the week, is that there's lots of different ways in which you can play. So you can play competitively, but at the same time, you know, if you're not having fun playing the tier 1 competitive meta matches, then is there actually a real point to you playing in the first place, you know, if you're not having that element of fun? So it doesn't matter, I don't think, regardless of this kind of mythic, you know, platinum, diamond, etc., as long as you're doing what you want to do and playing the game in your way, then surely that's all that matters, right?
Absolutely. I think that Magic is about the gathering. It's about playing with other people and really enjoying the time that you're spending with the company that you make. Especially now, of all times, Arena has kind of become a cornerstone in my life, and being able to connect with people all over the world, especially for Friday Night Magic through the Arena client. It's been a very big help for me, and I'm sure that I'm not alone. I'm sure other people enjoy being able to connect in small ways through this game.
Of course. So one thing I wanted to ask you was about so one thing that has come up for me on kind of my streams over the last couple of weeks is newer players, or players who have played paper Magic wanting to get into Arena. They're seeing the historic format, and suddenly they feel a little bit daunted, because actually they've started collecting all of the newer cards, but obviously with historic we play with all of the cards, most of the cards that's been released on Arena. And so they're finding that, and as you were just saying about the kind of wild card situation, there's all these decks they want to build, right, but they've got such a small pocket of wild cards, which is kind of potentially like artificially forcing them into playing standard, which can be a little bit of a shame. So it's a nice, it feels nice that we're able to showcase some of those kind of historic players today, and hopefully kind of spur people into playing that format a little bit more, because I think it is going to be one of the kind of big staples of Arena, you know. When people get back to playing in paper, which hopefully will be quite soon, and I know people are still playing in paper in areas around the world. I don't know if you are. We're certainly not in the UK. Then it'll be interesting to see whether people do start playing historic in paper, or whether that just is going to maintain itself on the Arena client.
I like to think that we will. One of my favorite things to do ever since I've started playing Magic, I've been getting a lot into Commander gameplay. And obviously, you have a wide pool of cards, and not all of them are standard. Most of them are going to be from Historic, and they're going to be fine-tuned to whichever Commander you choose. It's been great using Spell Table to be able to do that. I think that Arena would genuinely benefit from having like a full-on Commander mode. We have Brawl already, which is like Commander light, but being able to play 4-player would have been fantastic. But then again, we have Spell Table, so honestly, it's already perfect. Um,
Of course.
I think that one thing that could benefit the client as well is if there was like how we have mastery passes for the sets, maybe like a historic mastery pass, where if you're grinding out in
Ah,
historic, then you can unlock like wild cards or cosmetics or specific
that
stuff.
are specific to historic.
Yeah, exactly. That would be really fun, you know, and you could like have a different mastery pass. You know, it only costs like $20 per set. So if you release like one alongside, you know, each mastery as it comes through, I personally would be a fan of it. I would spend the money on it because that would be one of the easiest ways for me to build up my library so that I can play more historic decks. Because just like you said, yeah, I feel like I'm strong armed into playing standard for the most part because if I wasn't there to start, I don't have a lot of the wild cards that are no longer in standard.
Completely agree. That's something I've never thought of. So, guys, we're going to jump to a quick break now, and then we're going to bring you some more coverage afterwards. So, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We're moving on to match number 2. We were just briefed that we will be watching Grixis Ghoul for their featured match. I haven't had a chance to look it up just yet, but what do you think we can expect from this gameplay, Dean?
Well, I mean, I would say that I also haven't had a quick chance to do that just yet, but I think we'll just play it by ear until we get that deck list up, right? I mean, there can't be too many people with Ghoul, is there? There we go. Look at this. So Dimir Control, another Dimir Control,
and they're going against Jund Food again. Nice. They're going against Marcos Raulino, who is playing the Jund Food deck. Let's take a quick peek at these deck lists, shall we?
So instantly we can see that this is a different deck because it's got a Think Twice in it.
Oh, okay. Think Twice. That one is the that's the draw spell where you can play it for flashback from the graveyard for 2 colorless, 1 blue. What sort of advantage are you going to be seeing with this in the deck against Jund Food compared to the last one?
So I'm going to put my hands up here. This is the first time that I have ever seen this card. I do not know what this card is. I've never seen it before. I love the fact that not only has Grixis Ghoul got this in their deck, but they've got the full art version of it in their deck, which means it has a very close... Ooh, what a hit from that Thoughtseize. For me here, it's going to be the Corvold, and then I'm going to use the Drowned in the Lock to deal with the Mayhem Devil.
I think that would be the smart call, yeah.
So the Think Twice, what it does is it gives that card advantage, doesn't it? And what you want to be doing with Dimir Control is showing that element of kind of reservation almost and playing it quite slowly. You want to deal with your opponent's threats and then only start to play out aggressive cards, such as the Crawling Barons, when you are ahead. So, we just saw Grixis Ghoul go to pick up the Drown in the Lock there. Are they going to want to deal with the Gilded Goose, as you was talking about, put their opponent back? Of interest, it looks like they use their Thoughtseize to get rid of the Midnight Reaper.
That's an interesting choice. I think that getting rid of the Midnight Reaper this early in the game is a very smart call, though, because you obviously with this deck there's a lot of kill spells, and you want to reduce the amount of draw that the opponent will be doing as well. I don't personally feel confident about the eliminate on the Gilded Goose, right? Because you're just going to end up creating a food token that way. But you know, if the opponent is if the opponent is as mono-screwed as we were led to believe, which they were not, it's just I don't think that you know, I feel like maybe holding up the mana for Drown in the Lock so that you could counter something instead might have been smarter, but who am I to judge? I'm just sitting here with my gigantic hindsight bias. Think Twice on main phase. Let's see what we get.
Ooh, so the Exclude's a great card as well. I've been seeing it in more and more blue-based decks in Historic. Not only does it counter a creature spell, but it also draws you a card, which is fantastic.
Oh, that does sound very good. I
Mm.
think that any opportunity to draw a card is going to be a really, really imperative for this deck so you can continue to draw answers. And it's the same cost as a standard counterspell, the 2 colorless, 1 blue. That's a very strong counterspell. This is
Agreed.
actually the first that I've seen it as well. So I feel like we can get a lot of mileage with it. Unfortunately, though, that's not going to be used this turn since we don't have the mana up to play that.
No, so I'm actually looking at the Junt food list as well, and it's everything that we would expect. So it's more or less an identical deck list to that before. It's running a couple of Claim the Firstborns, which aren't going to be very effective on this board. 2 Casualties of War, which could be interesting. And a Clothis God of Destiny. So the Clothis God of Destiny, if that is able to hit the battlefield, that becomes very difficult for Grixis School to deal with.
Right. With that one, that's going to give the opponent some steady life gain and ping over time. And then if there's ever the moment where the opponent is also getting mana screwed, then they have the option and opportunity to just exile from graveyards like a Fabled Passage or any land that finds its way there. And then that's just free mana that they can use to put out faster their large creature, which I expect is going to be happening this turn. I don't know why. How many cards are in the opponent's graveyard? I feel like that was an opportunity to drown in the lock to get rid of the Mayhem Devil.
So I was trying to do that math as well. Perhaps it's only 2.
Perhaps. Yeah.
So we've got the Blood Chiefs first, to deal with that. But I mean, that seems to be a card that. So the difficulty here is now. Grixis School needs to deal with the Mayhem Devil, but they also need to leave themselves up enough mana to deal with the Corvold, or whether they let the Corvold hit the battlefield once.
This is not an ideal situation. Well, right now, the opponent does have the 3 cards in the graveyard. So if Grixis School wanted to, they could use the Drown in the Lock to remove the Mayhem Devil. I think I feel like that would be a smart call, especially to bait out the.
Does it fizzle if they bring the cat back?
I don't think so, because the spell has already been hard cast.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that because once it's been cast, it's not like the spell is going to fizzle. It's not going to change because there's 1 fewer cards in the graveyard.
I see.
At least that's what I would expect. Judge.
That's actually really interesting. A part of me wants Grixis School to cast the Drown in the Lock just to see what happens. For us. but I'm sure that there's a judge knocking around, or at least a level 1 judge, or at least a former level 1 judge that I know is in Jaffa's chat who can answer that for us. So we've got the Think Twice. Is this a new one, or is it being flashback? This is a brand new one, so we're leaving up the Exclude for the Corvold next turn.
Right. I think that's a smart play to go. Okay.
So it looks as if Grixis School are allowing their opponent to get a couple of these dinks in with the Cauldron Familiar before. Oh, okay. So yeah. So they're flashing this back, drawing more lands. Probably not what they want to see. More lands. No. Definitely not what they want to see.
Getting 3 lands in a row when you have 2 opportunities to draw is not ideal.
Yep.
It's so right now it looks like we're going to be holding open the mana for that Exclude. I'm sure that the opponent already knows what's going on. They're playing against Dimir Control. They're probably already aware that they're going to be playing into a counter spell. So it's going to be interesting to see what the counterplay is going to be. I'm
completely agree.
Yeah, please use Drown in the Lock. I want to see what happens. I really want to see if it fizzles out when you try, because I imagine chat is going wild now. Of course, we're on a small delay, so I have to wait to see. But if anybody in chat knows whether or not it'll fizzle if you remove a card from the graveyard when Drown in the Lock says, destroy creature, please let me know. I'm begging you for help. All right, so the Mayhem Devil is going to be attacking, dealing 3 damage. I'm trying to do the math in my head, but I think that,
I think we're in trouble.
Yeah,
I think we're in trouble.
There's Giganta. Okay, we're gonna counter that. I feel like that is completely necessary. And now that there is officially now there's 4. So even if they do remove the cat from the graveyard, that is still enough to destroy the Mayhem Devil. So
okay. So they're using the Drown the Lock, and then they're gonna let the Corvold resolve. Oh wait.
No, it looks like we're gonna be drawing with the Think Twice instead. I think that what we're looking for at this moment is just an additional counterspell. This one is a negate. It is not going to be good for counterplay against the Corvold, but thankfully we have a Blood Chief's Thirst that we can play on our main phase. It does cost 4 mana to get rid of a 3 CMC creature, but that is still a clean removal spell, and we're going to be able to keep the mana open still so that we will be able to play the Drown in the Lock as a counterspell. And since we have officially, I think now with the Mayhem Devil hitting the graveyard 5 cards in the graveyard.
I think this is GG's. So
yeah.
So I think Grixis School is going to be kicking themselves a little bit because they could have removed the Mayhem Devil 1 turn earlier, preserved themselves 3 life, and this is GG's. We're going to go to game 2.
It's one of those games where, like as said earlier, if the opponent does have the control of the field this early with the Cauldron Familiar, it's just going to be really, really difficult to try to gain control back. We're going towards the sideboard, and we're going to see what we add in. This deck does feature a lot of Planeswalkers, which offer some really strong control as well. The one that I'm looking at is Narset. If the opponent does have that, the card that you were talking about, the one that you sack the food token to draw. Then...
the Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah, Trail of Crumbs. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, I've taken a lot of time to kind of develop my awareness. So when kind of Narset first came out, I was drawing into Narset all of the time. I just couldn't get it out of my head. But now, obviously, I've got to the stage where I know that when Narset's on the battlefield, I do not draw. I can't draw, and I shouldn't be wasting my spells. Of interest, what you were just saying is, yes, Grixis School has got a lot of Planeswalkers. We need to remember that this is a open deck list competition, and their opponent has got 2 Casualties of War sitting in their they've got 2 Casualties of War sitting in their sideboard. Now, Casualties of War, you wouldn't necessarily always be bringing that into a matchup where you're against Dimir control. However, if you look at what Grixis School's got here, so they've got Planeswalkers, they've got a potential enchantment in the form of Shark Typhoon, they've got the Cage, which is there to stop the Woe Strider, and they've also got the Crawling Barrens, which is a land which is actually one of their win cons. Okay, so the Grixis School, this Dimir list, they're going to be winning a lot of the time by removing all of opponents' creatures, removing their hand, and then kind of dealing that incremental damage with the Crawling Barrens.
I wouldn't be surprised if that did hit the field for this game. Honestly, I agree with you. The Casualties of War, especially when you're playing a deck that can get all of these different components out, is going to be something that is, I feel like, would be a very strong counterplay against Grixis. All right, it looks like we're starting the second game now.
Perfect.
Let's see. So usually it is the advantage to try to play first when you're playing these control decks. That way you have more mana on the field than your opponent does, theoretically, as long as you're ramping correctly, and they are not.
and I'm not actually sure if there's a current deck out there in Historic where you would want to play second. So yes, you do get that advantage by playing first here. It looks like their opponent took 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like their opponent took a mulligan, but gets that Witches of an out straight away. They always have it. They always have it.
That's why you mulligan in the first place, because you want to have that Witches open in your opening hand. All right, we're keeping the mana open for Think Twice, potentially at the end of the opponent's turn. It looks like the opponent is holding open 2 mana, so they did not have their Cauldron Familiar super early.
No, they didn't. Interesting. Interesting.
All right, so right now, Grixis Ghoul is holding open the mana for an exclude. If the opponent does not play a spell that can be countered, I imagine that the Think Twice is going to be played at the end of the opponent's turn. 3 mana on the field. No cat still on turn 3. I can probably make it clear to you that if you're not doing this incremental damage this early in the game, you are very much behind. It looks like the Midnight Rider is going to be countered. Grixis gets a draw off of that. And Aether Gust is not a terrible card to have. Unfortunately, we only have 3 mana at our disposal right now.
Yes.
So, as a result, you cannot play 2 counter spells. You can... Let's see, the Gilded Goose hits the field. That continues to be something that could potentially lead to an issue with ramping, but you can use the Blood Chief's Thirst next turn to just remove that. It's a 1 cost. Giganta is moved from the companion zone into the hand. It looks like Grixis will be using the Think Twice at the end of the opponent's turn so that they can draw an additional card for its flashback cost.
More land.
More land. All right.
But importantly, though, they did pick up that second Blood Chief's First, which is really important. Not only is it useful to kill the Gigantha, but also they could use it for a Corvold later on.
Very true.
I think they haven't played the mana this turn, right? So they can play the there we go, the Drowned Catacomb, leave open Aether Gust and Drown the Lock, and they are already in a much better position than they were previously.
Absolutely. Just goes to show when you don't have the cat in the opening hand, you have a better control. The Drown the Lock is going to counter the Witch's Cauldron, which I personally think is a smart move because once artifacts hit the field with this deck, it's very tricky to remove them.
I was just going to say that's probably something that I wouldn't do. But then you said it's a smart move, and which completely validated the fact that I wouldn't have done it. But actually, it's completely correct. It's completely correct.
I'm not.
A nice ritual of Soot here.
Yeah, good rituals so that we can get rid of the creatures that are on the field, both the Woe Strider and the Goat. I imagine that Woe Strider is probably going to go ahead and scry by sacking the Goat token first. Excellent. You know, the opponent sees something on the top of their deck that they like, and they will go ahead and keep that on top. Yeah. You know, with this sort of, obviously playing the Witch's Oven first is something that, you know, it's kind of a bait. It costs 1 mana. You have more, that Thoughtseize.
Oh, so
not great.
This will be very telling of what they have in hand, right? So they got rid of the Aether Gust. That's probably because they could activate the Aether Gust at instant speed.
Right.
This is actually a really powerful Jace. I've been trying to play with it quite a lot. When I've been, that's excellent. That's really important. The reason being, not only can Grixis Ghoul dual spell this turn, but if they're playing Drown the Locks, which require their opponents to have cards in the graveyard, they don't want them to use their Woe Strider to exile those cards in the graveyard as they come back. The Blast Zone is really important as well for dealing with the Witch's Ovens.
Yeah, I think that the Blast Zone is going to be imperative, especially towards clearing the field. The Witch's Oven is very cheap artifact. It only costs 1 CMC, so just getting the Blast Zone counter up to a 1, which is where it's at now, next turn you can just get rid of it. Who knows if the opponent is going to be playing something that's a little bit bigger, maybe something that's like 2 CMC or 3 CMC, and Grixis might have the option to think, okay, do I use this now or do I wait a couple of turns? That's what let's see. That's what I would think of. And Narset, that's a pretty good one.
So a decision here for Ghoul, whether or not I'm going to stop calling him Grixis because it is becoming quite confusing when I'm trying to commentate on a Dimir control list. So what Ghoul's doing now, it's interesting to see whether they would uptick with the Jace or whether they would downtick to kind of put their opponent back a turn almost. But I agree, the Narset's going to be really important here. It lets them dig through their deck a little bit more. Let's have a look what the options given.
Yeah. Oh, 4 lands. That is a hard thing to hit. But at least it's better to do that and then do the scry with Jace. Oh, no. We're returning back a creature to the hand. That is probably going to be the smartest option right now. I may have considered doing the Blood Chief's Thirst since you had the mana open for it anyway. But then again, using it on a bigger creature like the Giganta might have been a smarter call too.
I agree. Because the Ritual of Soot does hit the Midnight Reaper, right?
Oh,
and the Mayhem Devil.
Mayhem Devil. Okay, so now, so one thing that I love with the synergy of the standard Fabled Passage with the historic Mayhem Devil is you sack the land, you get your land, it comes in untapped, you can play something else, but that's considered sacrificing something. So that is a ping anywhere. You know, and it was a really strong option with Evolving Wilds back before Throne of Eldraine, but ever since that was added in, you know, if you already have 4 mana on the field, then you can just sack and you get a free untapped land essentially.
Of course.
Let's see. So they did target the Narset, which is a very smart call. The Narset is still on the field, and unfortunately what that means is that the opponent is not going to be able to draw additional cards a turn, but also Grix's School is not going to be able to draw an additional card this turn either.
Interestingly, they went. So have they done the maths? They have done the maths here. So what I think they might be doing is trying to kill the Mayhem Devil. Oh, they didn't pay the mana cost. Yeah, so they're going to kill the Mayhem Devil and leave themselves up enough mana to hit the. I mean, so they're taking a bit of a punt here in terms that will they have enough with the censor? So will their opponent find another land so that they can pay for the censor when they inevitably, I think, play the Gigantha next turn?
Yeah.
Quite annoyingly for Gaul is that they're leaving up 3 mana, which represents a lot more counter spells than just leaving up 2 mana for the censor.
I have a feeling. Okay. Yeah, no, I have a feeling that when the opponent is playing into counter decks and they are seeing the 3 mana open, they're probably expecting a stronger counter spell.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
So the Goose would give them that extra mana. So it might be that they hit the Ritual of Soot this turn.
I think that that's going to be the call. Ooh, a Thoughtseize might be fun too.
Everything for Gaul here.
All right.
Catacomb, get it out of here. We don't want to see it.
We're good. We're good. Thank you. Another censor.
You probably don't want to see 2 of them, do you? I mean, it's fine to cycle.
Yeah. As a worst case, you know, if it turns out that it's just not going to be helpful to play like this turn, then it might just be cycled to get another counter spell onto the field.
Yeah, agreed. Regardless, I think I'm playing the Thoughtseize here as well. It gives you that little bit of extra information, which, so for example, if you see that your opponent's got an extra land in hand, then actually, you know, having that censor becomes less useful. And there's the Corvold that we saw before.
Of course. I wonder what we should get rid of.
I mean, to be fair, there is a school of thought which suggests that actually, because your opponent has to sacrifice something when it enters the battlefield, do you just get rid of Gigantha and keep up the Bloodchef's First for Corvold? Because then they have to sack a permanent. But they do get to draw a card.
They draw the card, and right now in this matchup where it's imperative and important that the opponent, you know what? They might not have the mana open to pay the cost for unless they play Midnight Reaper. They played around the counter spells. How dare you, opponent?
Again, I think, and this shows how good of a player I am. I think I'm playing the Gigantha there. If I'm seeing 2 mana open, I'm not thinking of censor at this point in the game.
Right. It's cycling away both censors. I don't know if that is the call. Maybe this late in the game, it might just be the smart way to go. just to try to get a stronger counter spell into your hand, but at the same time you're so dependent on the top deck. And they hit a Think Twice, which is another draw spell, and Karn, which granted is a very strong planeswalker, but if you're looking for a way to keep Giganta from even hitting the field, that's like, I don't know if that's going to be the call.
It's not going to do it, because your opponent's not going to give you the. I mean, your opponent's not going to give you the eliminate here, right?
Should I give the eliminate or the island? The good news is, Grixis has not played land. Oh, what? All right, sure. All right, we'll take that eliminate.
I mean,
I don't know what the call was there. I know that Ghoul did not play a land this turn, so maybe they thought, oh, they're trying to get mana, so let's just screw them. Or maybe they just genuinely don't care. They have the 2 Witches' Ovens on the field, so they can just go ahead and sack their creatures.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't. It could have been a miss. It could have been a misclick, right?
Maybe.
But
maybe I don't know. Maybe that was completely intentional. Maybe they see this board and they see, obviously they're so dependent on having the mana open for counter spells, and they're like, no more mana allowed. That's the only thing I can think of.
To be fair, yeah, I completely agree. You know, it could definitely be a line of play. Gigantha there again played around that sensor should they had it.
The sensor, yeah, I think that this late in the game, I think it was smart to cycle it earlier. The sensor would not have been, especially now that they have the 1 mana to pay the tax, would not have been the best call. Think Twice we're going to be playing. We're waiting for the opponents to let it resolve. We got that Exclude, which is probably the kingpin for this deck in terms of counter spells. You get a average cost counterspell that can hit anything that tries to enter the field. You get to draw a card, which is imperative to have more cards in your hand than the opponent at all times. Okay, we got another eliminate from the opponent. What was it that was exiled?
The other option was Aethergus, so I completely agree with that one.
Yeah. I think that's smart, especially since eliminate is not going to be able to hit the Gigantha. The opponent was probably thinking, okay, well, this is a useless kill spell to them. But once Woe Strider hits the field, then they will be able to essentially just, pop that. Look at all the food tokens that they have. Ooh, Ashiok. That's gonna be.
Yeah, so I was actually just going to say something similar there in that it's really good that we've controlled the board, but how do we win? Was going to be the next question. The ult on the Jace, which actually could be coming, is going to be exceptional in that what it reads, I believe, is the first spell that your opponents cast each turn gets countered.
That is so strong, especially against a deck where, getting as much onto the field as quickly as possible is so important. And I feel like the opponent has already run through the majority of their cheap spells too. That is so strong.
Yeah, 100%.
Wow. I'm personally excited about Ashiok hitting the field this turn too. With the new Ashiok, you're going to be able to put out chump blockers, but essentially once those guys attack, then you can start exiling the opponent's top deck. And then once you hit ulti, you'll be able to play this for free. But me personally, what I'm most excited about is the -3, the control aspect, where you can return a card that's on the field to the opponent's hand and force them to exile a card from their hand. So that is... Ooh.
Wait. They didn't hit the Jays?
Nope. They want to get their Woe Strider out.
But the Woe Strider dies to the eliminate, which they gave them.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Jace is on 8 loyalty. For the life of me, I can't remember. It's not going to be 9 for the ult, is it?
Hold on. I'm going to Google it real quick. Wait, is that a ban turn? Hold on. It is -8, so
GG's.
GG.
Oh, and they're going to hit the Shadow's Verdict anyway. That's just cheeky. No, we've got to go for the Ashiok here. We've got to, surely.
Come on.
I love this.
Yeah, that's one thing that I absolutely love about these games. When you are playing, there's the Crawling Barons. We're going to start taking some damage eventually. Ashiok hits the field. We can keep all the mana open still for eliminate and for the exclude. With these decks, if you do not play smart. If you allow the opponent, or if you allow the opponent to just play whatever they want, and that you get to a board state that's like this, where Grixis Ghoul has pretty much an answer for anything that hits the field at this point.
Agreed.
The opponent has one card in hand. Oh, look at that. So Jace Unraveler Secrets counters the Witch's Oven, which... So now
which
the
must have been on purpose so they could play the Woe Strider.
Absolutely.
But look
no
at this.
question about that. Yep, the Exclude hits.
Draw a card as well.
Fantastic. Oh, look at that. Another Jace.
Replacement Jace. Yeah.
Replacement Jace.
I mean, I'm scooping here. There's another cage. I mean, I don't see. I've never actually seen that Jace resolved. So it's really I've never seen the Jace ultimate resolved.
Ooh, so that cat getting into exile is very scary for the opponent. That was probably going to be the thing that helps them with chump blocking. They still have a lot of food tokens, so what I think is going to happen more than anything else is that the opponent is going to try to stabilize with the food tokens that they do have available, and I wouldn't personally be surprised if they're also trying to run up the clock too, because with this deck, it's
a good point.
It's one of those things where you don't win quick. You are just doing your best to do damage. They have the Crawling Barons on the field, so Grixis could, in theory, go ahead and start trying to pump up and deal damage. But essentially, it's just one of those things where if I were in this matchup and the opponent was at this point in the game, I would just be like, you know what, they've won anyway, but I'm just going to run out the clock just so that I can have a better chance at trying to like steal a victory next turn. Next game.
And I've been in that position before. So when I was playing in the we both played in the Streamers League last month,
right?
In my third game I was against the Ninja, who had a mono, I think it was a mono blue list, very, very good, very controlling, but I won that game because they ran out of time.
See,
and it was a decision actually of mine in the game 2 to not concede, because I saw that they were under 10 minutes on game 2, and actually, you know, it was in the back of my mind all the time, well, if I could chop another couple of minutes off them now, then they're going to be under pressure in game 3. I didn't want to win by time in game 3. I just wanted to make sure that they were making very pressurized decisions.
Right.
But here, it's a win, right? It's a win here.
I have a feeling that, yeah, no matter how many food tokens you're going to be eating, you really don't have control of the board anymore. You keep open all the mana that is open. You can assume there's a kill spell. Obviously, they see that the eliminate is in the hand. And then there's, you know, whatever else counterspell mana is open. You have the draw and the lock, which absolutely could counter anything that hits the field at this point. You have a negate for any sort of, like, if they try to play a, like, I don't know what enchantments they could play that would really turn this around. I do not see any sort of victory at this point, but
no, this is done now. They pump the Crawling Barons on the end of their turn, and then they pump them again twice the following turn. This is definitely just about driving down that clock now. But the clock's not the clock's not got a time next to it, so that suggests that actually they're not going to be under the 15-minute mark, right?
I hope so. I like to think that, well, they haven't gotten pinged for time yet, so no. I think that we are in a solid enough position. Let's see. All right, Karn is going to, okay, Crawling Barons is going to get pumped. I think that the opponent pretty much sees that keeping the counterspell mana open at this point for Ghoul is just not even going to be worth it. No, because no matter what they play, if they play the if they play anything that they get from the top deck, it's going to be countered immediately. And then if they play the Woe Strider out of their graveyard, then they can just remove it.
Cage.
Oh shoot, you're right. Cage is here. I keep forgetting that Cage is a thing. I almost cursed live. I'm I don't know why you didn't pump that Crawling Barons just to get the additional 2 damage, but
so they're not. So they don't win if they pump. So
no, they didn't.
I think Grawl's being very Ghoul. Sorry, Grawl. I think Ghoul's being very disciplined here.
Yeah, I think that just shows. Yeah, I think that this is it. Just swing with all.
Beautiful. Yep. We go to game 3.
Yep. Yep. What an exciting matchup.
Mm-hmm. So as I think there was a couple of people in chat that were saying that their opponent got off to a very slow start for a journalist. Obviously in game 3 they'll be on the play. So let's see whether we do get a really good game 3 or whether it's going to be kind of reminiscent of game 1 where it was over perhaps a little bit prematurely.
I think that you're right. I would love to see an even playing field. Game 1, I feel like the opponent had the most control over what was going on. Game 2, obviously, Grixis School had complete control. I'd like to see a little bit more back and forth counterplay with this upcoming game. That's usually why I love best of 3s. You usually get to see a little bit of everything, and then with the final game, it's always very exciting just to see like all the breaks are taken off, no stops. We're just going in like Fury Road over here. I'm excited. I just want to see how this one's going to play out, especially now that we know what Jace is capable of. I think that the opponent did not make the smart play by removing Jace when they could have with the 100%. Yeah, but now that, hey, lesson learned. They were more focused on getting creatures on the field. They weren't really thinking about the ramifications of having their first spell each turn countered when they're only able to play 1 spell per turn. So maybe this game they will have a little bit more forethought with removing that. This is a really solid hand to start. Getting the Grafdigger's Cage out early is definitely a good way to begin the game. Island first, followed by the Grafdigger's Cage. Fantastic. The fact that the opponent did not have the turn 1 oven, we have to wait until turn 2 to see, but I'm always like anticipating turn 2 oven and then cat hits the field immediately after.
They'll have it. 100% they'll have it. I mean, it's the same as the Yorion decks. Ooh.
All right, so we got a Thoughtseize. That is a very smart thing to remove, getting rid of the Narset and which will provide answers essentially. I don't personally feel like it's fantastic to play the Fabled Passage this early. Obviously, you don't really have a choice, but ideally you want to play that when you have the Mayhem Devil on the field so you can get that extra ping.
Maximum value, yep.
And of course, the opponent already knows that they're going to be playing into a sensor, so that's one of the disadvantages of having the Thoughtseize used so early in the game, is that, especially when you're playing this control deck where the surprise is everything. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Trail of Crumbs is going to resolve, and they still have 1 mana left over, which of course they're not even going to use.
No, I mean, I'm cycling the sensor there.
Yeah.
Just because my opponent knows, it presents a mild inconvenience, but your opponent knows you've got it. So it's very unlikely that they are going to be playing into that, And if they do play into the sensor, then that suggests that they've got something big coming. There it is.
Yep.
4 turns later than expected, but it shows up anyway.
All right. Already, I feel like this game is going to be a very, very difficult one to come back from. You have these counter spells in your hand that you're just not using. Drawing the Lock is a really nice thing to have if you have more cards in the graveyard. Right now, they only have 3 cards in the graveyard. So if they play something for 3 CMC, expecting to keep the mana open to pay the sensor cost. Okay. And unfortunately, one of the advantages that Dimir has over the opponent is always going to... that stupid cat. Oh my god, I hate that cat so much.
Well, so there's nothing on the battlefield. So I think we might see as... Oh, well, to be fair, we've got the Shadow's Verdict.
Okay.
Haven't we?
We do. So...
yeah.
Okay. I feel like it would be the smart call to censor it, just so that you can force the opponent to pay the 1 additional mana. And then, of course, if they do, then you would be able to just go ahead and Shadow's Verdict this turn. Now they're going to play the cat. And obviously you have the Shadow's Verdict, so we're still in a strong enough position. But...
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, they did not. Okay.
So that's really interesting in that they just they're keeping the sensor in hand and not cycling it.
Yeah.
Just maybe because they've seen that their opponent has actually missed a land drop there. So actually they're forcing their opponent into potentially inconvenient moves.
Yeah.
They're going to let this land because they know they've got the Shadow's Verdict. The Shadow's Verdict will also hit the Woe Strider as well.
Not that it matters since we still have Grafdigger's Cage on the field. Go ahead, do it. Thank you. All right. Yeah. So one of the things.
It was a tease.
Come on, you're already there. All right. So it is in the best interest to use the Shadow's Verdict now. But I think that what we're going to wait for still is just to see if we can, like, obviously we want to keep the mana up because right now the opponent has enough to play the Corvold. Binding the Old Gods hits the field. Grafdigger's Cage is going to be removed. That gives the opponent the opportunity to play the Woe Strider this upcoming turn. Do it. Just, oh my gosh. Yes. Okay.
So the problem is here. And what I'm anticipating is that they go for the Shadow's Verdict, and I think that Oppo has a Corvold sat in their hand.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, you see. Oh, of interest though, they don't have the companion this term.
Oh, okay. So the companion itself, let me take a look at their deck list really quick. But the companion that they had was Giganta. And the way that Giganta reads is that no card in your starting deck has more than one of the same mana symbol in its mana cost. So I'm wondering what is Casualties. They brought in Casualties. That's a very smart play against this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. We cycled the sensor into our land.
Thank you. Excellent.
Oh, but maybe it's too little too late now. So we've got a Mayhem Devil.
Mayhem Devil is going to be something that's quite difficult to play against now that we no longer have the mana up and we no longer have the oh, there it is.
Yes, we knew. And how do we deal with this? Well,
top deck kill spell. That's really all that we can hope for. Corvold is just going to continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And unfortunately, we are just only drawing lands. Is it worth it to just go ahead and use that Castle Lochthwain to draw a card?
Or damage?
Yeah, that is 4 damage just to get an opportunity to get rid of this giant creature. Okay.
Yeah.
So look at that, because the synergy between the Saga and Corvold. Unfortunately, being a Dimir deck, which depends on having more cards in your hand than your opponent, is not working when the opponent can go ahead and Thoughtseize you and bring you down to 2 cards in hand.
It helps us with the Castle Lochthwain, doesn't it? Maybe we'll be activating the Castle Lochthwain end of turn.
I feel like you don't really have an option at this point. You absolutely need to get something in your hand, otherwise you're going to have no options available. Aethergust is not a terrible card. Yeah, I would, if I were given the opportunity, I would use the Aethergust on probably Corvold, just to get it off the field. Yeah, because that
Kitty cat.
I cannot stand that cat. I really can't.
So I think where this started going wrong for Grixis School is when their opponent only had the cat on the battlefield. Okay, and yes, they did have the Woe Strider in the graveyard. But what they did by playing that, they didn't leave themselves up enough mana to deal with some of these impending threats. And so their opponent, they took advantage of that.
Yeah, that's the kind of counterplay that I was genuinely looking for. When you're playing against a control deck and you know exactly what the opponent has in their hands and you don't take that opportunity to cycle that card out, you're at a supreme disadvantage. And now, because Trail of Crumbs, because Mayhem Devil, you have the Witch's Cauldron, you have the Cauldron Familiar in the graveyard, you have control over this board. Yeah, especially considering the fact that you're at 8 hit points. Next turn, they could present lethal if they top deck. Let me think. Oh, yeah, that's right. They have the land that got sacked. So you do 3 damage, 4 damage. Okay, Grafdigger. Oh,
it's got to be land, cage.
Yeah, you have to play the cage. Yeah. Okay.
That's a lot.
Pray that you top deck something that is going to be able to clear the field. Just another land.
GG's.
Not great. That's it. There. Yep, the opponent does have lethal at this point, and we get that concede. Good game.
Good game.
I honestly did think that that was a very strong game, despite the fact that we weren't able to get a victory on Grix's school side. That game 2 was pretty phenomenal. The game,
Yep.
But at the end of the day, the counterplay by the opponent was just that good. I think that that was very well done.
Yep, I completely agree, and sadly, that's 2 different variations of Demir control which we've seen, which haven't been able to compete with Jund Food.
Yeah,
which is
yeah, it's a very difficult deck to play against, especially when the opponent has an idea of what is coming in and they have the means of really potentially providing counterplay. It's just one of those things where, unfortunately, with the Demir deck, it all just depends on having control of the board early, which was just not something that could be grabbed this time.
Agreed. And I've been talking to my chat about it a few times as well. Censor is a highly playable card, and it's always been playable. But I don't know. I'm never in the position to use it to its full potential. I always just end up cycling that card. So I'm not sure whether or not it's a card which we might think, okay, so is there something better we can be doing with that 2 mana, with that card? Is there a different card that we can be playing in our decks instead of the Censor? But who am I? Who am I to make assumptions of that?
I think that the moment the opponent knows that you have this counterspell in hand is the moment that you consider, all right, time to get rid of it and get another counterspell in my hand. It's just one of those things where it's very easy to counterplay if the opponent already knows that you have it. Like, oh, they have this counterspell, but if I have 1 additional mana open, then I can still play whatever Scott's free. So I think that it would have been smarter to cycle out that card earlier, just so that you had the opportunity to get another counterspell and then maybe even force the opponent to Thoughtseize earlier.
Completely agree. I couldn't put it better myself. And it's just sad that we are seeing. I would love to see the Demir controllers do well. You know, I mean, I was playing it alongside Kraus, but in the standard versions, and I was winning the majority of the matches with that list. But it seems that as soon as we bring it into the historic arena, it's just not so good.
I can't believe you just did that. I can't believe you.
Fantastic. Brilliant.
I'm banning you now. I have to. Sorry, guys. Tournament's over. What? We still have several games to go? Okay, we got to keep going. But know that I'm not happy with this terrible pun.
Right, guys. So it looks like the round's done. So we're going to be taking a quick break before the next round commences. So we will see you guys very soon.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Tons of... Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are moving on to Game 3 of the Gouda Wars, number 2. This is going to be a really exciting one, I feel. Demir Rogues versus Mono Red Aggro. Dean, what do we think of these archetypes?
So another Demir list, but this time we're going into the Rogues, okay, which is causing havoc in Standard still. Okay, so let's see if it can replicate that in Historic, and also Mono Red, which is an exceptionally strong deck still, you know. I mean, there's 2 versions of Mono Red. There's the Burn version, and also there's the Aggro version. It looks like we're going to be watching the Aggro version here. Just as we're waiting for Luke to kind of get the game started, I just want to make you guys aware of the Gouda Wars Championship, which is going to be the next kind of tournament to be held after this. And this one is invite only, sadly. So it's going to be inviting the top 8 from the first Wars and the second Wars with a prize to be determined.
I asked Jaffer if the winner would be receiving a cheese wheel, and he looked away shifty eyes. So that may or may not be on the table. We'll see.
I reckon we can bully him. I reckon we can bully him.
I think we could. I think that would be a fantastic prize. The winner of the Gouda Wars. Do you know how much those go for? I'd have cheese for an entire year if I were the winner of that. Regardless, let's talk about the prizes for today's tournament as well. We've had several generous donors who helped to increase the prize pool. The first place winner is going to be leaving with $125. Cold hard cash. Second place is 63. Third and fourth place will each receive a $31 prize. Very exciting.
Very exciting. So if we turn our attention to the matchup in hand, it's been a rocky start for Luke here, in that they've had to mulligan twice. I believe it was a two mulligan here, and they've had to keep a hand which has no untapped mana in it. They're going to have to go searching with the Fabled Passage.
And they do. This upcoming turn, they'll have the opportunity to use the dead weight to remove the creature that has hit the field. But other than that, it's going to be a pretty slow start.
How dare he remove that?
Right now we are watching, by the way, Wheelchair Class versus Pro Black Knight. Pro Black Knight is taking an aggro approach using the Robber of the Rich on the turn 2, which is a very smart move, especially when you're playing against a deck that plays a lot of rogues, that plays a lot of control, trying to get whatever they have on the top of the deck removed. But in this instance, I think removing the Into the Story would probably not be beneficial to the opponent at this point in time, and definitely is fantastic that they don't have it now. Bad news bears. Wheelchair Class did not hit a third mana source on the draw, so we're just gonna have to decide whether it's an eliminate or
I think it will be. Yeah.
I think that's the way to go for sure.
It is a shame because both players have had not ideal starts, obviously with the mulligans on both sides. But what's kind of rare here is that the Rogues player hasn't been able to kind of stick one or two creatures on the battlefield already. And so they're actually having to play quite reactive instead of proactive, which is really where they'd want to be. So, for example, here, yes, they can play in the Soaring Thought Thief, but that's not going to do anything to stop their opponent hitting him for 4 damage.
For sure. The Thoughtseize might be the way to go, but it's going to feel bad if it's just 2 mana. 1 Frostbite getting rid of is going to be nice. But yeah, I don't know if that. Yeah, I think that already they're at a huge disadvantage. Just the fact that they've missed 2 land drops in a row. It's not, the game is not over yet. There is still the potential where we can come back from it. It's going to be a lot harder if we don't hit that mana, though. That's for sure.
I mean, it feels bad hitting the Thoughtseize anyway, which is probably going to get sideboarded out for a duress in game 2, in that it's dealing yourself damage against an opponent that's already going to be dealing your damage. And okay, so this is interesting. Maybe we hit the Drown in the Lock. Oh wow, and a Featherant Champion. Nice.
I would use the Drown in the Lock first to get rid of the that, what is the land called? The Frozen Haven.
Yes, the Faceless Haven.
Faceless Haven, excuse me. Reason being, Fervent Champion, you may use, when you attack, you can add +1/+0 to any other knight. And because the Faceless Haven is technically a changeling, that can receive that buff. So that was the call, getting rid of it then. Third mana source, a little too late, unfortunately. We can probably put in the Soaring Thought Thief and use that as a blocker, but if the opponent has Embercleave, that is bad news bears. If they have another Bone Crusher Giant, they could just potentially go straight to face as well to deal additional damage afterwards.
It has to be a block on the Giant because of the Renumbant Ruins, which is going to deal 2 damage to face. So I think this is GG's, in all honesty. I can't see Wheelchair Class coming back from this.
We'll see what happens from here.
You called it. You called it.
If you're playing against Mono Red, they will always have an Embercleave in their hand. Even when they don't, they always have that Embercleave. It is
At least it always feels like it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, no.
All right, so it looks like we're making changes to the sideboard. Adding an Aether Gust, I think, is a smart call. I'm not confident on Extinction Event, but if it helps clear up the board, then I say absolutely. Tail's End comes out. Let's see.
So Dead Weight is passable. Fatal Push is excellent. I mean, you are right in that all of these cards just feel weak against what can happen in mono red. But equally, if they got off to a very strong start, if mono red falters, if they don't hit their lands, if they don't hit their creatures or burn, then suddenly the Rogues player is going to find themselves in a very kind of humbled position, where they can take a little bit more time and have a breather, which they really couldn't in that last game. They was always on the back foot.
Right. What I see with both of these decks is that both have a huge potential for burst damage. With mono red, they're slowed down completely if you get a board wipe out on turn 3, turn 4. With the Rogues, they can come back from that. It's just a matter of the control aspect over the aggro aspect when it comes to this deck. Ooh, this hand instantly looks so much better than the last one. Getting the Ruined Crab out on turn 1 is going to give you a blocker with a big butt, and then you're also going to have the opportunity to start milling and dealing damage. Let's see. I imagine turn 1 they're going to be playing the Fervent Champion, whether they attack or not. That is a smart call, not doing that attack. They will be able to keep... Ooh, getting that Phoenix of Ash into the graveyard is not going to be exciting later down the line. But they got a Crowan War in there, though, and that's something that is potentially very, very strong. Especially if, you know, that you remove from the opponent's side of the field something that would... you know, would be a blocker or maybe even a heavy hitter. See, okay, the Ruined Crab is gone. If I were the opponent, I would have Bone Crushed before Fervent Champion does the damage, because Fervent Champion does have First Strike, and you would have, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the Ruined Crab does not do damage.
No, I'm probably not even blocking there. So we know that our opponents are playing Frostbites. We know that they have Bone Crusher Giants in here,
right?
And it just feels they're gonna eliminate their own crab to get rid of the Bone Crusher Giant.
That's very smart. In the long run of things, it's probably a very scary thing to do because you're using that kill spell, which could potentially be used to get rid of larger creatures. But that Bone Crusher Giant is just so big. And once it hits the field, not only is it difficult to remove since you're going to be paying the life to remove it, but also it's just potentially you can get a lot more damage through once you have the Embercleave. Burning Tree Emissary entered the field. They had the mana to play. There's that Bone Crusher that I was so terrified of. Thieves Guild Enforcer is not going to be flashed in until... okay, I was going to say, are you going to pass your turn without flashing in? Okay, they have the means to play Crippling Fear, but they just need the mana.
Exactly, and that's not good. So if their opponent is able to play out the
okay, if I were in the opponent, or sorry, if I were in Wheelchair Class's position, I'd get the Thieves Guild Enforcer out now, just so that you can mill twice. I cannot tell from... Okay, so Thieves Guild does have Death Touch now, which is going to be really nice for removing one creature on the opponent's side. They don't have mana up for any sort of trickery, so we can expect that whatever they attack with... Burning Tree Emissary is a smart call, because with that one, you know, it's just a 2/2. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right.
Are we attacking first?
Oh
no. So this is the one where creatures that aren't the chosen type.
Exactly.
I always yes.
Yep. This is a very strong card on that front. I think it's one of the best cards to be introduced in this standard. It's especially when you're playing these decks where you have, you know, tribal themes going on, especially within Rogues, especially within like mono white as well, is very strong.
Yes, very much so. And this is going to be really important now because they have this extinction event, and so they can actually deal with the Phoenix once and for all.
They can, and let's see. I think that is going to be the call, that they use that extinction event to get rid of the Phoenix. It feels kind of bad that they would be using that just to remove one card, but once you figure out the fact that, you're gonna be using it to like that Phoenix has so much recursion, it's just gonna keep hitting the field and dealing damage every single turn, especially if the opponent is doing as they're doing now and they're not playing well. I got ahead of myself. Okay. Oh, that's so much damage in one turn.
Yeah, so they're looking at the crippling fear. I don't think it's going to be enough. And suddenly the addition of Hazoret into the deck, it's just so powerful. 5 damage out of nowhere, and they've got 2 Faceless Havens which they can just activate and throw down. And I'm looking. We don't have the win here, right?
Hold on. Let's see what happens.
What cards have they possibly got? Embercleave?
No. I don't think that Embercleave is an option right now. They probably potentially are. Because even if it was Embercleave, that's only going to be a maximum of 4 damage to face. That's not enough to even be considered closing the game out. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't do the Faceless Haven. For me, that doesn't seem... Well, maybe they expected the Thieves Guild and they didn't want to risk losing it. But at the same time, I would be going all out so that I could try to get as much damage on the field. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, it all depends on what they've got in hand, right? Because it feels weird that they don't have any playables.
Oh, what? Embercleave? All right, sure. That's fine with me.
Okay.
How does Hazoret work? Can you run that by me? Because I'm not familiar with this card.
Hazoret can only attack or block if you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand.
Oh, okay. So would it have been worth it to flash out the Embercleave before? Well, they didn't have the mana, so they couldn't. Well,
they do get to kill the Hazoret here, though, right? Because they can. Oh wait, they're playing the Loris. So, if for me here, I'm playing the Deadweight on the Hazoret. Okay, what we do?
Okay, we have the Ruin Crab, which is going to have the big butt, but oh man.
Oh, so what they can do? They can use the Ruin Crab as almost a permanent blocker for the Hazoret because they have to play it back every turn.
Right, that's very true.
2 cards exiled or 3 cards? I didn't see which one. But they just equip they can just equip the Embercleave onto the Hazoret, right?
Yep, and that's it.
Yeah, so really for me there, so what I'm doing there is I'm putting the
oh, that Frostbite 2 hurts. Oh, good game.
I'm putting the Deadweight on the Hazoret, and then I'm hitting the Crippling Fear to kill the Hazoret and the other creature. Just leaving my opponent with a Faceless Haven that I can hopefully try and deal with the turn after.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that red list was just very, very strong, and it was difficult to kind of play around, unfortunately. And that's just life.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. So that was that, and it was a lot quicker than the list that we were playing before, right?
It was fast. It was so interesting seeing how quickly that one was going through. I'm not particularly surprised with mono red decks. It's one of those decks where you either have full control of the board by turn 3 or the game is over. So seeing the state that they were in at that point in time and seeing that they had an answer for whatever was hitting the field, it was pretty clear which way the direction of the game was going. Now, if honestly, if Wheelchair Class had hit that 4th mana and played that Crippling Fear earlier, that might have been a different story. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
Correct. Yeah, and I kind of guess it almost seemed to me that after they missed that land drop, and after they were once again on the back foot, all they were thinking is Ricotta, get through this, but it just never emerged.
Yeah, it happens. Unfortunately, we didn't get the exciting gameplay that we were looking for. I know that the rogues are capable of doing a lot of stuff, but you really have to have a better control over the board state before you can really go through and play these aggro creatures against the opponent. And it just didn't happen this time, but you know what? That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen the next game. I'm sure that, in similar matchups, they might have a better chance.
Agreed. And just kind of going back to those that prize pool that we was talking about earlier. So just as a quick reminder, the first prize is $125, second prize is $63, and then third and fourth are picking up $31 each. And just obviously a huge thank you to Strider Stone, Uncle Russ, and Voidin, who were the kind of main donors, the additional donors to that prize pool in addition.
Thank you for sweetening the pot. It means the world that you want to support such a fun and entertaining tournament. The fact that you are throwing in anything at all and supporting, of course, Jaffer's channel in any capacity does just make it possible to have fun tournaments like this one. Just absolutely doable. With that being said, if you have your Twitch Primes available, your Prime Gaming, where better to use it than here at Jaffer MTG? That way you can support the channel and these awesome tournaments at no cost to you. I was not told to say this, but I'm doing it anyway because, you know.
Because you're a top person.
Because yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to go over to another game now, which is Mono Blue Tempo versus Goblin. So as we was talking about right at the start of the show today, there are going to be a few kind of mono color lists, and each of which, you know, has their own kind of great values, great strengths. And Goblins is something which has been causing a lot of pain and a lot of heartache in historic for a number of months now. It's definitely got weaker, and as we're kind of seeing here, this is game 3 actually. We've got 1 win apiece, and it looks like Goblins are down to 2 life.
Yeah, I think that this is already over. We just came in and this game's already done.
GG's. I mean, I've got no idea what we missed.
But well. What I imagined happened was just a whole bunch of tomfoolery going through. Mono Blue Tempo is very, very strong because you literally have control of the board on both turns. That's one of the reasons that I think that Flash is just as strong as it is. You see a lot of Dimir Flash in Standard, but even just in Historic, Mono Blue is just so difficult to fight against because you're not just like playing around cards being played on the opponent's turn, but you're also worrying about on your turn too, and it's just
agreed.
Yeah, it's not fun. I will go on record saying playing against it is not fun, but does it win? Yes, absolutely. Am I enjoying it? No.
You're only enjoying it if you are the person playing it, right?
For sure.
It's your ball and you will take it home at any notice. Now I'm just having a quick look at the deck, and it actually looks fairly kind of reasonable compared to what has always been played in kind of Mono Blue Tempo over the last month or so, with the notable kind of exception that they have the Tempest Djinns in the main deck rather than in the sideboard. Now they kind of bring it in from the sideboard because it's that big body and it's kind of a strong attacker in the late game, which will get you that win if you haven't already got yourself over the line. So it's really interesting to see them playing it in the main, and the kind of the norm that you have in terms of having those Curious Obsessions and the Sea Dasher Octopi, which draw you those kind of incremental card advantage as well.
Very cool. According to our notes, it looks like Harding's match in Discord. It looks like we're going to be seeing another Dimir control versus Jun Food.
Wow, brilliant.
So, I have a feeling that this is like the popular game to go for.
Yeah,
folks
and it's
are just
going to be
excited for these. I'm down.
It's going to be really interesting for Jaffa to kind of generate some data on this actually and see. Well, actually, I've got sight of the metagame at the minute. Actually, the leading percentage is other at 51%, but there's 14% of the field that's playing Jund Food. A little under that that's playing Orzhov Auras, and Dimir Control is around about 7% of the field. So very, very kind of sparsely dispersed there.
All right, so it looks like we're at the point in game 2 where Corvold is on the field. The opponent has been using the lands that they have to sack to Corvold so that he can continue to get bigger. which, you know, is putting before the it's putting before us a 6/6, which is beefy, but at the same time you're at a huge disadvantage for mana, and really all it takes is one strong kill spell just to get rid of you.
And we've just joined this match, so we don't actually know what's in the graveyard of Harding, right? We presume it's going to be some kill spell for the Kobold.
I really hope so. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult to really justify playing the Gear Hulk at this point. Rather than if they don't have a kill spell, I probably would have considered just using the Shark Typhoon to put out a chump blocker and then potentially drawing something.
So go through the. Oh.
All right, we have an Aether Gust. That's not terrible.
Not terrible at all. And remember now though that their opponent is technically down to what, like 4 mana still, I guess.
Yeah, they technically have 4 mana. So if they get screwed and they don't have a mana in hand right now, I can't really tell, unfortunately, just because of the quality of the service that we're watching on, if they have any cards in hand. But you know, that is gonna be if they don't have a card in hand right now that is a mana, they will not be playing Corvold this turn, and that's just the long and the short of it.
Is this the pre-combat phase? Because no, so if it was pre-combat, then it might have been better to have the opponent attack. So perhaps they chose not to attack. I don't know.
They definitely didn't want to give the draw option, is what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's what I would think. They are sacrificing immediately the Field of Ruin so that they can remove 1 mana. I don't know if that was precisely the call. Only reason being they have the option to get red mana, which they didn't have before. Let's see. I would have cried tears of joy if I had seen a hard cast Shark Typhoon. That would have been so fun to see. And now the opponent has the potential to. Oh, you know what? I just realized they shuffled the deck by doing Field of Ruin. So maybe that was the call. They got rid of Corvold off the top.
Ah, fantastic. Yeah, very, very clever. Very clever.
Okay. Yep. All right. Makes more sense now that I've dissected it with my brain. Good play. Good play.
So going for a Thoughtseize here, playing a weakened Shark Typhoon, and actually, it begs the question: if they get rid of the other Shark Typhoon, it looks like we're going to have to take another seat back and not see a hardcast Shark Typhoon for a while.
Yeah, maybe they'll get rid of Fatal Push. Get rid of Fatal Push. Do it. Do it. Do it. No. No. Sharknado.
Today is not the day. So 2 weeks ago, I hardcast 3 Shark Typhoons in the same game, and my opponent let me play it out. Bless them. As I had 24 power on the board. Fatal Push, nice. Make a food token.
If they get that bird out, then they'll have an opportunity to have more mana played later, or you could just use it for the obvious way to use it, which is to gain life. Foretelling into the multiverse. Maybe the opponent will forget what's in the foretell zone down the line.
Yeah, so I mean, foretelling the Behold the Multiverse is good, right? Because if Oppo's got another Thought Distortion, or Thoughtseize rather, they can't get rid of it.
Oh,
spicy.
I love Sublime Epiphany. For me, this card is the worst counter spell in the game, but it is also the very best control spell in the game. You have the opportunity to just destroy the opponent's board state, or we could just Vraska's too. That's fine, no worries.
We're hitting the Vraska there. So why are we doing this? So we're doing this so that we don't have to play the Shadow's Verdict, right?
Right, that's true. I think that it's smarter at this point to use Vraska's to exile 1 creature than it is to Shadow's Verdict and exile 1 creature and then potentially a graveyard that does not contain a cat. I personally would hold the Shadow's Verdict until the cat hits the field, because I know the cat's in this deck. I know it's here. That cat always finds a way over every single time.
Agreed. All right, there's another Woe Strider.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we've got a 3-turn clock in the air. Well, it's probably going to be a 4-turn clock, right? Because of the food, which will probably get eaten. So the Behold the Multiverse here looks fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 lands is not ideal.
No.
Okay. Search for Escanta is not
Ooh,
terrible. Aethergust is really
great.
good. I think that that's like going to be one of the stronger. It's not even a counterspell by technicality, but it's a very, very strong control spell. You are not only denying the opponent a creature, you are also denying them the draw. So you are taking the whatever card they're trying to play and putting it at the top of their deck. So no matter what they play next turn, it's going to be that. Maybe they needed something different like land or an oven. Nope, you're just going to be forced to replay this exact card. I think that it's a very strong card to have, especially at this point in the game, especially when the board is stacked the way it is. There's a trail of crumbs. I don't. Oh yes.
So we cast this so that we can duplicate our creature. So that now we are definitely putting them on I want to say 2-turn clock.
Yeah, because they have the food token available still, which they can sack. So I think that unless we can find a way to get a little bit of extra damage in, which of course for this deck is not feasibly possible. There's not a whole lot of like, I think that, yeah, we're on a 2-turn clock.
2-turn clock with Aethergust in hand as well. Oppo, shocking.
Oh no, that was not the play.
That's GG's.
Yeah, I think the opponent realized that too.
Yes, and it's quite interesting because when we tuned into this game, it looked like it would be going to game 3. However, you know, that's our first Dimir Control win that we've been able to watch this tournament.
That's awesome.
So far. And again, it looks like a slightly different list because I think that's the first one that we've seen that's had the Epiphany in it as well, which is really nice to see. I mean, I think it just does work, doesn't it?
It does. It absolutely does. It's fantastic to see the work that can be done. When going in, seeing the Gear Hulk, I was just like, I don't know. That's just a big card. I wasn't really sure how devastating it could really be. But then you realize you're not just paying for this big creature. You're paying also for like a spell that could really turn around the game. And that's really, really good.
Agreed. And with that, I think you can also get the Epiphany from the graveyard and recast it when it hits the battlefield and duplicate the...
Wait, doesn't Alrund's Epiphany exile once you play it? I'm not sure.
Does it?
I hold on, I'm googling this. Hold on.
Google.
Almond Joy. Alrund's Epiphany. I'm confident that with it gets... Yeah, you exile it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Spoil sport.
Unfortunate. No, but I definitely see where you're going. If there's a spell that's in Historic that allows you to time walk, essentially, then that's it. That's the game. Who knows what other, like, imagine having Thassa's in that deck too. You could play your Gear Hulk, you could bounce back your Gear Hulk, you can keep giving yourself additional turns, and then that's it. The opponent doesn't have any
chance. Lots of cute little interactions. And yeah.
Maybe for a best of 1 deck, but definitely not best of 3 would I ever see that.
No, not at all. But of interest, I think yet another Dimir Control list which isn't using Cry of the Carnarium. So yeah, I mean, I kind of guess it looks like Shadow's Verdict has taken that role completely, because it does kind of hit the wider graveyard as well. But at 5 mana, as we saw in the last game, it does use up a lot of your mana and can leave your mana resources, depleted if you do need to hold up a counter spell or things like that. Right. So yes, it's good, but sometimes we might want to be looking for alternatives to kind of get around things such as that, which I think is really important. Yeah,
I personally feel like having Shadow's Verdict is stronger in decks where you are physically ramping, like with the Sultai decks, because you're using on turn 2 Wolf Haven, on turn 3 you have Cultivate. You have the potential of really just cleaning up the board earlier, and if you're sitting there with mana that is being used and the opponent can just play into it, then you still have answers afterwards. With these kind of decks, you need to keep mana open at all times because you are depending on your counter spells resolving.
Of course. So it looks like we're going to be flicking over to the first game that we're watching via Twitch today.
Ooh.
which is the Ninja's game. Now, I'm completely shocked because I clicked on the Ninja's Twitch channel and expected to see some sort of mono blue, some sort of Demir control list. I've never seen the Ninja play a deck that hasn't got some form of blue in it, and we're in game 3.
Wow. Okay. It looks like this one is a Orzhov Aura deck. I have seen a little bit of this. I like what Core Spirit Dancer has to offer. The fact that you get +2/+2 for each aura attached to it. So in Historic, that's pretty much imperative, especially with enchantments that already add additional +1/+1 counters onto.
Such as the Sentinel's Eyes.
Exactly. Sentinel's Eyes. You have the oh my goodness, off the top of my head I can't think of it, but the one that's like you get +1/+1 for each aura or enchantment that's on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a good look at the opponent's hand. As we were mentioning earlier, knowing that Censor is there is half the battle. You can play around that super easy. I think knowing that the opponent has the counter spells is going to help to make sure that when we play anything, it's going to be a little bit easier.
Yeah, so I think one of the important things is that with the Core Spirit Dancer and also the Shram, is that it's on. Ooh, Wrath of God, nice.
Yeah.
Is that it's on draw and not on hits the battlefield. So even if these spells are getting countered, assuming that Narset dies, they will be able to keep drawing. And now the Ninjas. It looks a little bit agitated here. It looks like they're perhaps not in the place that they wanted to be.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to draw the 4th mana, which was necessary to play Lurrus, really without having or being able to play the tax on that, and that's kind of imperative for getting this deck going. You could potentially Thoughtseize, but then Dovin's Veto would just hit that, and honestly, you know. Nothing. I honestly feel like getting rid of Dovin's Veto would probably be the call, and they're gonna be forced to use it anyway. So that's, I'd rather they Dovin's Veto this than like another aura that could hit the field, especially since they essentially just countered us losing 2 life. That's my stance on it.
Yeah. So I mean, it depends.
Ooh,
the cage. Nice.
That kind of ruins the whole purpose of putting out Lurrus. And now, and you can't play Sentinel's Eyes either, right? Because you cannot play any cards out of the graveyard.
Yeah, so they can't play Sentinel's Eyes, but we have to remember that Loros is still a 3/2.
That is true. Very true.
Absorb. So they have. I mean, for me here, I think I'm playing Loros here. I'm being mana efficient.
It would be mana efficient. You'd have a little bit better board presence. You have the opportunity to gain life. It's a very difficult matchup. The opponent, if they really want to play another Wrath of God to get rid of Lurrus, sure, but they don't really have a lot of removal other than, like, I assume some cages. But
and I'm sure it's going to be really grating on the Ninja in that they are running out of avenues in order to do what the deck is supposed to be doing.
Right.
So yeah, I mean they've got the Shram in hand, which is a great card, but it's going to get countered. Shark Typhoon. Okay, Shark Typhoon is excellent.
Okay.
You might get to see your hard cast here.
I really want to. I would love to see that hard cast. Unfortunately, it's just not even going to come to that. I think that the Ninja saw straight up what was going to be coming. They already knew that the Shark Typhoon, they would just play it. They were already down mana, so it would be an uphill battle, if at all, and maybe not even worth the time. You know what? If I was in that position too, where I just miss 4 mana drops in a row, I'd probably be out as well. So
agreed.
Yeah. Oh well. There's always next time.
Of course. And it was great for me to see the Ninja play something that wasn't mono blue for once. So that's even better for me from my perspective.
Right. That's really exciting to see people switch it up. I'm honestly a fan of seeing variety from all of our favorite streamers. So it's really nice to be able to see how they would navigate different colored decks.
Yes, because you do kind of get ingrained quite a lot, within the archetypes that you prefer. And for me, I think if you're going to be kind of deemed to be one of the better Magic players, you do need to show that element of prowess with different decks. So it's great to see people experimenting as well.
Absolutely, especially when we're playing something that could potentially be more fun. It's always a risk trying to play different archetypes, but if you really navigate them well, it's still very, very exciting to watch. I wish that I had seen game 2, to be honest, or even game 1, just so I could see a little bit more of what the deck has to offer and the gameplay as well. But I have no doubt in my mind that if they had to get to game 3, that the Ninja was really navigating that extremely well.
Oh, 100%. I mean, one of the things which strikes me about the Ninja, whenever I watch them play, is and I think I hinted on this earlier actually before we even went to the Ninja, is that we end up going really close to time in our game,
right.
When I played him a couple of weeks ago, is that he's so diligent and careful about every single play that he makes, and I oftentimes think he's playing a game of chess almost, and he's 3 or 4 turns ahead of me whenever I play him. So I feel like I've lost from turn 2 a lot of the time.
It happens, but wow, that's a good analogy talking about Magic compared to chess. I think that that's absolutely the right way to put it too.
And that obviously only comes from experience and getting those number of games under your belt, so that you can not only prepare for what your opponent might have, especially in closed formats, what they might have in their main deck, but also what they might be bringing in from the sideboard. And I think my chat was telling me the other day, they was kind of like putting me to task almost in terms of saying, well, you're sideboarding against what your opponents had in game 1. Why don't you try to sideboard against what they could be sideboarding for game 2? And yes, that would be lovely. But I think my chat puts way too much scope on my gaming ability, in all honesty.
For sure. It's one of those things that you see the high level players doing once they know what the deck archetype they're playing against is. Even if they have no idea what's in the deck, like they don't have access to it, they can already like assume, okay, well, this card's probably going to go in, so I should probably get this in for the counterplay. And I love seeing that when it happens.
Yeah, 100%.
For sure. So we are actually very fortunate. Round 3 just finished. We have all the games reported in. So we are going to be moving on soon. I was planning on taking a quick break. I probably want to get some food in my system real quick. It is about 9:30 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time, and I have not eaten yet today, so my tummy is rumbling.
Fantastic.
All right, so why don't we take that quick break, unless there's anything else you want to share with the class, Dean?
No, I'm good for now. I'll join you on the break. And so stay tuned, guys, and we will be back very, very shortly.
All right. See you guys real soon. Don't go anywhere. Hi, welcome back, everybody. We're on to the next match.
We are. So we're just waiting for this to fire, and it is Angels versus Mono White, I want to say. This is Bushwookie, who you might know from chat, who's also Shattered Dreams.
Very cool. I'm excited to see this matchup. I don't think that we've seen either or too much of either archetype just yet, so it'll be really, really nice to be able to see what both players can bring to the table. Exactly.
And it looks like we're starting off. So we are going to be Mono White on this side of the table. Beautiful.
All right.
And so this looks like a very good opening hand, very strong. It's a different kind of Mono White to what I was expecting almost. In fact, yes, it's completely different. I mean, we've got the Militia Bugler for 1, which is a card that I've not seen played in around about a year and a half. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
That is interesting.
The Inspector enters and makes a clue, which they can investigate with a little bit later on.
Nice. So with the Investigate, that's going to be a really fun mechanic, which allows you to pay 2 mana, you sacrifice the artifact, and you can draw a card, which is imperative for Mono White because you don't have a lot of options for draw. Selfless Savior hits the field. I am a big fan of getting that out as quickly as possible, but it's not as mana efficient.
No.
Well, I'm not really sure what Containment Priest would do, though.
So the Containment Priest is actually really, really important against this particular build itself. So what the Containment Priest will do is it will enter the battlefield and completely ruin. It'll completely ruin Bushwookie's plans. In all honesty, if he can hit it, but he's going to save it a little while. Starts off with the Militia Bugler. Enter the battlefield. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Reveal a creature card with 2 or less CMC.
Which is really good for a deck where you have a bunch of weenies in it.
Of course. So Bushwookie's playing 4 copies of Collected Company. So what the Containment Priest does, if a non-token creature would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast, you exile it instead. So it's like they've come prepared for Bushwookie's deck, so they can hold this back, wait for Bushwookie to play out that Coco, which normally is around about turn 4, turn 5, and then just flash in the Containment Priest and exile 2 of those creatures.
Very cool. We see the Redain is in hand. I imagine that would be the play to put that out, just so that Coco is more expensive to play down the line. Maybe the Legion Angel, so you can start flooding the field. I feel like either option is not a misplay. I think it could go either way.
So All Manor here is thinking, well, if I play the Legion's Angel, yes, I can start, grabbing more angels, going wide on the battlefield. But at the same time, if Bushwookie hits another land next turn and then they're going for the Collected Company, I've got a Containment Priest, which is just dying in my hand.
Right.
So interesting that they passed there. They are looking for the Containment Priest, I think. They're banking on Bushwookie, going for Coco, but obviously this is open deck list, so Bushwookie will know that All Manor has the potential to have a Containment Priest. They have 2 of in the main and 2 of in the sideboard, so both of those will probably be coming in.
I imagine so, yes. We're going to pop the clue just so that we have an option to draw. Getting that mana is not as exciting now.
No, so the Blink Moth is actually a really interesting card in that they can make it into a 1/1 flyer, so it becomes almost a blocker for them. Now they can fire in the Redain, makes the Coco more expensive, it forces them to use the Coco, and in response, the Containment Priest and Bushwookie will not be happy about this.
Oh, what a counterplay.
Yep.
All right.
Really, really good.
Coco comes in. I love the art for that Coco, by the way. It's absolutely stunning.
Yes. If anyone in chat has a code for that art and they wanted to DM it to me, that would be 100% down. I'd be more than happy with that.
Yeah.
and Mono Whitelist gets some damage in as well. I mean, it's going to be an easy Legion's Angel next turn, I think.
Skyclave is going to hit the field. I imagine that the target is absolutely going to be Redain, just because she is applying the attacks for any non-creature spell that's going to be entering the battlefield for the upcoming turns. And unsurprisingly, that is gone. Speaker of the Heavens is a ideal start. It feels awkward putting him out now, just because you're not going to be able to get that easy life gain anymore. But if the opponent finds a way to get all the way up to 27 hit points, that's going to be a flooded board right there, my dudes.
Correct. And so, wow.
Another Containment Priest.
Containment Priest. So now it's easy to go. It's easy to go into the Angel and keep the Priest open.
Right.
Fantastic top deck.
Yeah, I think that's really good, especially if the opponent is going to use some sort of pump or fight spell to get rid of Containment Priest, then we will be able to essentially just bring out another one so we can stop any further tomfoolery. Okay. The opponent does not choose to block anything, especially they could have done a 1-for-1 for the Containment Priest with the Skyclave Apparition or even with Soul Warden just to chump, but right now they are just depending on having the creatures on the board that they do have, and then especially getting the life gain from the Soul Warden. Otherwise, Speaker of the Heavens is just sitting there doing nothing.
Of course, but the Righteous Valkyrie is just such a dangerous creature. I mean, I was piloting this deck for a couple of weeks with I think it was like 68% win rate, and some games you could look that the apparition off the top there is excellent.
There we go, beautiful. I don't think that we're going to be playing it though. Are we going to put out an Angel instead?
I mean, I'm using it So what they're doing here is they're trying to taunt them into hitting another Oh no, they can't do the Koku, so the priest is down.
because
So
they still have the Containment Priest.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're trying to go as wide as possible with this mono white list.
Right.
I mean, the Righteous Valkyrie is just such a key card because all it takes is a couple of turns. You've got your life above 27, or is it 28 with that card?
I believe it's 27 with the Speaker of the Heavens. I'll double check to be sure. But for the most part, what's most important is, yes, we need to get our hit points up to, 27 hit points. And then every single turn, you get a free angel token. And it is a 4/4. It is big, it is scary, and it is going to do damage. We're lucky in that on our side, we do have some options for blocking against flyers, but not that much. Not enough to cover 7 angel tokens. Certainly not.
Well, so if they are at 27 hit points, not only is it going to be a 4/4, but it'll also activate the Righteous Valkyrie, which will make it a 6/6.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, and every time they were to make an angel, they'll also get another life off of the 1/1, which is giving a life every time a creature enters the battlefield. Right. So I mean, Coco Angels is just an excellently put together deck, and it's just hard on Bushwookie here in that they did not have. Oh, okay. So I mean, for me here, this is an easy Righteous Valkyrie with the Skyclave apparition. I don't know why they're holding both.
I can't say for sure either. I think that they're keeping the mana up for Containment Priest just in case the opponent finds a way to get rid of the Containment Priest that's on the field. If they are able to get rid of Containment Priest and then just immediately after use Coco, that is devastating. So that's probably why they're doing their best to keep the mana open.
Of course. But down to 6 life, I mean, things are looking tough for them here. Okay, so All Mana did not play GG's.
Yeah, we got GG's. Unfortunately, Bishop of Wings hit the field. They really don't have a lot of options. They're not forfeiting, so we're going to see if this plays out. Yep. Yeah, they went ahead and... Okay, so we did a scoop. We move on to game 2. Let's see how the sideboarding's going to look for this one. Let's see.
I mean, for me, I'm bringing in the other 2 Containment Priests. I think it did work.
For sure, the Containment Priest was really, really good in this deck. I think having the 2 that were there, like the fact that was able to hit the field just so early was genuinely very, very good. But I think that, having the additional will help, especially since the opponent is going to be doing all they can to try to find some sort of removal. We're definitely going to want to have several of those in hand.
Of course. And just kind of going what we were saying just before the break, in that it's a good idea to try to start sideboarding against what your opponent might also be sideboarding.
Right.
I've just taken a quick look at Bushwookie's sideboard. They've got 4 Baffling Ends, which will be very good to bring in here in the most part. You know, they've got some quite low curve to begin with. They've got 3 Heroic Interventions, which I don't think... I mean, the Heroic Interventions are fine, but probably not what we need here. 3 Fairground Wardens, which is a really fun card.
That does the same thing as right, and that one does the same thing as what Skyclave does, but not only does it cost 1 less white mana, it costs 2 colorless, 1 white, but also when they hit the field, you remove the creature. They get that creature back once the creature is removed, of course, but like you said with Coco, that's going to be a really strong contender for trying to have in your opening hand, or just trying to get onto the field so that you can really slow down the opponent.
Agreed.
We're bottoming 1 Declaration. We're going to, let's see, Declaration in Stone I'm not familiar with. I'm not really sure what that does. So
Declaration in Stone is a card that I've been playing with in a couple of decks lately. It's fine. So exile target creature and all other creatures its controller controls with the same name as that creature. That player investigates for each non-token creature exiled that way. So it does do a lot of work against angels, but from my experience, I've not had too much success with it against other decks. I mean, it's nice just to get rid of a big creature. You know what I mean?
Resplendent Angel hitting the field is all
Turn
right.
3.
This game's already over.
Well,
no,
I mean, we can't say already over.
Right. You're right. But
however,
the opponent did just gain 10 hit points in one turn, all by playing already having established on the field with Soul Warden and Bishop of Wings, playing Resplendent Angel, getting that free Angel token off of Resplendent Angel, and then finally just gaining all that life from Bishop of Wings. It's not going to be an easy game. This is going to be one of the hardest. But is it over? For sure not.
Yes. So they didn't just gain 10. They didn't just gain 10 life either, did they? They gained 7 power, and leaving Coco mana up. All mana is kind of sat there with the Containment Priest, and you know, I don't think Bushwookies are going to be in a hurry to give them the opportunity to. Yeah, see, they're just playing the Containment Priest in.
Yeah. I think that's going to be the play at this point. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So they hit their 4th mana source. Archon might be the way to go. That way you're forcing the opponent to pay for attacking. And it has protection from white too, which is going to be phenomenal.
A nice little non-bow there, in that because it's got protection from white, the aspirant can't.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. I was like, why wouldn't you put the counter onto Archon? And I was like, oh yeah, Archon's just strong. Okay.
Bishop.
So go on.
A Righteous Valkyrie will make it so that Bushwookie can attack. This is actually, the Archon, fantastic tech. Fantastic.
I think that was a really smart thing to put into this deck. I'm not sure if that was a main board or a sideboard, but for sure playing against a Celestia deck, which depends on getting creatures onto the field and attacking, this is a very smart play.
Oh, it's actually. I was gonna say it's a sideboard card, but it's not. They've got 3 of. Oh no, they haven't. That's the other Archon. Oh no, I was wrong. They've got 3 of in the main deck.
Okay.
Interesting.
That is interesting. I don't know if that's a main. Well, obviously it works. It's here, but I was sitting here like, well, actually, I don't really think that this is going to be the smartest way to use your space. But I'm incorrect. Obviously, these folks are professional. Archon is getting mileage. I'm not allowed to sit here and think about that at all. It looks like Shattered Dreams is on main phase and looking for what to do at this point. They're very, very high on hit points, and we are All Manner is not doing too hot in terms of the damage received so far this game. However, it is a stable board. We have Archon, so we're physically forcing them to pay if they want to attack. And of course, all right, I like getting that. So we have a few options here. I think Luminarch is the way to go for this one.
I'm pretty sure that Bushwookie's got a collected company, at least a 1 of in hand. Yeah. Because he was deliberating on turn 4 whether or not to move to the end phase or not, or to fire out Coco on main, or do something on main. He ultimately decided not to do anything. So I think he's got a 1 of.
I'm sure that that's the case as well. And until you can find a way to remove Containment Priest, I am afraid that that's just not going to work. Obviously, this is the one thing that I'm thinking about, and it's something that is driving me wild, is the fact that they have all of that mana up. They just have not been able to even attack with the angel that they had, the token angel. It's got vigilance. I would still attack with it even if I pay the 1, unless there's something that's in my hand that's so juicy that costs 6 mana, which obviously is not the case.
No. But yeah, I completely agree. But now they've got these Legion Angels down. I mean, that's completely out of the question unless they get the Righteous Valkyrie, which will give them the +2/+2.
Right.
I mean, this is ironically Bushwookie's probably worst matchup in the whole tournament. And he's just happened to run up against it. I've got no idea how many mono white lists there are in the tournament. It'll be interesting to know. I don't know if Jaffa's got that information, but I'm expecting not a lot. you know?
Yeah, mono white is it's one of those decks where if it's navigated well, you can Skyclave. If it's navigated well, then obviously you can have some pretty serious control, but I've seen it more in an aggro capacity. But with this, I feel like it's not necessarily as aggro. It feels a lot more like it is it's a control deck. That's just how it looks to me. And maybe it's just because both boards are so stacked and neither can attack, but you know. Skyclave did just remove from the field the beefy lady. I already forgot her name.
Containment Priest.
Containment Priest, thank you. Yeah.
But we will call her the beefy lady.
The beefy lady is gone, unfortunately. With Containment Priest removed from the battlefield, that does give the opponent the opportunity to use Coco this turn, and unfortunately, we just don't have another one. Here's the good news. We could put out another Archon and then force each opponent to pay 2 mana anytime they attack, because Archon is not a legendary creature. You can have multiple of those out, right?
Yes, that's true. So they can play 2, and I think actually if they play 2, suddenly their options drastically go down, especially with this kind of Legion Angel, which is a 7/6 and growing every turn. It's it's very difficult for them to do too much with that on the battlefield. So I've just had a look at the archetype breakdowns, and there are only 2 mono white lists in the tournament.
Really? That's interesting. I was expecting a little bit more just because of the versatility and the fun stuff you can see. Is it pretty? Are they both like mono white aggro or? So
one's aggro and one's mid range. It just sucks that Bushwookie has managed to pull themselves up against one of them. And now damage is going to start coming in, so they can block with the 1/1s, which is fine.
Right.
Takes the 3.
Okay.
So we'll find out now. I mean, very clever that All Mana has left up 2 mana here.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that that's clever as well. They can trick the opponent into thinking that there is, in fact, on our side, another beefy lady to play.
So, of interest there, Bushwookie may. So, if we are hypothesizing that they do have a Coco in hand, 7/7 life, by the way. When they played the Angel, what Bushwookie would be looking for is the Declaration of Stone now manages to get rid of 2 of those Resplendent Angels, I think.
All right,
Beautiful.
that's very smart.
But now they indicate that they indeed do not have the Containment Priest in hand, and Bushwookie would have been looking for that pause that Arena does to suggest you do have something at instant speed or flash. Hey, what's going on here then? I think we're in trouble.
I think that I think this is going to be a difficult one. Obviously, we still have the 2 Archons that are up, so that is going to offer some form of control over the next coming turns. But the opponent knows that we don't have anything in our hands. We are unfortunately subjecting ourselves to a Coco hitting the field this turn. And
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I would. Yep, there it is. Elected company. Oh,
no,
that was the scariest thing you could hit.
Too much is always
They're like, nope, not even gonna let those triggers resolve.
I don't think we've ever seen a concede so quick. That was wow.
Wow. Honestly, mood. I would be in the exact same boat. If I was like, I could waste my time resolving all these. I could just go next. I already know how this game's going. And we hit game 3, by the way. No changes to the sideboard as far as I can tell. Shattered Dreams, I assume, is not adding in any different cards. We definitely saw on our side, All Manner did not make any changes either. Wow. Yeah. Great Coco to hit.
It just goes to show how explosive that Coco Angels list is. You know, I mean, Bushwookie was behind the majority of that game and just turned it around the last couple of turns. It was fantastic.
They were only behind in board presence. They were behind in life. Found like at 77 hit points, I think you're still winning. That's just my stance.
I don't know.
I think that obviously your mileage may vary, but if you're playing against a deck and like neither side is attacking and you're at 77 hit points and you just continue to like force the opponent to just kind of play out what's in their hands, yeah, I think you're winning. It was just, I think that the explosion at the end was very, very good. Let's see. So turn 2 is, let's see. So the inspector is deck. Go on.
Those Archons are just so powerful. So not only have they got protection from white, which means that your opponent can't attack into them, but if they do attack into them, they're having to pay that mana tax to do so in the first place, right?
For sure.
Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a second game in a row where Bushwalkie hits that Resplendent Angel on turn 3, having the Soul Warden and the Bishop of Wings out? Skyclave, get rid of the Bishop here.
Get rid of the Bishop. Get rid of the Bishop.
You've got to.
Got it. You got it. Skyclave is the only way to go. You've got to do this. I believe in you.
Ooh.
Okay. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, attacking first is not a bad call. Okay. If they had double blocked, they definitely would have gotten rid of the Inspector, but they absolutely would have lost Soul Warden.
Okay. Let it go. And then they go for the Apparition. Probably a good line of play there.
Yeah. Because the opponent might have blocked with the, I don't know. Maybe they would have blocked with both creatures, and then we would have been able to remove both from the side. All right, there's Righteous Valkyrie. Let's see.
Let me just remind myself about Sigrid. Enters the battlefield, exile up to one target attacking or blocking creature. So they were trying to get Sigrid out instead of having to use the Apparition. Understandable.
I feel like getting Archon out this early would be a good way to go, especially now that we're so early in the game and the opponent is so dependent on using their mana as efficiently as possible.
Yep.
Declaration in Stone is not a terrible idea either. We do remove that flyer, so that is nice.
So it's almost like, and again, we talked about how if they leave up 2 mana, even if it's even if they're not doing anything with that mana,
right?
It represents that Containment Priest. It puts Bushwalkie. Oh, nice. Baffling End on the Apparition.
Okay. If we find a way to remove Baffling End, we can receive a 3/3 dinosaur as well. So that would be. Ooh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. So we're going to be we've got the Archon out, so that's protection from white. It still taxes them. The Resplendent Angel. So Bushwalkie seems to have had that Resplendent Angel in hand, I think, for a couple of turns now.
I imagine so as well. I'm personally a fan of getting Maul of Skyclaves out on this turn and then holding up the 2 mana just so that we can give the impression that we have in our hand.
Yes.
Containment Priest, but we'll see. We'll see.
So what are our options here? If we were to play them all, yes, we've got a good attacks in, but I mean, it doesn't stop our opponent from kind of still gaining life next turn.
Right.
So I can see that. So what they've just done is they've just doubled down with the Archons there, which is interesting because now if their opponents were to make any sort of attacks at all, they have to pay 2 mana just for 1 creature to attack, right?
Right.
Which is...
it looks like we're having technical difficulties. Give me just a second. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yep, sounds good. So I can fly solo for a little bit. So we're going to let they are going to resolve the Maul. And that's going to pop onto the Archon. Oh, it's not. Okay, so it looks like they're just going to hit everything on the ground, going for 9 damage. And they're almost forcing their opponent out here to do something, make some sort of blocks. I mean, the Investigator also has First Strike, right? Interesting. Okay, so let's see what they do. All eyes on our opponent here. Come on, Bushwookie, what are you thinking? Bushwookie, one of the they're letting everything through. They're letting 9 damage through there. Bushwookie, one of the longer term subscribers on my channel, very close friend of mine now. And I think they're going to be frustrated in terms of how this has turned out. Skyclave Apparition down is good. They can only hit. Are they going to go for them all? They are going to go for them all. They're going to gain 1 life. Still got the Resplendent Angel up there, but All Mana has 2 creatures which can't be blocked. Bushwookie, my friend, I think you've got to attack with the Resplendent Angel. Oh no, they can't because they can't pay 2 mana. Ooh. And what do we have here? We have the Amara's Call. We can't pay for it though. We're 1 mana shy. Let's have a look. Going in for 2, no blocks. Bushwookie goes down to 3. Can they gain any life here? It's Coco or nothing, I think. All eyes on Bushwookie. We've had mana problems as well, it seems. Okay. All eyes on Bushwookie, checking all options. So what do they need? What do they need here? Good game. They've conceded. GG's. They had the Righteous Valkyrie, but it's not enough to block. It gains them 1 life, but it wasn't enough, sadly. Oh, how unfortunate there. Draws the Dunes. They could play. They could play the Angels out just to show, show face. No, it wasn't meant to be. Unlucky there, Bushwookie. Unlucky, my friend. What a great matchup there for All Mana. I mean, there was a couple of things there which I was a little bit unsure of at the time, but actually it makes complete sense when you've watched that game out. Bushwookie's going to be really upset that they came up against possibly one of the only decks in the format that actually shuts them down. Okay, completely. Both in terms of the Archons having that protection from white and also the tax to stop them from attacking in, and also having that Containment Priest, 2 of in the main deck and 2 of in the sideboard, which shuts them down from Coco as well, which is an alternative there from the Cage. So yeah, very good matchup.
Yeah, I was able to catch the tail end of that one. It was really, really solid. I loved being able to see how that game played out. Unfortunately, the opponent wasn't able to hit the mana that they needed to really make a difference, but they had still some really solid board presence, and it was just very, very exciting to see how everything played out. Good job on you, by the way, taking over and making sure that everything went as smoothly as possible, too.
I missed you, but it's good to have you back.
I'm here to stay, don't worry. I switched over to a different camera. I think that there was just Skype was not liking the camera I was using. So here I am in a different direction, probably.
At least we get to have a different look at your room.
Yeah, no, it's nice to mix it up for sure. Who doesn't want to see a nice, better backdrop of whatever the hell is going on back there? All right, so that was a solid game. So I did miss exactly the turn of events that led the game from going all the way into All Manor's favor. What was the thing that really was the kingpin in this deck, other than the board presence?
Yes, so the crux was when All Mana was able to get that second Archon down. And so what that meant is there was a turn where Bushwookie Shattered Dreams was going to attack in, but realized that he couldn't pay the 2 mana it would take just to attack him with 1 creature. So as I was saying to kind of chat before, not only is it the fact that they have the tax, but it's also the fact that they have the protection from white, which means very little can kind of come of that. And it's a shame, really. But that mono white list is very good, and actually I might be trying that myself tomorrow. It looks quite fun, right?
It does look fun. It looks fun to play. It looks like when you're using it against an opponent and you have all this opportunity for control, You don't really expect that from mono white. You're more expecting something aggro, but really you're just controlling the tempo of the gameplay. And I'm not excited to see it in ranked, but I am still excited to see more people build more of these decks. For sure, it's way stronger in historic than it's going to be in standard, but you know, who knows? Maybe someone will make something that really blows my socks off.
But to be fair, I mean, I've actually I think it's not as prevalent now, but at least maybe 3 or so weeks ago, I dabbled with mono white in standard 2. I think it's the Snow White build that uses the Snowlands with the Faceless Havens, which gets you lots of wins that way. And I think the 4 was using that as well as a means to get themselves into Mythic last season. So it looks like one of the things that I've noticed over the last month or so, which we've possibly not had previously with kind of previous sets, is that we are having this prevalence of mono-colored decks. Okay, so already today we've seen a couple of mono red decks, we've seen a mono white deck and the mono blue deck. And I think Autumn Burchett is actually playing in the MPL with mono black as well, mono black Ugin. So lots of kind of. Yeah, it's a little bit of a ramp deck as well. It's a little bit cheeky and uses Mastermind's acquisition to get things out of the sideboard to give you all of the options. So I've made that deck. I'm going to be playing a few games of that tomorrow.
Gotcha. Definitely. Okay. I'm excited to see it.
So I think we're looking for our next match. I don't know if that's going to take us onto Discord or through Twitch. But how are you finding the tournament so far? What's been your kind of highlight?
I honestly, earlier this game with that Coco pulling out those angels, that was the one that got me most excited. I saw that happening and I was just containing every urge in my body to just not yell and scream and hoot and holler like a goddamn delinquent. But I personally, as I've mentioned before, I don't have a lot of exposure to historic. So just seeing this and really your help as well, just kind of breaking down things for me, it's really nice. Let's see. I think it's okay. Of course, it's good being able to bounce off of you. Let's actually move over towards a quick break. We'll be back with some more gameplay soon. There are other matches that are still going, but our team is just looking to try to find someone that's going to be the best to bring to the table. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, guys. Hey guys, so we're back, and hopefully we're both back.
I look normal. Am I back? Can you see me? Am I flying around the screen again?
So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. We've had lots of fun so far, and we've still got a little bit more time as well before kind of our morning shift or evening shift for me ends, and Strider and MTG Girl take over. But what I thought we might do, actually, just as we kind of just while we're chilling for the last couple of games to end, sadly they're not streaming them live, so we can't show them to you guys, is perhaps just have a quick look at the top 8 and have a quick look at the kind of variation in deck lists to see what we're seeing, to see which decks are doing. Which decks are being very highly represented, and which decks we might have a little bit of surprise to see. So if we kind of looked for who is kind of doing great so far, we're seeing that in the top 8, predominantly, well, in the first 4, we're seeing lots of Jund Food.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, so we're still waiting for this round to finish. So this might be disrupted a little, but I don't know if there's any kind of completely undefeated players and what they're playing. I think the mono white list would kind of fit into that, of course, but we've already kind of covered that. But yeah, I mean, it's not really surprising to see this predominant amount of Jund Food. I mean, the first 3 games that we covered, we just saw it decimating the field.
Yeah, it had a lot of board presence with those decks. I'm personally not surprised to see those there. We see some other really nice options as well. There's the mono white that we just saw with All Manner, which is in the top, which I think definitely deserves to be up there. That was a really strong deck to go against. I'm hoping that as the games continue, we'll see more mono red aggro. We didn't really get to see a lot, and I really like the burst potential and the excitement that one can bring. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can see a little more.
We've got a deck list by Goblin Credible, which is mono red aggro. I'm not sure whether or not they were able to win their game in the end, but interestingly, they've been playing snow-covered mountains, so that they can seemingly just shoehorn in one copy of Faceless Haven. And now I don't think they're playing the snow mountains for anything else in the main. In the sideboard, they have got 3 copies of Frostbite. So having those snow-covered mountains instead of regular mountains means it's doing more damage to a target creature. But one kind of card that I saw in this mono red aggro list that I really wanted to kind of talk about is the return of Kari Zev, Skyship Raider. Do you remember this card?
I don't. I've seen it once before, but I know that this is a creature that has first strike and menace, and you can just create some monkeys with it, which I think is really fun and cool.
Yeah, so the monkey comes in as a 2/1 haste, already attacking, and we exile the token at the end of turn. Now, I was playing this deck list on my stream this morning, and I was having fun with it. So it puts your opponent into a weird position whereby they may only have kind of a couple of creatures on the battlefield, and so do they turn their attention to getting rid of Kari Zev, which is just on its own and quite a weak creature on its kind of base stats, or do they use some of those creatures to block the monkeys and preserve a little bit of damage that way? And it's just really fun to watch my opponents kind of move their blockers from one creature to another creature and then back again because of that level of uncertainty.
I really hope we get to see that. That sounds like a whole lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they're only running a 2 of, so we might not see it kind of always hit the battlefield, but it would be great to kind of get that level of kind of difference in the list.
For sure. I see also that in the top 8 we have a Sultai ramp deck that's being played. I'm taking a look at it now, but it looks like we've got some Golos in that one, Omniscience, lots of big cards, lots of cards that establish control of the deck as well. Like you have the Extinction Event, you have Final Parting, you have Alrund's Epiphany, Shadow's Verdict. I'm excited to see this one as well. Honestly, after being so turned off by Sultai Ultimatum, and then just seeing it again in this deck in a historic format, I'm actually a little intrigued just to see how it plays out and what it is that they would be digging for.
Yeah, so like for a time, for a couple of weeks, and still now, in all honesty, Sultai Ultimatum is absolutely running wild in standard. If you don't have the correct tools at the correct time, you are put on the back foot and you are losing those games. Of course, if you take that shell with the 4 copies of Emergent Ultimatum and you bring that over into historic, not only are you having a greater amount of cards which help you ramp into the ultimatum in the end in the form of, I think in this version there are 4 growth spirals, okay?
Right.
But you also have Explore to help with that ramp as well. And the creatures that you're able to access through the ultimatum, you've got a much kind of wider catalogue of creatures and spells to choose from in those activations. And as you quite rightly put, not only do you have creatures such as the Elder Gargaroth, which is also being played in standard, but you also have a creature which I completely forgot about, which came out in Jumpstart, I think, which is the Scholar of the Lost Trove. So when this enters the battlefield, you may cast a target instant or sorcery or artifact card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If an instant or sorcery card was cast this way, it could be put into your graveyard this turn, exile it instead. So it's just recursion after recursion after recursion, and you're just grabbing everything. And they're playing Omniscience as well, which means that you can cast spells from your hand without paying the mana cost. Right. So not only are you ramping into these huge spells, but ultimately you might be in a position where you don't need that mana at all, and you're just grabbing those creatures, grabbing those spells, playing them for free, and completely overboarding your opponent. Fantastic.
Awesome.
But scary.
All right. So I think that of the decks that we are seeing, I think we know what to expect with Jund Food. We know what to expect with Mono Red Aggro. We have an idea for Sultai Ramp. What about Selesnya Angels? We had a taste of it when we saw the opponent from our previous game was playing it, and they had the collected company, but unfortunately they didn't really get to take off so well. So what do you think we can expect from a Selesnya Angels deck that's in the top 8?
I think Selesnya Angels is a deck which has a lot of tools. So it has a lot of tools available to it to either combat these mono red lists that are kind of, dealing lots of damage because of the sheer life gain. If you've got lots of creature decks that are going wide, you're creating angels, you're creating tokens and going wide yourself. And if you've got lots of, against an opponent that's got lots of ground creatures, you're creating your high-powered creatures in the air and dealing damage that way. So it's a very utilitous deck. But as I think we saw with Bushwookie there are going to be times in those matches where you have that low level of hit points, and it can be quite touch and go. And then suddenly, just out of nowhere, and I think you said is one of your favorite moments of the tournament so far for you, and it's definitely one of mine. It can just explode. You can gain. I think you can gain kind of upwards of 40 life if you're playing, certain cards down at the right times in a single turn, and going in smashing going to be huge.
For sure. I'm excited to see a little bit more of it. We had a lot of shutdown from the previous deck, so we weren't able to see it into mono white, but I'm excited to see it into some other matchups too, especially matchups which depend on like Corval just getting bigger and bigger as the game goes on. And with Coco, you just flood the board so quickly the opponent doesn't even have a chance to respond.
Completely agree. And of course your opponents do have kind of certain tools in their arsenal, but it all goes back to the very first match that we saw in terms of you need to be leaving that mana up. Okay, so if you're leaving mana up, it's effectively taking an entire turn off just to hypothetically counter a spell which your opponent may or may not be playing.
For sure. All right, so we're getting ready for the next matchups now. It looks like game 5 or round 5 has begun. We're going to be moving over to a featured match that we have set up over on Discord. It looks like they're still getting set up. I got to look up and see what it is exactly that they are playing though. Let me just...
Yeah, we'll grab those deck lists. It looks like they're challenging their opponent now. I'm excited to keep casting this with you. It's been a really great experience, so thank you for that.
I thank you. This is my first experience with casting, and I genuinely just am having so much fun. You already know I love just talking, but being able to talk to you, it's so nice. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little bit cheesy for this, but A
little bit cheesy for that. Cheesy for that. Fantastic. The puns keep going. I think I've been able to fit in a couple of cheese puns actually that you've
that I've
missed.
Completely missed.
Yeah.
I'm so enticed by the gameplay. I'm just like obsessed with honestly just watching the game as it goes on. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at catching puns. Sometimes I do just straight up not even listen to it. I'll be real. I can't stand puns for the most part, but coming from you, they just sound so much sweeter. All right, so it looks like we're starting up on the game now. We are going Kang Breath versus Legion MTG PL. The Kang, or is it Kong? Regardless, they are playing a looks like a Jund deck, and Jund Food for sure. And they have that Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar in the opening hand. They've
got to mulligan this, sadly.
No way. I would keep this hand in a heartbeat. You'll get more mana. You have options for turn 1. You put down your Witch's Oven. If you don't hit mana, you can steal a creature. And or you can play your cat. If you hit mana, even better, you can do both. In my heart of hearts, this is the riskiest hand to keep. But come on, that payoff is going to be worth it. So long as you hit it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there is $125 on the line, which is a decent amount of money. So I don't know. I mean, they're certainly putting a lot of thought into it, aren't they?
I'd like to think so. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. They're weighing the pros and cons. They are gonna flip a coin.
Mm-hmm. I mean, okay. So, I mean, let's. I've got literally no idea. Surely you're making the snap decision on this, right?
I have to keep this. This is a deck that okay, here's my stance on this once and for all. If you have Cauldron Familiar and Witch's Oven in your opening hand, you win the game. Who cares if you don't get mana for the rest of it? This is just something that's a snap keep. 1 mana is scary, I'll admit. However, it's going to be all the sweeter when you can just put down your oven this turn. Next turn, you can claim the Firstborn, steal their Pelt Collector, and then just sack it for free. For free.
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of buying into your wisdom and your way of words. But it all depends for me whether or not we get that land off the top.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
This one looks like a cool deck. We're gonna be getting in some damage with okay. All right, this isn't looking as good anymore.
No. You've locked it in.
No, I've locked it in. We got our second mana, so we're winning.
Fantastic. I mean, for me, they've got to be taking the Pelt Collector here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take the Pelt Collector.
Pelt Collector has the means to continue to get bigger as the game goes on.
Agreed.
Burning Tree Emissary takes up space that serves absolutely no purpose now that she has generated that mana that she does. Pelt Collector, we're grabbing. We swing. If the opponent blocks,
they're not blocking here. They might be. Oh no, they contemplated it.
Yep, and look at that. We get that food.
Yeah.
Boom, shaka, laka. We're winning.
So we're going to be sacking the Fabled Passage, grabbing some, I would assume, green mana. It's the one mana color that we don't have in a minute. But we're going to be taking 6 damage first. Takes us down to 9.
Yep, for sure.
Get the kitty cat in.
Yeah. Okay. Volatile Berserker. Is that what that is?
I want to say it's Voltaic.
Brawler. Voltaic Brawler.
Yes.
Sorry, the quality is just so difficult to catch. 3rd mana, we've won the game.
What is this? How have you done? Yep. Okay. So 2nd Witch's Oven down. Oh, wait, they go for the Woe Strider.
Well, I would have put out the Cauldron Familiar, Trail of Crumbs, and then that way I could start. I mean, you have 2 blockers, and that's really, really good.
We have to remember that the Voltaic Brawler. Oh, here we go. 5 prophecy.
We are playing straight into their kill spell. You see, that's why I would have preferred the Cauldron Familiar, and then we could have put out the 2nd Witch's Oven as a worst case, so that we would have additional options for saving our asses, I guess.
Yeah, of course. We're going to be throwing the goat in front of the Burning Tree Emissary, taking 4. Going down to 5, and times are looking hard for us.
Yeah, it's kind of you know.
Where did you get this mana from?
I told you that you're just gonna top deck this for the rest of the game. Here's what's gonna happen: opponent's gonna put down their mana. They're gonna use their Binding of Old Gods to get rid of that Volatile Berserker. Brawler, I keep messing it up, and then finally we'll stabilize. Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing? Okay.
So
I think that getting the cat out now is important. Yeah.
So who would have thought at the start of this match that the opponent would be the ones that were mana screwed?
Right?
They do play 2 copies of Embercleave.
That's gonna be it's difficult to get Embercleave out if they don't get that 4th mana source or even another attacker, which unfortunately they missed.
Yep.
Last turn.
But if they did miss last turn, then that suggests that perhaps they've actually got something in hand that they can't play, which could be the Embercleave.
It could be the Embercleave, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Wait, so they passed without playing down the 2nd Witch's Oven, which means they want to draw from the trail.
Right, that would make the most sense. Oh, that causing me.
GG's.
But no, not yet. Wait, yeah, yes, yet. No, wait, no, not yet. They can block the Brawler They
because
sack
it
the
doesn't have
cat.
trample anymore, does
Right,
it?
exactly. It doesn't have trample because there's no energy counter that it can use. Cat hits the field. We live with 1 life.
And we get to draw Binding of the Old Gods on the Questing Beast next turn. Seems good. Woe Strider as well as a blocker.
Woe Strider, I think, would be a smart way to go. You're gonna chump block with Woe Strider, which sucks, but it's better than nothing at this point. Okay. So here's that feels bad. Okay, I wonder if we should shock in the stomping ground. Just kidding.
We can't. Oh,
No.
of course. So yeah, we could get. I mean, it all depends actually. We could get enough life to.
So what I think,
yeah.
Okay, I think that putting out the Woe Strider is the way to go. I think putting out the second oven is going to give us options to gain a little bit more life. Or it's not an ideal situation regardless. If they find a way to get an energy counter on their side, the game is pretty much over. If they have an Embercleave in their hand, the game is over. There's really...
Yeah. I feel they would have used... I feel if they had the Embercleave...
Right.
Did they win last turn if they had the Embercleave?
No, because you would have... Well, actually, they would have.
Yeah, so I think...
If they had done that instead of the Questing Beast. Maybe in their eyes, they're like, well, this is a win either way, so... Yeah, me too.
Can they let this happen? Oh, no. So they sack the cat, and then they can bring the cat back.
Because they have all that food.
Yep. Seems good. Oh, no, but they can't block the Questing Beast, though, right?
They cannot well, they can't block the Questing Beast, but they can continue to gain health this turn.
They can keep sacking the cat.
Exactly. They have to get at least 3 more hit points, which I think is completely manageable at this point.
Nice interactions there.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. And also, this is nice because they're just going to have those free turns to go ahead and try their best to get on the top of their deck something that they like. All right, go ahead and sack the cat. Yeah.
So you use the Woe Strider to sack the cat, bring the cat back.
Oh, Corvold seems so tasty here, but this is not the solution we need. What we need is to get rid of that Questing Beast. And Corvold is really just going to chump block.
We've got the binding in hand, though. I don't know. I'm not sure whether we are getting rid of the Corvold there. Because we can keep getting 2 life. Oh, God.
Oh, no. All that work for nothing.
Yeah. What a shame. Because they could have done it. But
it was so close. Dang it. And then we just move on to the next game. Good game. We did all that work. I wish they had put out Callie at first, and then we could have been like, I guess we could just pass it. Don't worry about doing all the work. Dang.
So are they bringing in both? So definitely bringing in the Noxious Grasp for me, because the Noxious Grasp deals with all of the green creatures.
They did bring in the Flame Sweep. Noxious Grasp.
I didn't see that. Yes.
Just like you said, Noxious Grasp is in. They still have their 4 Cauldron Familiars. They still have their 4 Witches Ovens. So we just need to... I think that the thing that stinks most about this game is that I was right, that they kept a solid hand because they continue to draw mana, they continue to draw answers. It's just that the other deck just moved so much faster.
Yep, but not only so much faster, but with more consistency as well, right?
Very true.
They were able to hit absolutely everything on curve, and they didn't even need the Embercleave. That Questing Beast was just sensational. I'm looking at the Gruul sideboard, and they've got 3 copies of Magma Spray, which I assume all of which are going to be coming in, aimed at the Woe Strider, aimed at the cats, making sure that they're exiled and not coming back from the graveyard.
they've got to be ready to play accordingly to this, especially with Cat being such a kingpin in this deck and a cornerstone to making sure that you can stay alive long enough to get Corvold out. They're going to have to be really, really smart about this Magma Spray just because of how damaging it is. I'm personally surprised that that is not a main board card, honestly. It's only one red mana to play and it does 2 damage. It's like a shock that exiles a creature.
Yes,
it's strong. I don't know why you wouldn't run that main board, but obviously it's coming in this game. The opponent definitely didn't need it for this previous match that they had, but for sure now they will. I guess we keep this hand. I don't personally love it. You don't have an oven, so it's already a losing hand.
So their opponents are playing Llanowar Elves, right? So keeping a Fatal Push. So if their opponent keeps a rocky hand because they've got Llanowar Elves in, or because they've got what else are they playing? Oh, so they're not playing the Goose, are they? No. So I mean, even with Llanowar Elves, if they keep a rocky hand, you've got the Fatal Push, which could potentially put them off of a turn 2 or a turn 3 play.
Right.
So for me, that's good and that works. What do they do here? Goose. Are they playing 9 Cats as well?
I would play the cat, just in case they have to sack the cat. They have an option to bring the cat back. But I'll be real, I think the opponent is just going to do their best, or sorry, we're going to do our best to keep Gilded Goose on the field because we need that 3rd mana source. And using the food to bring back the cat at this point, probably not going to be the best call. Okay, Bone Crusher is connecting. The Goose is gone. The Goose is loose, y'all.
The Goose is loose. Trail of Crumbs.
All right. Trail of Crumbs. We're going to get at the additional food token. We missed our mana drop, unfortunately. We were not able to do anything exciting this turn by putting out the Woe Strider. Only reason being explicitly because we lost our 3rd mana source with the Goose being destroyed. I know that their deck, the opponent's deck, is going to have a lot of hasty creatures.
Yes.
Thankfully, this was not one of them. That is okay. All right, we won. We won the game.
So we've got the Witch's Oven and the Claim. I mean, if I were in the opponent's position, or sorry, if I were in King's position, I keep mixing the two up. I would use the Witch's Oven. I'd use the Claim the Firstborn to take the Brawler and then just deal that face damage straight up and then just sack with the Oven. You do run you run the risk of your Cauldron Familiar being left out, but that's some free damage and removal. And with a deck where you're already behind on mana, I don't know. So what they're probably thinking here, and I completely agree with your take. I think sorting yourself out in the immediacy might be the better deal here. But I think what they're thinking here is let's attack in. Oh, I'm not even sacking the Oven there. I'm letting it die so that I can use one of the tokens to bring it back and then sack it again. Right. But I think what they're thinking is the Fatal Push will kill. Oh, are they drawing now? Oh, very clever. Okay. Land.
They definitely need that land, so they really should not pass it up. As juicy as it would be to have another Oven on the field.
Agreed.
Okay.
That's a nice little play there.
It was pretty clean. So the Fatal Push does not work on this creature, does it? Because I think that it's supposed to be.
No, it does. Oh. It's only a 2-mana creature. It's a very powerful 2-mana creature, but a 2-mana creature
that does 4 damage a turn. 4 damage with trample.
Yeah, it's just the weird mana cost for it. It's 1 red and 1 green, which is what makes it so. So they waited for their turn so that they would use up one of the energy counters, which I guess could be meaningful.
I think that's smart.
Second one.
Oh, we got another one. Okay, and now we steal.
Do we get a land off the top? Because if we do, we can go for Woe Strider and then Claim, and then we can scry with it.
Too. I like that call. We can keep the Oven open so that when the opponent is going to try to, there's our mana. Okay, so I would absolutely put down the mana, grab the Brawler, play the Woe Strider.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Let's see how this one plays out, though. I don't want to be a backseat gamer. I'm doing my best over here. But I'm like, I'm finally watching this game, a Jund game, from the perspective of the Jund player. So of course I'm gonna have opinions on how it's played. Ooh, I'm not a big fan. I personally think it's better to claim the firstborn first, just in case they do like a kill spell and kill the Woe Strider.
The magma spray, for example, that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, it's better to claim and then to use the Woe Strider just in case. It turned out to be good for us in the long run, just reason being we were able to resolve both without any issues.
Mm-hmm.
And then, no, okay. Okay, all right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be backseating on you. I'm sure they can't hear me, but I'm still a big nervous wreck when it comes to the kind.
Oh, they wanted to keep that on top. So they're thinking ahead now. They're thinking, okay, so what happens when I need to play Gigantha? Do I need Gigantha onto the battlefield to close this out? Mm-hmm. I would say that looking at the deck list, Gigantha is definitely advantageous. It gives a solid blocker against the Questing Beast.
Yeah, for sure. And so then you can tap it down to get them on it as well. Okay.
Oh, of interest, there's 4 copies of Collected Company in this list. Oh, a scoop.
Oh, they scooped. I think that they've pretty much seen that they don't really have a lot of options to play around the cat being on the field. Otherwise, they would have probably shocked it by now. So they just said, not even worth wasting the time. Let's just go next game.
Good point there.
I'm realizing that on our side, we took out 2 of our Corvolds.
Yeah, so I was literally just loading up the deck list just because I was wondering whether we was playing 1 Corvold and had 2 in the sideboard, but no, we did take out 2 of the Corvolds, which I can understand. I can understand that. I think what we will do against Gruul is we lose against Gruul if we don't establish our board presence first, and if we don't kind of remove as much as we can do of our opponent's creatures and utilities. There's no point us playing down the Corvold as early doors if it means that we're having to get rid of our own lands, etc., because our opponent's going to overwhelm us. Right. So potentially a good play, but like removing one of your win cons from your deck always feels bad, right?
It feels very dangerous, but I think that if you're smart about how you are boarding in the cards that you are boarding, even if you're taking out the thing which is considered your win con and you're putting in something that could be conceivably stronger with a specific matchup, I think is the way to go, regardless of whether or not it is like the most expensive thing you got. Okay.
So a good opening.
I'm a fan of this opening. The only thing I don't love is the fact that every turn they're going to be shocking inland, and King Breath is going to be very I doubt that they're going to be thrilled by like having so much of their life reduced, but at the same time it's kind of necessary.
Ooh. So that's I completely agree with you, and it's kind of the danger that you run when you want to play decks that have more than 2 different types of mana, right? The Noxus Grasp though is a fantastic utility card here.
Absolutely, that's going to be huge if they play really any creature leading up to like this next coming turn. They're gonna that's just gonna be popped immediately. And we played the Trail of Crumbs this turn, which I think is a good way to go. I think that getting that onto the field without any interruption and making sure that we can have opportunities for draw. We can play the Stomping Ground next turn tapped so that we're not paying the life for it.
Cloth is yeah. So I was just about to say there's 3 cards that we've not seen from our opponents just yet.
Right.
The Clothis, which now we have, Gruul Spellbreaker, and also the Brushfire Elemental, both of which have haste and can overwhelm us on the board.
Right. I'm not excited to see that either. I feel like the moment that hits the field, it's gonna be a hard game to fight against. I'm
just wondering, do we have a way to get rid of the Clothis? And I don't think we do.
Not as far as I know. We would need some sort of exile effect because Clothis is indestructible, and unfortunately,
we were essentially waiting for it to turn into a creature so that we can claim it.
Yes.
and sack it.
Yep.
So yeah, we're not getting rid of it.
What on earth? Okay. I don't. Okay.
So I think the reason being here is that they're going to try and Coco.
Oh no, 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 no. Let's see what comes out. Oh no.
So it's definitely not a whiff. They've
No.
they're spending enough time choosing.
Yeah.
They can always sack the food and draw with it.
Oh, okay. Of all the things that they could grab,
That's not bad at all.
That's not bad. They could have gotten a lot more on the field since you're looking at the top 6 cards of your deck, you know?
So earlier you said a 2-mana 4/3 was very underpriced. What's your thoughts on a 4-mana 4/3 in that instance with having to pay the cocoa cost instead of the red and the green?
I can't say for sure. I mean, obviously, you always want to choose the collected company over anything else because you're getting rid of cards you don't need, and then you're trying to fill the board with cards you do need. And even if it's a whiff, you're moving, like, for example, if it was a bunch of mana that was on the top, you're getting rid of all of that. So you're removing the chance of. I'm trying to figure out how they play this. Yeah.
A braid seems good.
I think so, especially considering that. What?
Okay, so they're just going for a trade, I guess. Oh wait. Oh no, they waited for they waited to see if they because they can't play the Embercleave. Interesting.
No, they don't have enough to play Embercleave.
Okay, that seems fine. Let's go with that. I don't know whether I'm playing. So they're keeping the Abrade obviously for I'm assuming the Embercleave.
So yeah.
I'm probably firing the Abrade off there because if they were to play a Questing Beast down, the Noxious Grasp is just such a more effective card at removing. And so they're gaining life, but they can't pay the 1.
Too bad.
But they kind of do need the life, I guess.
They really do. Corvold is going to be entering the field this turn, I believe, and that's going to be a really excellent opportunity to, gain a little bit more control over the board. The opponent does have Coco mana up, so I'm kind of scared to see what they do pull this time around.
Yeah. I think we've just got to sit back and watch this pan out, right? Because both players are seemingly doing the right things. It's just that sometimes, and that's the beauty of this game, and that's why we love this game, is that even if you are playing correctly and you're doing absolutely everything in your power to get ahead, sometimes you're just gonna get overwhelmed by your opponent.
For sure. Okay.
What do we sack here?
I feel like the goat is the way to go. I mean, it's just sitting there.
Oh, they go for land.
Okay. All right, sure. I mean, they could potentially keep the goat up so that they can try to get or Scryfer to see what they can put on the top. Also, no, I was just gonna say that the Clothis can exile the Swamp from our graveyard and has a chance to get a little bit more mana at the beginning of the opponent's upkeep.
Good point.
Yeah. I don't think it really matters at this point because obviously they're doing better on mana than we are, and there's the second collected company.
There's the Coco you spoke about. Yep. And that's a lot better hit.
Yep, that's a lot better. Gruul Spellbreaker is a fantastic card for its cost. It's got trample on your turn. You have hexproof. It's such a strong card.
And if they turn everything sideways here, that screams Embercleave.
Yep.
Energy Emissary.
Of course. If they... Ooh, that's right.
Okay, so we can survive this.
As long as there's no Embercleave, we can survive this. But if they turn... Okay, they have Embercleave. Oh, no, I love how it's like, oh yeah, totally Embercleave. We just know this. And of course we're completely tapped out, so we have no way of removing
We
any
saved the
creatures.
Abrade as well. We saved the Abrade.
Yeah, we got that Abrade still. Oh.
No.
Okay. All right.
In response? Yeah.
Embercleave? Embercleave? Bone
Stomp.
Crusher.
Well, no. Wait, don't we stomp the Corvold?
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't stomp Corvold.
So stomping the Corvold kills the Corvold.
Right.
Oh, well, no. So we could have so if it's stomped the Corvold, then we could have sacked we could have sacked the other creature in response, which would have buffed the Corvold.
Right.
So played it correct. Okay. 7/7 Corvold. Office dealing 2 damage as well. Takes us down to 9.
Right.
Gets rid of the Woe Strider.
That's a very smart choice, getting rid of Woe Strider so that we don't have a chance to exile it later. Okay, Bone Crusher. They're going to be hard casting the Bone Crusher. Is that the same Bone Crusher from last turn where they did the stomp?
Yes.
Okay. Closest hits the field. Once again, we are unfortunately in a position where...
So we definitely know this time that our opponent doesn't have Embercleave.
Right, because they don't have 2 red mana open. They have 1 red and 1 green.
Correct. So actually...
either they whiffed it or they did not... or they just don't have it. I don't know why they're attacking with Llanowar Elves. I really don't.
So, yeah, so for me here, I'm putting the Goose in front of Llanowar Elves.
Right.
Maybe the Woe Strider in front of the Bone Crusher Giant, and then the Corvold in front of the Cloffice. Ooh, 2 damage. Deals 2 damage to us.
Yeah.
And then we're taking the... the
Cloffice is
very
taken
clever.
out. All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Hangbref is so much better player than myself, certainly. You know?
For sure. So the good news here is that we can put out the Cauldron Familiar this turn. It's... Oh man, having Corvold on the field is fantastic, especially when you're playing into a second cat. What a wonderful day. So all right. 1 familiar hits the field. We will be able to start using that to stabilize and gain a little bit of health. We have 1 cauldron the witch's oven, so we will be able to... Oh my gosh, we're just gonna pump up Corvold big, huh?
Second oven.
Oh, that Mayhem Devil looks so good.
All
right.
It's all getting a little bit too familiar here, I think, if we play the second one. Mayhem Devil. Do we draw?
Why not? I mean,
why not?
Why not? We're already doing solid. We're gonna fill up our board. We're good.
We are good. We are good indeed. And I think this is going to be the second Witch's Oven comes down. Well, we're just drawing for days now.
Yep.
Yeah, pinging face seems good.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, that Corvold's just getting big.
Yeah, it is.
The opponent says good game. We're giving the good game back. If they want to scoop, they do.
A scoop there.
That is it. That was.
Oh, that's that was probably one of the better rounds that we've seen in terms of the kind of ebb and flow of the matches. You know,
for sure. It felt like the game could go either way. That was really strong.
Yeah. And as we were saying in the first match that we cast together, getting that Corvold down is the game winner. You know, It's doing everything. It's presenting a threat. It's giving you a blocker, and it's drawing you cards. And then when it gets to that stage, I mean, you're drawing 3 or 4 cards a turn off of those cats, and your opponent can't do anything about it.
Right? It's fantastic. And that's why I was so surprised that they were taking out the Corvold and that they only ran the 1, and they happened to still get it out on turn 5. I think that that's fantastic, and the probability of that happening is not very high, especially when, you know, it's supposed to be something that is a cornerstone in your deck and you're supposed to run 3 of them. You move down to the 1, so you can make some options, or you can present some options that are better for quickly addressing the threats. It just worked. It was so cool. Yeah,
it's really good to see, and I've spoken about it before on my stream in terms of there's certain decks at the minute that are just showing that level of resilience, which not only is fantastic for you as a player, but it's also great for us watching those games. In that, yes, I thought a couple of times there that the Jund player was down and out.
Yeah.
But fighting back is just huge, and especially that turn where they were able to sacrifice the creature to take out the enchantment god
Right.
from combat during the combat step.
That was really well done. And honestly, I think that having the 2 Cocos in a row, one of which just didn't hit a whole lot of anything, and the second one, it hit those 2 creatures that were really, really good. Like for what was already on the board, they were pretty good, beefy options. You know, it was something that very well could have gone in either way, but it was very well navigated. So well done. I think that was a very fun game to watch. And you said it before that there was good ebb and flow, and I wholeheartedly agree. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like, while we're pulling up lists, I think that we're going to be able to move on to another game, which is going on now. I'm taking a peek at it, and let me give you a quick hint. It looks like the player is yeah, we got a Clover, feeling a little lucky. It is a Temur Adventure deck, it looks like. This one is being played by Neri Neto against Andrew Rules.
Yeah, so this is a deck which is very much doing the rounds, and I played against it this morning on the ladder, and I was lucky enough to beat it. It seemed to be strong, but missing potentially a couple of components just to have that kind of wow factor in the end. I'm not sure whether I got lucky or if my opponent had a couple of bad beats. But it looks like we've joined on game 3, 1 game apiece. Opponent on seemingly blue-white control. Brazen Borrowers there.
That's a really difficult game to play against, to be honest. You know, you have all that mana open. They only have 2 cards in hand, but you can always kind of assume what it's going to be. It's going to be a Shark Typhoon, or it's going to be a counter spell. So attacking isn't an option, and you have to be smart and safe about how you play around what the opponent has too.
Yes, completely agreed. Of interest, Neri seems to only have 1 blue mana open, so they're not getting the Brazen Borrower down onto the battlefield to block Andre's Brazen Borrower, which is good. And they can attack him with the 1/1s, but they can activate the castle to generate those 1/1 blockers, which, you know, if they hit the Llanowar Elves, that's probably for the best, right? It takes Neri off of mana, and it also means that if they are to play like a Lovestruck Beast down, it reduces the chance of that Lovestruck Beast being able to attack in. So, interesting game.
This is interesting so far. I wish that we could have seen a little bit earlier just to see what led to this point, because it's pretty clear that on our side, we're struggling to hit that second blue mana source, so it's going to be hard to play the Brazen Borrower that we already have in exile. I imagine that I have no idea how many other creatures were on the board, but playing against Azorius, I assume that there was a lot of tempo that's going on the other side.
Yeah, completely agree. And I'm looking at the deck list now for the Azorius control. 4 copies of Teferi, 2 Narsets, 1 Dream Trawler, and as you kind of rightly mentioned a couple of minutes ago, 4 copies of Shark Typhoon.
Of course.
So yeah, it's a beautiful deck as always. In the sideboard, interestingly, they've got 1 copy of the Baneslayer Angel, which is the kind of upgraded Lyra Dawnbringer, right? It's the 5/5 flying first strike lifelink.
Yeah, that's a really strong creature to play. You know, the protection from demons and from dragons is really nice, especially if you're playing into, like, for example, Corval. That is a dragon, so you can like defend against that, and then if he's weak enough, then you would be able to like actually stop him completely. But for me personally, I don't know if like I don't know, 5 mana for this creature in an Azorius deck, I don't know if I personally am a fan of. Only reason being, you want creatures that aren't going to cost as much. So maybe Dream Trawler, well, it does cost more, but you have that card draw advantage. And once it hits the field, it's very difficult to remove.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. So we've gone for the Expansion Explosion. Maybe we're going to use this in conjunction with the Pulse of Marasa to get 2 cards back. But if we do that, it feels like it might be too little too late if that's the case.
With Pulse of Marasa, don't you also gain life once you use that?
Is that 6? Is it the 6 life you gain from that?
Yes, you gain 6 life.
Yes.
So theoretically what they could do is they could gain 12 life, they could draw or return to their hand 2 cards. If one of them is blue mana, they might be back in the game. But oh, all right. Top deck, we have a pathway. The Tide Channel is going to be the one that hits the field. We finally have our second blue mana source.
Nice.
The opponent clearly has mana open. They can either use it to generate the token creatures with Castle, or they could also have at their disposal a counter spell that would absolutely just slow this deck down completely.
So I'm tempted here to attack in for 1, because if your opponent activates the castle, it's a little bit indicative of them not having counter magic open.
Yeah, that might be the way to go, I think, as well.
Oh, what we're going for? We're going for an Innkeeper, which obviously draws us cards. Waiting for our opponent's response.
Okay. The opponent does not have a response. We could play the Edgewall Innkeeper, followed by the Brazen Borrower, probably on the opponent's turn, just so that we can try bamboozle them a little bit. And worst case, we can keep the mana open still. Ooh, not a fan of this. With the Aether Gust, the opponent, the opponent forced us to put the Edgewall Innkeeper at the top of our library. Like I said, for a control deck, this is denying the draw for the next turn, and it is also denying the creature. I think that, let's see.
So we've got options.
Yeah,
we've got options. A part of us is thinking, okay, so let's keep the expansion open in case our opponent does anything and we need to, copy it and potentially counter it. We could play the Fae of Wishes down, but perhaps Neri might be being slightly greedy here in that they might be waiting for the Innkeeper before they play the Fae.
I don't love the Fae being bounced back to the hand. I get that it's going to stop the damage, but you're also giving the opponent opportunities to bounce more of your permanents, which will hit the field soon. Yeah,
of course.
I would have wanted to get rid of that. What is that? The enchantment that just turned into a land. That would have slowed them down a little bit to get that extremely beneficial land on the field.
Yeah, because they're going to be having a look through their deck, being able to kind of pick and choose at their own whim, almost an effective card that's going to play a role here. Yes.
Yeah, the Searcher for Azcanta is the land or the enchantment that turned into the Azcanta land, and that one you can pay theoretically 4 mana, and you can just look at the top 4 cards of your library and just add something to your hand, which if you're playing a control deck is really good.
It's good. You can pick and choose as you want, and you can pick the card which is going to be most effective for that situation.
Exactly. And then if you have garbage on the top of your hand, you can just get rid of the garbage. If it's 4 land in a row, you've cleared that 4 land. Ooh, so they've grabbed a Commit Memory.
Okay, so I was just there on my screen trying to close the revealed card box because it was in the way, but it's not my screen. It's I've done that a couple of times.
Yeah, I've done that too. All right, so once again, Commit is great because it is denying the draw for the next turns. Are we going to expansion that spell? Is that the play? All right. It does deny the... I think that it's fine. Getting Edgewall onto the field should probably take the priority at this point because we really desperately need that draw. But the opponent, of course, has another counterspell available. Yeah. So
So I kind of guess at the end of the day, we are forcing our opponent to use their counterspell. So was it the best play in the world? No. Has it actually panned out? Potentially, right? Because now we've got two Brazen Borrowers in the adventure space that we can play down without worry that it's going to get countered, or until our opponent, brings out another counter.
Yeah, or until they flash out their own Brazen Borrowers to act as chump blockers. Because right now it's not necessarily neck and neck, but in terms of life totals, we're very, very close to one another. The opponent could do something very tricky and just essentially allow themselves to get ahead. And fortunately, with a control deck, that's not difficult to do.
No, not at all. I mean,
think that's the play here.
The Innkeeper's there.
Yeah.
The Innkeeper's
there. We know they do not have the counter spell. We know that they have the means for playing the Brazen Borrower as a creature. Oh, excuse me. We could play both Brazen Borrowers. We can just use our Brazen Borrower to bounce back the Brazen Borrowers, and then they're going to be able to bounce again. That's just...
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, I think we trade the Brazen Borrowers because that's one of their win cons, right?
For sure.
They're going to win this either by the Brazen Borrowers in the air or just by making loads of 1/1s with the Castle Arden Vales, which is another viable strategy.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
They're using the Field of Ruin to remove our second blue mana source, and honestly, I think.
I'm just having a quick look through. Okay, so it looks like in our deck list we've got 6 forests, 3 mountains, and 3 islands. So it's not going to be like we're short on mana to choose from.
Yes, so it's good that we were able to find a second blue source. And if we need to, we're able to tap the blue land that was getting destroyed and flash out the Brazen Borrower. And now we have mana open to play Petty Theft if we really need to. The only issue that stands is that we really want the opponent to play something that is not Brazen Borrower to bounce back to their hands. Because once again, that's just going to be the same song and dance.
Correct.
What I would love to see, honestly, is if they played... Okay, sure. if they played more creature tokens and we just bounce those back, or that secret card that they have in the hand, I would love to know what sort of Wrath of God is hiding over there.
Do we just play the Beanstalk?
Okay. In my opinion, I think that if you put out the Lucky Clover Beanstalk, you get the 2 free mana, so the Lucky Clover pretty much already pays for itself, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
So we don't know what the opponent has, and that's the scary part. If they counter the Lucky Clover, that's just wasted mana.
So this pause, we can't tell what this pause is about, right? Because they have the Castle Arden Vales, they've got the activation of the Azcanta Sunken Ruins.
Which it looks like they're going to activate the Azcanta so they can try to grab something that could offer a solution. A Dovin's Veto would be nice. Cast Out. When Cast Out enters the battlefield, exile non-land permanent. Oof.
So Cast Out sucks for our Beanstalk Giant.
At least we have the opportunity to finally start ramping, which is nice.
Ooh. Okay, I was going to say perhaps they've got a counter, but they've got... Oh, okay. So Irrigated Farmland, which is cycled, but they can also cycle the Castaway. Not that they would, but they can, and that's what's going to give you the pause.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So now they have the means of flashing out the Brazen Borrower as a defender.
I mean, taking the 3, ooh. I don't know if I can take the 3 there.
I don't either. Like I said, we're neck and neck, so every little bit of chipping away health does count. I think that we're just trying to beat that spell in the hand. Oh, Dream Trawler! Called it! That is such a strong card. And that is going to be so hard to deal with from here on.
How do we deal with that? I mean, we can. It's a fairy, okay. So we can get the Cast Out of their hand, right? because we can go to Brazen borrow the Dream Trawler and the Teferi, and they might tap the Dream Trawler in response, sack the cast out, keep the Dream Trawler. Does it give Dream Trawler hexproof? It does, doesn't it?
Yes. So the way the Dream Trawler works, if you so the way the Dream Trawler works is you can tap Dream Trawler and discard a card in your hand, and the Dream Trawler will receive hexproof until end of turn. So
going for it.
They did it. It was smart to do what they did there, which was to point at the Teferi first.
Because it's the copy, yes.
Yes, the copy was the one that was denied, so we can still play the Brazen Borrower as a creature. However, the one thing that's about the Dream Trawler that's genuinely very tricky to deal with is the fact that like you're going to be getting some very strong draw for the rest of the game. So no matter what you do to try to remove Dream Trawler from the field, unless you have a board wipe, that is going to be really difficult to do, because they're just going to continue drawing cards under every circumstance. And there is an absorb on the other side too.
Yeah, there's. I was just thinking, would it not be best to? I mean, the Beanstalk Giant is doing nothing at the minute, right? Would it not be best to keep the two Brazen Borrowers to double block the Dream Trawler? But I mean, this is GG's, because obviously the opponent absorbs the Brazen Borrowers.
Yep. If you only have enough mana to pay for one Brazen Borrower, if you absorb it, then that is it. I think that in hindsight, it might have been smarter. They did have the mana available to play the double Brazen Borrower on the opponent's turn, but you know, they definitely didn't expect the counterspell to be on the top. They, you know,
of course,
you can't really, in hindsight, you can't sit there and be like, oh well, they should have, because
no, of course not.
Yeah, of course. Oh, well, it was a good game regardless. It was very, very fun to watch, even though we only caught the tail end of it. And even so, you know, it was just a blast to see. Sorry, I'm spamming in chat real quick.
Fantastic. Is that for a giveaway?
No, probably not, but it is letting our resident mod Iced Yoshi know that he's absolutely not a bot.
Fantastic.
Absolutely not. This stream is on a 2-minute delay, just so you know. But you were saying?
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know how many more games are left of the. I don't know how many more games are left of the round. It sounded like those two went by quickly, but I don't know if that's just because we was enjoying the games, or whether or not they were over quickly.
Time flies when you're having fun. It seems like round 5 is officially over, and I think that the mods are generating the pairing rounds for round 6 as we speak.
Fantastic.
What is one matchup we haven't seen yet that you really want to see?
I don't know if there's. I'm actually going to go and quickly check to see if there's a list. But I was wondering if there was a mono green list.
I didn't see any yet. Let's see if there is. Let's see.
I don't think there is. But it looks like that was our last game that we were commentating together.
Oh, so it sounds like we're gonna have to be watching from the stands with everybody else. How exciting!
It does. I mean, I've just got to apologize to Twitch chat, because there's going to be a lesser Beard appear as a commentator. But I guess I'll just have to make do, you know?
You guys throw so much shade. I can't even. Regardless, it was an absolute blast being able to talk about Magic with you, Dean. Thank you so much. Thank you to the entire team as well for making this production possible. It was so fun to be able to watch all these fantastic creators and builders and Magic players just duke it out and have fun. Congratulations to everybody who has made it this far. Good luck to the folks that are trying to take home it all. And then, yeah, I'm not good at outros, so that's where I'm just going to stop the sentence.
Completely agree. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me, and also Jaffa and the team for letting me commentate with Mario. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Strider Stone and MTG Girl, who are going to be looking at the end of this round and then hopefully into the top 8 as well. So we will catch you guys a little bit later.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Take care. Aloha. Bye. Throwing it every way I know.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Gouda Wars number 69, or whatever number this is. 2? Is this 2? I think it's 2. Yes, Gouda Wars number 2. My name is Strider Stone, aka the Mayor of Sodium City, aka the Bearded Buster, aka the Math Wizard. And of course, I am joined by the fantastic MTG Girl. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. How has everything been on your neck of the woods in the TikTok world?
Oh, it's been just fine. I guess for people who don't know me, I go by MTG Girl, aka Demir Sucks, aka Karn's Princess. So
True.
Call me any of those names. Yeah, things have been pretty good.
That's good. All right, so I think we are coming in midway in this game. It is still game 1, but we have Hang Breath versus Toby. It is a Jun Food matchup, or Jun Sack, Jun Food, whatever you want to call it. Either way, it is invigorating. There's lots of roping, lots of sacking, lots of foods, lots of kitties, lots of ovens.
Awesome. I haven't had dinner yet, so this is perfect.
I know, right? How exciting. The one thing I will criticize for this matchup is the fact that it will always take so long, because the amount of triggers that you have to click through for Cauldron Familiar and the oven and the food just takes so long. And then when you have Mayhem Devil out, you also have to target something with the Mayhem Devil trigger. So you're just using so many triggers over and over and over again. But on top of that, there's just so much math involved. You have to make sure that you either get Exactsies or you kill the creatures that you need to kill, whatever it is.
Thank God we're on Arena, because it counts for you. No, I haven't.
Yeah, I've never played it. I'm not a fan of the deck. I've played against it many of times, but I've never actually played it.
Yeah, I don't have the patience for that. Although I do play token landfall, so I'm lying. But
Token Landfall? Which one is that?
like with insect tokens, a Scute Swarm.
Oh, okay. It's kind of funny. You just gotta mutate it with something and then make infinite copies of something else.
Oh yeah. You know me. You don't, but
yes, we'll pretend.
But I do be doing that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I think it depends on who gets Corball down first. And obviously killing a Mayhem Devil, I'll be killing Mayhem Devil on King Breast's side is extremely important. Because now there's like no pressure.
Yeah, they're kind of both playing the same deck.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just like who gets what they need
Get the
first.
Corball up first. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a double trouble. King Breath still has a little bit of an advantage, just a little bit more of a board presence. However, going up against 2 ovens instead of 1. And there is a Corvald in Toby's hand. Let me actually go into Kang's stream real quick to see. Kang has a Binding of the Old God, or Binding the Old Gods, and a Woe Strider, and a 3rd cat. Oh,
Ooh, I hate Woe Strider.
What? Why is
my
everyone
biased
hate
point of
Strider?
view?
What is
It's
this
so
all about?
annoying. It's like, I get it. You can sacrifice creatures. Like, get over yourself, right?
Man, everyone hates
That's
Strider.
just me, though.
So what do you think that King, since King has Binding the Old Gods, do you think saves it specifically for Corvald? Or do you think they go directly after the Trail of Crumbs to kind of cut off the card draw?
It would be a big play, actually, but I don't know. Like, he might not know he has a Corvold in hand, but he doesn't have, like, he might have the mana soon.
Yeah, they know that they have it in the deck, because it is open deck list, right?
Well, yeah, of course, he knows it's there, but he doesn't know it's in hand.
Correct. But that's the thing. You have to find out. Well, hold on. Toby, how many is Toby actually running? That's the question. Or 4. All right. So there's 4 in Toby's deck. So the chances of them getting it
Pretty high.
So I would say, for me, if I was in Kang's situation, I would probably keep up Binding the Old Gods. However, they're hovering. Kang is hovering. Oh. No. Like, bring it onto the battlefield, putting it back in hand. Bring it into the battlefield, putting it back in hand.
What's he doing here? Okay. Cool.
Oh, still going for it. Ugh.
Oh, there it is.
It's a risky play.
Will it be worth it? We'll find out very shortly.
All right, cat coming down.
Okay, he's got another cat.
So what did Toby just draw? What's going on over there?
Toby just drew another cat.
Oh my gosh.
So not
two
really.
Cats and 2 ovens.
Yeah, and he's got another oven in hand.
Oh my gosh.
And a Trail of Crumbs in hand as well. He's gonna play Trail of Crumbs, it looks like.
Makes sense. How much is Corval? Is Corval 6 mana? I actually don't even remember.
He's 5, and you gotta pay a swamp, a volcano. What is it? Mountain.
Yes, volcano. We're going for volcano. Space explosion, one of those. And a happy little tree.
Yeah, happy little.
So that should definitely be coming out next turn, I would assume. But now Toby may be worried about a second binding. Because of the fact, because if I was in Toby's position, I would not have expected Binding the Old Gods to hit that Trail of Crumbs, because he knew that Toby had another Trail of Crumbs in hand. So it almost signals that there's another Binding the Old Gods in Kang's hand, which is not true.
Like it's a throwaway.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So,
maybe he just didn't think about it, you know? Like
it depends on both players' thought process. So I'm interested to see what happens here. So 2 Woe Striders now and another cat.
Yeah, someone said, how do I root for both players to lose?
Right? The best. So basically they both have to get the win condition for both of these.
Cat for
Are these
cat?
identical decks?
I think they are. Like someone said, they said it was mirrored Jund, right?
Or okay, no.
No?
Not quite. So Toby's deck only has 2 Woe Striders, and Kang's deck has 4 Woe Striders.
Ah,
One
I
difference.
think I'm Team Toby.
And Toby has a Vraska Golgari Queen. So 4 mana Vraska, I do big fan of Vraska.
Respect.
None of that coming from Kang's side of the board. Let's see what else are the differences? 4 claims coming from, obviously. So if you're running 4 Woe Striders, you definitely want to run 4 Claim the Firstborns, because you have a lot more sacrifice outlets than just the 4 ovens, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Okay.
Second Trail of
Interesting. Green. What will they do next?
Good question.
Right?
Junk food making me hungry.
That's facts, yeah. I've got 2 bubble teas here on the go.
Sounds amazing. Oh, picking up a 3rd trail. So I think that Kang is either fishing for a... See, if I was Kang, I would have definitely cracked that Fabled Passage, because you're either searching for a Corvald or you're searching for a Mayhem Devil. I don't think there's anything else you're really searching for. You're searching for a win condition.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because you have enough lands to do everything you want. You have 3 Cauldron Familiars. I mean, you have everything you need. You have your sack outlets. There's 2 Woe Striders in hand. I mean, seriously, anything that kills.
Yeah. I think he's searching for his will to live right now.
Toby's looking for something too, yeah.
Okay, so he's choosing whether he's going to reveal Corvold. Nope. Okay. With the land.
Interesting.
I guess he didn't want to reveal he has Corvold. Interesting.
Why do you think that is? Because Toby has another one in his hand.
I don't freaking know. Because that would have been a play too. He could have like played it, and then if he killed it, just play another one. I don't know.
Exactly, right? Having a backup is usually the best play.
Yeah.
It's a win condition and you're this late in the game. You said there's a 3rd oven in Toby's hand?
Yep.
Yeah, that's so much sacrifice outlay. It just gets huge.
Yeah. Maybe he's just like 3,000 IQ.
That's definitely possible. Who knows? There could be so many wrinkles on the brain that it looks smooth.
Yeah. Honestly.
It's just one giant wrinkle. All right, throw it down.
Here comes Corby.
What are you going to do about it? Sacrifice another permanent.
What's he gonna freaking do? Oh. Cool.
I'm not gonna lie, that Corvold animation is one of the most underwhelming animations.
Yeah, I agree.
The rock that he sits on is so basic. It looks like a cardboard
honestly,
box.
I didn't even notice that. I just blinked and it was gone.
Wait till the next one. He just sits on it. He's like, "Yo, dog." It's like a paper. It looks so weird.
Pathetic. Oh.
Thought Steve coming in hot. All right, so now there's a lot of information coming in.
Oh. Checking the graveyard. He's checking the hand.
Yeah, so checking the graveyard because they discard Woe Strider. Obviously, you can escape Woe Strider, and then it's a beast. You don't want to.
That's
stinky. You can avoid it.
Okay, he's got a Death Touch Goose. That's really helpful.
Is there any way to buff the goose? I actually have no idea. The best thing about binding the old gods in this matchup is because creatures you control gain Death Touch until end of turn. That last part is so important with Mayhem Devil because Mayhem Devil is whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, Mayhem Devil deals 1 damage to any target. That means if Mayhem Devil has Death Touch and you sacrifice permanent, that means every single 1 damage will kill a creature.
That's huge.
Which is very important to know, especially when you're going up against a massive Corvold.
Yeah.
Thick Corvold. We're going to get more geese out just for blockers, I would assume, because Corvold doesn't have trample.
Yeah.
So
that'll buy him some time for sure. Okay.
So it seems like Kang is just Mayhem Devil. That was a snap keep on that Mayhem Devil. I was just about to say, probably keeping all the Fable passages uncracked until Mayhem Devil actually comes through, now that Mayhem Devil is here. But now they're worried about paying or not. Or the Trail of Crumbs, which they decided not to. Which I think is a poor decision, in my opinion. Because I would have paid 2 for the 2 Trail of Crumbs to try to get that Binding the Old Gods to swing and hit that Corvold.
Our friend Toby's got one.
Toby just got a Binding?
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Oof.
Corvold is actually a homeless man on his box. Yeah.
So that's obviously going to be thrown at the Mayhem Devil. I mean, I assume as much.
Yeah, you already know. I think he's gonna put the Wolf Strider out. These people are thinking so hard. I guess that's what a tournament is for.
Yeah, yeah. You have to increase the wrinkles. So I assume there's another land in Toby's hand, right?
Nope.
No?
No lands.
Okay, so they can't binding.
Well, not
Wait.
this turn, no.
What are you thinking about? They're like wait. Hang hovered over his own goose for a second.
He's like, wait a second, what does my goose do again? Oh, okay.
No, like he was gonna mayhem devil his goose, his tapped goose. I was like, what? I was very confused there for a second.
I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta think of every possibility. I've never played this deck. I don't know. I don't know what it does
Your
to you.
goose for one doesn't seem like any type of possibility that would be useful in any way, shape, or form.
You know what?
No idea.
Kang is crying right now.
Oh, it's a fatal push. That's why. Got it. Got it. All right. So yeah, second the passage, just kill that Strider. Or Strider.
Rip
Strider always gets killed.
Oh, smart. Big play.
Yeah.
Woo.
That was big brain.
Yeah.
Definitely needed. Probably gonna sack the Mayhem Devil. Oh, no.
Oh my god.
It's actually kind of surprising. Oh, are they gonna bring it? Is this game? Is this the GGs?
Maybe.
No?
Okay.
I don't know. Could have been 2 more damage going at their face. Could have been at 4, but yeah, it doesn't look like.
Yeah. Okay. I can breathe.
Trying to decide right now between a mountain and a swamp.
The bear putt just itched its own crotch. Sorry, I'm
King.
distracted.
King's like, mountain or swamp for a good 30 seconds.
I feel like that bear right now waiting for something to happen. Oh, okay. Get a swamp. And what's it gonna do? It's got a big stinky Corvold.
Yeah, it's big boy.
He doesn't have a lot of flying blockers, so it's not looking good for Toby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But there's still ovens.
He's still got the timeout.
Cats. A lot of ways to keep him in the game. Toby's still in it for sure, but there needs to be. Toby needs a. A Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil would be great. Attack, sacrifice another permanent. Then it's going to go up to a 9/9. Definitely got to block with the goose, I would assume. I don't think going down to 5 here would be safe.
Yeah, taking 9 damage to the face is not the biggest play right now.
Yeah.
But I think he's thinking about it. To me, it would just be simple. I'd be blocking, but you gotta think it through once and twice again. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like a snap block to me. I don't know.
Rip goose. Okay.
That's right, there's still 2 more. Okay, we have Phyrexian Tower now in hand, which doesn't particularly help, but still 2 Woe Striders.
Yeah.
Which there's a lot of stuff you could do with that.
Okay.
Trying to get 2 Demusion, but nothing's going to happen with that because Toby can just bring in another cat.
And just block.
Yep. And then the Woe Strider blocks. This is gonna be a rough matchup now. Corvold is just getting huge.
It's beefy boy.
Corvold wins in 1 swing once those geese are gone.
That's cool. This is like me really seeing. Honestly, I haven't faced a lot of Jund, and I haven't played Jund So this is like my first like really seeing it in action and understanding it. So that's pretty cool. Still wouldn't play it though.
No, too much brain power. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Too much math.
Well, not that you have to do the math realistically, but
Well, a lot of times you do because this swing is huge. All right, come on. You have to get both of these. You have to find a Binding the Old Gods or a Mayhem Devil. Come on. All right, cat's okay. All right, Witch's Oven. The second Witch's Oven is probably exactly what you need. Trail of Crumbs isn't bad. It's between Witch's Oven and Trail of Crumbs. They're both decent. So Witch's Oven, good. All right, get more feeds.
they do be eating and making food. Thought we were watching Magic, not bakery.
I know. I feel like I'm watching Matt Stoney on YouTube right now. No, Woe Strider. Already have 3 of those. Ah, double land. Feels bad. Where are all your good things? Come on, Karg.
Let's
I don't
see
know what
something
I'm looking for
happen.
Karg. I really have no idea. I feel bad for the unlucky people.
Yeah. Big sad. Is there any way that Toby can get rid of those 2 geese?
Attacking 2 times.
That's it, eh?
I think so. Well,
Yeah.
outside of Binding the Old Gods,
Yeah.
Vraska.
That's really the only thing that he needs that.
Yeah, Vraska, Golgari Queen. This is still game 1, by the way. And
Wow. This is
yeah, and Toby's
long.
down 15 minutes. So this could be a big oof.
Okay, he drew a land. Very epic.
Super epic.
Yeah. He's got the
Epic.
binding. Oh, he's gonna do
Ooh,
claim
claim.
the firstborn. Word.
Claim, yeah.
Oh,
Call.
that's
Good
big.
call.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, just
That's
second.
also a good call.
Oh, that was all right. King just bottomed a goose.
Mm.
Okay. It would have been a blocker, but
Oh, this is huge. You ready for this?
oh, binding.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah. Big plays, Toby.
Yeah, that was a really good top decks.
Wow.
Yeah, the Omnoms. Beautiful. Feels bad.
That's the power
Yeah,
of
King
Corval.
missed a lot. Okay, so now that we're in sideboard, what do you think each person is going to bring in here? I don't know if you have the deck list open.
I can see his deck list. Like from what's on the board, it shows the whole thing except for lands.
Yeah, that's also true.
And I can see his sideboard. I don't know if he's actually gonna add anything. Like he could add another binding if he wants. Oh, he took Gigan out. And he added binding. Oh, he put it back.
I think Klothys is probably an auto include against another Jund deck because you just get to exile the stuff out of their graveyard.
Yeah, there's one the Klothys.
Yeah. And then coming from Kang's side, I think Kang definitely puts in the fabled pushes or fatal pushes. I guess not. Throws in another Thoughtseize. Takes out 2 Woe Striders. Interesting.
Kind of weird.
Bindings too. Okay. All right. That was
kind of weird.
Yeah, that's.
Maybe someone check on Kang, make sure he's okay.
Seems interesting. I actually didn't see King sided in the Rex Sages. So Rex Sage, when it enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment, which was huge here. But I believe you brought him in, and then the Abrades as well. But taking out the binding seems odd. Maybe it's because it's 4 mana instead of 3 and 2. So it's a little bit more expensive. Also took out one of the towers, so taking out a land, and almost took out a second land too. Did you see exactly what was taken out and what was replaced?
I believe Gigantha was taken out, and an extra binding was put in.
That was it?
That's all I noticed. Could be wrong.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised it took that long.
I don't know. Just that little ticker was going.
Ooh, that's a great first hand. Kind of. It's kind of a good first hand by Kang.
5 lands, keeping it. Okay.
Yeah, Kang has 2 lands, but has a Witch's Oven and a Claim.
We got a turn 1 goose. Actually, we got an oven too. Not bad.
Okay. So if Toby turn 1 ovens, it's probably good.
Yeah.
Toby
I don't know if he's gonna mirror.
That's gonna be very bad for Toby. Because it's gonna get claimed and then sacked to the oven.
Yeah, turn 1 oven.
Okay, yeah, I think that's smart.
Yeah, that'd be pretty silly. And he's got a binding, so turn 4 binding if necessary. Probably not.
All right, Mayhem Devil. I don't know if that's coming out on 3 right away from Kang. Might just be a Woe Strider.
All right, doesn't pay the 2.
Another land coming out. Oh, yep. Woe Strider coming in hot. Go Strider.
All
Team
right.
Strider, let's go.
I love that little sheep. Meh.
All right. Man.
You sounded just like it.
It's because I'm a Strider too.
Strider Stone.
Mm-hmm. All
I
right.
get it now.
Okay. So
I claim that. Whoa, Strider.
oh, is it claimed?
Getting claimed.
Ooh, that's gonna be super sacked.
That's
Oh, you don't sack the goat first? Really? Okay, just sacking the Strider instead of the goat.
interesting.
Maybe just trying to get as much food as possible. Oh, the top deck binding!
Oh.
Are they gonna binding the oven? Or Mayhem Double?
Word. Toby's got 2 bindings.
Oh, that's brutal. Okay, so does Toby binding the binding to prevent the ramp? Or do you think it doesn't matter?
Can you binding a binding?
Yeah. It's any non-land permanent, so.
I never thought to do that.
But,
I've also never played the exact same deck as my opponent, so.
yeah. Do. Okay.
He did binding the binding.
Yeah,
So we
preventing ramp is
Toby
probably
now.
good. The goose is loose. All right. Come on. We got to claim their goose.
Oh, goosey goose.
All right. Not claiming the goose. Not claiming the goose. Oh, attack with the goat, you coward.
Yeah, honestly. Attack for 0 to assert dominance always.
Exactly. Because they're definitely gonna sack it. Toby has to kill that AM double, right?
He's thinking about it.
There's
There's a
only
few
12
things.
minutes left.
Oh, is there a timer?
Yeah, if you look at Toby's timer, you'll see next to his name. I think once it gets under 15 minutes, you'll start to see a countdown. Right under their name or right above their name.
All right then. Maybe I will see it. Maybe I won't. But you can tell me about it. Yeah, that's a really pathetic animation. You're right.
Right?
He's just like, oh, I'm just gonna politely sit here.
Yeah.
Not very badass at all.
No, not particularly. See, I think I would have hit that Mayhem Devil because now you just lose your goose. I mean, you're probably gonna lose it anyway, but
Yeah, the goose is loose,
yeah.
as they
So
say.
now forcing Corval to sack a different permanent that's not the goose,
Ooh.
which is really smart.
Gonna tap it for mana.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, and like, what does that literally do? Nothing.
It's a good.
Ouch. Oh, cool.
So, yeah, you're forcing Corval to. Oh, I missed something. I definitely missed something. We were for Toby now, so watch less games. Right, 11 minutes.
Yup. He's
Ooh,
got
are
two
both-
Mayhem Devils in
both people on a
hand.
timer? Both people are on a timer. Yeah, 12 minutes to 11 minutes. There's no death touch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Interesting.
kill that? No. Kill that.
Kind of cute.
All right. Top deck of land has a Cauldron Familiar. Oh,
right.
swinging with Mayhem Devil.
Let's see it.
Okay, I don't. I don't know about this.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I don't know what's going on, but it's all good.
I don't know about that play. It seems sketchy. What does Toby have in his hand? Still has the binding, right?
Yeah. He's got he's got the binding, he's got a trail of crumbs, he's got two devils, and he's got my eyes are broken. The could thought something. The one like that sounds like a Greek word.
Thoughtseize.
No. That's
No?
not Greek. One with the Y's in it.
Okay, binding on the Corval, I assume.
Kip. Oh, rip Corval. You on the other side.
Nice. Oh, top deck binding from that. Nice. All right. So, oh, that's brutal.
All right. I guess swing for 7. Pretty epic.
Well, it's gonna be Aches. Got to sacrifice a permanent.
Right. Swinging for 8. Quick math.
No maths.
Simple math. Yeah. Or no math if you're me. It's fine. I rely on math.
I think Kang is finally realizing that there's a lot less time coming in now.
Oh, I see the timer now. Suddenly it appeared for me.
Yeah, both of them are almost
got
at 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Oh, you're going to play your Cauldron. Have no timer. Think while the animations are going off. Play smart.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, this is so scary. You're under 10 minutes. This is game
Be very
2.
economical with your time.
It's binding in hand. You got to kill that Corval.
Thank you. Someone said they love my headphones. It's the Razer Kitty Kraken. Meow.
You seem so passionate about that meow. Yay.
All right. Go get your land. All right. Cool. Stomping grounds it is.
All right, so what do you think Toby throws out now?
Looking like a Mayhem Devil to me. He's just waving around on the screen taunting.
Yeah. Because now, Mayhem Devil will have Death Touch next turn.
Whoa. That's the big play you're talking about.
Except might just be dead.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because Claim the Firstborn is also in Kang's hand. So Kang is gonna steal that. Wait, is Claim 2 mana or less, or is it 3? I don't remember.
Claim. Shit. I think it was 2.
It's 3 or less. It is 3. Oh,
3.
Damn
Okay.
devils.
It costs 2.
Okay.
It's 3 or less. Yeah.
All right. So claim one of the devils. Then you have 2 devils. I don't think. Yeah, there's no way Toby wins at this
Big
point.
gamer moves.
Wait, what are you doing? Sack your Cauldron Familiars. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter now.
Uh-oh, he's insane.
I guess it doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
They're close to identical. They're close to identical.
Yeah, sorry, crowd. Looks like there's gonna be a third game. Wait, so is this timer gonna go for the third game as well?
Yes.
So how, I'm new to this, how do they determine a winner if the third game is left up in the
Whoever
air?
runs out of time first loses.
Oh. Oh, they'll just like combust?
Yes.
That's sick.
Right? It's fantastic.
Wow. All right.
Back in that.
That's GG, I think. Yeah.
Definitely GG. I don't know why it took. Come on, resolve all, go.
Yeah, you're running out of
go.
time. Just concede.
No, Toby's winning on the time, and so Toby's not going to concede.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Kang is just sitting there not doing anything when Kang has the win.
Is that
literally in his
purposely?
hand?
Okay, he
It has it. It's on the stack. It's just not clicking resolve all.
Oh, that's pretty cringe.
I don't understand why.
Hang, that's pretty cringe. I don't know if you can hear me. Probably not.
I missed it. Sorry.
No, I was talking to Kang. It's okay.
Oh, what'd you say?
That it was cringe.
Oh, that Kang was being cringe?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, he's looking at the board and he's looking at his sideboard.
I should get headphones. I wish there was pink headphones.
There is. There's the pink kitty
mouse. I have a pink mouse, but which I fucking love this mouse. I mean, I freaking love this mouse. It's one of my favorite mice. Which I never thought I would like an ultralight mouse, but this is amazing.
Cool.
Probably my favorite mouse of all time. It's like the.
Are you showing off the mouse? I can't see it.
RF. I was.
How can I see your cam?
Oh, because I don't have my cam on Skype. You'd be able to see it on stream. And that's when it comes up. But it's XTRFY. What is the XGM or RGB? Pink. The pinky one. So cute. And then I wish the Astro 850s came in pink. That would be sweet.
Yeah, Astro's nice. These are good headphones, though. It's like the Razer, the only ones I had Corsair before, and I would get like these horrible headaches from it sitting on my head. So this is
yeah. I had the same problem with the Corsairs.
Yeah, no offense to Corsair, but the product freaking sucks. Fix it.
Yeah, they sound great. They were just uncomfortable. The Astro 840s are the most comfortable headset I've ever had. But that was about it.
That's what it is. They're not pink.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I feel like it's like really dark in here. Oh well. Sorry guys. I sit in the dark on a daily basis, so this is what you're subjected to here.
That's fine. Sure, come on. All right, they're playing at normal people speed. Yay, normal people speed.
Mm-hmm.
Clap.
Maybe you heard me saying it was cringe.
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
we gotta
please, TG girl.
Yeah, I'll do anything. Make her happy. At least someone wants to. He's got 2 claim the firstborn. Interesting first hand.
Is there an oven though?
No.
Ooh. So there's an oven and a claim in Kang's hand.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mayhem Devil. That's risky. They could get sloppy because they're playing faster now.
Yeah.
Used to playing slow, right? And then you see that timer, and then you're running out of time. Start getting that pressure built inside you. You're like, I'm running out of time, running out of time, running out of time, and then you just start making bad decisions.
Yeah, you make those small brain plays.
Yeah.
It's what you got to do, though. You can't have unlimited time your whole life, so
Yeah, true.
got to learn some time.
Yeah.
Okay. What's our friend gonna do? He's gonna think about it. And Trail of Crowns. I like this little pause they do before they play it. Like they hover it in front of the screen and they're like, okay, I guess I'll play it. Like
Yeah, they're like,
it's like your child that you're like letting go for the first time. You're like, should I do it? But you run out of time, so what can you do? Okay, it's like Groundhog Day over here.
getting the goose. Yeah. It's a lot of damage every single turn. It's like 5 damage turn. Oh, the top deck Corvold. Ooh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous for Toby.
How is Strider not fan friendly?
Because I said the F word.
You said the F
not
word?
that F word. Because I said yeah, not.
Come on, man.
Not really, you know what I mean. The FCK. F word. I don't even know what to call that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine.
Oh.
I didn't hear it.
I said this was effing awesome or effing cool. Or it was.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try not to say any swears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Corvold is getting heavy. Oh my gosh. Top decked another Mayhem Devil.
It's getting dummy thick.
Yeah, I don't think Toby can win here, even with the timer counting down. Well, I mean, maybe, because Kang is atrociously slow. But that's fine. I mean,
It is what it is.
That's all that matters. If you can put people on tilt because you're playing slow, that's fine, I guess, right?
I don't know. All I know is I'm very impatient. I would just be like losing my mind on the other side.
Oh, too. I absolutely hate it. I go on tilt so bad. That's why I can't play poker. Because I'm a really good poker player up until about 2 hours into the game. And then I just rage. I just get so impatient.
I'm literally just yelling at my screen.
Oh, the GGs!
Woo!
The GGs!
Oh, okay. Okay, Kang. Is that GT easy? Yeah. Wow.
Easy.
Kang with
Quick math.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. See, that last game is what the deck is supposed to do. But it seems like Toby just had nothing.
Yeah, you got nada.
What was in his hand?
2 claims, a Mayhem Devil, and a Blood Crypt.
Oh, so nothing.
Yeah,
literally.
Stink.
That's brutal. Okay, congrats to Kang.
Yeah, congrats. I'm sweating. I don't know about you.
Yeah, only because the lights are in here, not because.
Yeah, it's not because of the game. I'm just a sweaty person, but
just a sweaty person. Exactly. Exactly. It's like I was just playing for so long. Just super sweaty. Tryharding. All right, I don't know what the next one we're going into is yet.
Well, what comes after 6? I believe it's 7, but I could be wrong.
No, well, maybe. Well, I was in feature match 7. That's where Kang was playing.
Oh.
That's how I knew what was in Kang's hand, but I didn't know what was in Toby's hand.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind then. It sounded like you didn't know, okay?
I knew you were somewhere. I just didn't know you were in map 7.
You're debating me right now. I feel it. I feel that you're debating me.
Fine. Now I'm in 7, but it ends up. Oh, there's 8.
Yeah, well, we don't know what
room?
Yeah, we don't know what match we're actually going into. That was more what I was saying.
Oh, so the room does not determine the match. I'm
Correct.
learning so much.
Yeah,
okay.
correct.
Cool.
We have to get that information from the back office, the powers that be.
Yep.
The big cheese.
The big Gouda man himself.
Right. All right, let's check the actual standings. So for round 6, what hasn't been reported yet? Has everything been reported? Yes, everything has been reported on round 6. So it looks like we're gonna wait on turn 7 pairing. All right, so apparently Jun Fu just takes longer than everything else. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kang is 6-0 with Jun Fu now. And yeah, Kang is just destroying people apparently. And then second is Tom Golan with Orzhov Auras.
Okay.
I hate that deck.
Loris.
Jun Food is 3rd. Jun Food is 4th. Oof. And then 5th is Azorius Control.
Mm-hmm.
Then Mono Red Goblins. Ugh. Rakdos Death Shadow. How is Death Shadow doing any good? Death Shadow should be doing nothing.
Lucky Hands, maybe.
I feel like that deck is atrocious. Yeah, but they're 5-1. That's what's surprising. I've never seen a good Death Shadow list. I want to see one of those matches. I'd be very interested to see.
Maybe we'll be so lucky.
Hopefully.
Going on in the chat here. Just talking about toxic things.
Oh, we're going on a quick break.
Cool.
All right. I don't know if we're on a break now. Jeff or... All right, welcome back. We are midway through. We have Andrew Rule and Rules, plural, or maybe not plural. Maybe it's not rules. It's not rules that way, but it's rules like in awesome.
Rules. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think he rules. Like
maybe. And then also versus Toby. You know, we're just gonna go. So we did watch Toby earlier. Toby did lose to Kang. However, Kang is currently first place in the tournament. But Vrasco Gari Queen coming up for Toby. I love Vrasco Gari Queen blowing up that Baffling End, which does give a 3/3 dino to Toby. That's beautiful. So that's a really good value.
A little different. This is different than the previous game. So I like to see that.
Azorius Control is very annoying. They're going to go for a Wrath here. Andrew's definitely going to get the Wrath.
Okay.
But
big play.
Definitely going to take damage. Okay, so it looks like Andrew is going to bluff counter spells, put stops at every single step, taking a Spell Pierce.
We love to see that.
That's some degenerate play right there. That is pure degeneracy. Are there even any 1-mana spells?
Yeah, you know what
There
they
are
say.
0 1-mana spells in your deck. What are you even bluffing right now?
I don't know. Azoria seems to be the new Demir.
Why? 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 Tell me. Does anyone in chat play control? Why? Why would you set stops at every single phase when you have nothing in your hand and you don't even have anything in your deck that's 1 mana? And
I
it's
don't know.
open deck list. I want to know.
Some people
I
just
want
want to
to
watch
be
the world
educated.
burn.
I just want to be educated. That's the only thing. It drives me crazy. I've been trying to figure out forever. Okay, so Andrew has Teferi, 2 Teferis, a commit, and an absorb.
Is that how you pronounce it?
That's how I pronounce it, but I don't think that's how you actually pronounce it. I don't know how to spell, read,
I thought it was
or write or do math.
Teferi. I was like,
Probably-
that took me like a minute for the cogs in my brain to process what you're saying. I was like,
It might be Teferi,
Teferi.
but I just say Teferi because it's less syllables. Anything with less syllables is better. But tucking the Korvald is super smart. And I assume Toby's thinking about sacrificing it instead? Question mark?
Yep.
Whoa. Okay, so what does Toby have in his hand then?
He's got 2 ovens, a goosey goose, fatal push. Push? Is that what it says? Yeah. And binding.
Okay. So I don't know why you wouldn't just tuck that, because there's a ton of card draw coming up from Vraska. All Vraska has to do is plus to sacrifice a food or something. Like they could play a goose, sack a food, draw a card.
Yeah.
So tucking it down doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. But obviously, you know that
He's gonna binding to fairy.
Obviously, you have to.
What
But
else
there's
could you do?
another Teferi and Andrews, and an absorb. So now there is Teferi with an absorb backup.
Teferi.
It's definitely Teferi. We're going Teferi. Anyone in chat who says it's not Teferi is a liar.
I've never heard that before in my life until today.
You're welcome.
This guy's got 4 ovens.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. All right.
A lot of ovens.
Oh, a commit. Okay, throwing out commit instead of absorb. Also, not quite sure why you would tap 5 mana for that. And okay,
Big
so
green plays.
Now there's no absorb, which seems odd. But the big brain that was behind that was that you throw the Vraska back in the deck, but the Binding the Old Gods force them to search for a land. So that Vraska is completely lost.
It's shuffled in the deck, yeah.
So that was like 12 head.
Yeah.
Oh, Shark Typhoon. Now, do we hard cast it like a boss? That is the question. Do it.
Well,
do it, Andrew.
I'm playing against blue, so might as well, you know.
Is there even enchantment removal in?
Not in this deck that I know of.
Yeah, I mean outside of Vraska, but Vraska's 3 mana or less.
Yeah,
I don't think it's main deck anyway. Oh, binding. Duh. It's literally on the battlefield. All right, just kidding. I lied.
Oh, binding's enchantment removal.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like looking on his instance. I'm like, he's a fatal push here.
Oh, I know. Okay. I was looking at everything too. That was funny. Okay, Death Touch Strider. Let's go. Pokey everything.
You bet Death Touch doesn't work on Planeswalkers, does it?
It should, but it doesn't.
It should, yeah. What the hell?
There's creatures that enable that to where Death Touch does kill Planeswalkers, like that.
There's like one.
There's the 1/4 noodly thing, whatever that's called.
Flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, I forgot what that thing's called, but it gives all creatures with Death Touch that capability. And then there's the 4 mana Vraska, that's like a hybrid black or a hybrid green that also does it.
That one's cool.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. Oh, that's a big absorb.
Ooh.
Give me that 3 life.
Okay, absorb. Disgusting Azorius.
I know, I hate control decks.
What flag is that on those cards there? Is that like Ireland or Italy?
Wait, which one? On which island?
Andrew's got his cards have sleeves on them.
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know what country that is. I didn't do geography.
It's one of those.
Yeah, it's for sure
Yeah.
like Italy or something.
Yeah, I was never a flag person. I just don't care enough about that stuff.
I don't care about flags or countries and shit.
I know. It's so irrelevant.
I mean, like it's probably good knowledge to have, but respect.
But why? Why is it good knowledge?
I don't know.
Has anyone ever used this knowledge? Oh, cycling the Shark Typhoon instead of Wrathing? Okay, baffling it? No. Wrath? No. Making a token? No. All right. Andrea has like 20 different potential things to do. All right, you got to sack the Woe Strider. You can't let that be exiled. That's just impossible. Right? Like that's a snap sack.
Yeah, oh for sure.
Knapsack.
Oh, no, he sacrificed. First he sacrificed Goose.
To scry.
And he's gonna sacrifice that too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Chat says it's pronounced T-Firi. I don't think so. That's for sure a troll.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely incorrect.
T-Firi. No.
Yeah. Hero
Like
of Demon Aria. Yeah, something like that. The Demon Realm.
Diarrhea.
Yes, the hero of diarrhea. Exactly. The
Pretty
hero
much.
no one deserved and no one wanted. Okay, so what does Toby have in his hand? Why is he taking so long?
He's thinking about playing Corvold.
Okay, so
Is it-
trying to avoid a counter spell, basically, or running it into a counter spell, basically.
Perhaps.
I mean, there is no counter spell, but
Resolve. There's that shitty animation one more time.
sitting on a cardboard box, I like it. It's Italy, apparently.
Oh,
Go Italy. You would think I would know because I'm like majority Italian.
are you?
Yes. But
Nice. It's Strider a Stone.
once again irrelevant.
Very Italian name.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, 7.
It's a lot of sack. However, Teferi can just tuck it, right? And then they can memory or Shark Typhoon cycle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's a whole lot of sack. Yeah, that's a lot of. Is there a Mayhem Devil?
Yeah, there is.
Oh
He's
no!
got another Corvold and a Mayhem Double
Oh my gosh!
and a Fatal Push.
Ooh,
Okay.
Fatal Push is going to be really good here. It's going to destroy that shark. Easy mode.
Okay.
Ooh, Escanta coming out. Escanta might be too slow right now, but there's still
It's a little bit late for Escanta. That's like an early game thing, no?
Yeah, but being able to flip it, you can still do that before you cast memory, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. Might be casting memory now. I think Wrath is a much better idea. Okay. Smart.
All right, time to sack stuff probably.
100%. You sack Corvold to get a ton of food, right? Or do you just sack the cat a bajillion times? Is there? I wonder if there's the illustrious. What is it? What's that thing? Oh my gosh, Cry the Carnarium. Is Cry the Carnarium in sideboard? Or this Azorius player? Let's find out. Oh, no, it's Azorius. Of course there is.
I just noticed the Jace avatar, and that explains a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's settle the wreckage. Nope, no
Yeah.
settle.
Oh, what did Fairy just say? There's the sconce. He's gonna find it.
Okay. Is Mayhem Devil a demon or dragon?
Let me take a little look.
Does that show?
It's a devil.
Okay. So that sucks.
Yeah.
So there's a Baneslayer Angel in sideboard from Andrew. But that doesn't really help.
Yeah,
I mean, it kind of does because the 5/5 lightning first strike, but
does he buy? Like, how is he gonna get from sideboard?
Game 2.
Oh.
Sorry, I was already looking at game 2.
Okay, we're still in game 1.
Yeah.
Chill.
It's ending in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Ooh, Dream Trawler is gonna be pretty good here if Andrew can get it. There's only one Dream Trawler in the deck. Only one commit to memory in the deck. So you can memory try to find that.
All right. Time to let that ticker time out. I'm just noticing that art on the Mayhem Devil is really interesting.
Hanging down. Teferi's super dead. Super duper dead.
Yeah. Stop that. Okay. Well, didn't say please. Loving this very commentary.
Yeah, that's great.
Where's Karn? Is anyone playing Karn in their deck?
Till you have lived as a statue, not speak to me as pigeons.
Right. I am Karn.
I am Karen. I still like Loincloth Karen. Loincloth Karen is my favorite. Oh, spinning the Saw It Coming, looking for that Wrath, which obviously you top deck that Wrath, because why wouldn't you?
I'll play Sea of Thieves now.
Obviously you top deck that Wrath.
That's the only card in his hand?
Yeah, they just top decked it.
Rip.
Yeah.
Wow.
They bin the Saw It Coming, got the Wrath. So why wouldn't they?
So he can, I guess, not enough food tokens to stack. Oh, actually, maybe. No, I don't think so.
It's not quite there, I don't think.
No.
They can, well, they get to sacrifice their goat to the Woe Strider. And then they can sacrifice their Woe Strider to the oven.
He's gonna try.
Because that gives them even more foodsies.
Got a lot going. Like, he's got 2 Corvolds. Like, he has a top deck Corvold and a Corvold in his hand.
Well, they can almost do this for a while. Yeah, they actually die. Because cat comes back with the food, and then they sack the cat to the Woe Strider, and then the cat comes back with the food, and then they sack the cat with the Woe Strider, and then the cat comes back with the food, and then they sack the cat with the Woe Strider, and the cat comes back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Etc.
I can't do math, but I assume that's what will happen. Only 4 life, yeah. Rip. Yeah. Rest in peace, Andre. Yeah. Andre rules? More like Andre loses.
Savage.
Got him. Yikes. All right. Time to sideboard.
All right, just stalling out. Okay. So, trying to see what.
There's a Citadel on that deck. I didn't even see it.
Hey, bring in Baneslayer Angel. Like we thought, bringing in Brazen Borrower. Interesting.
Citadel went in.
And Aethergust? Citadel's coming in.
Wallace's Citadel.
Timely Reinforcements, Devout Decree. Almost putting in the entire sideboard. Jesus.
Wow.
Adding in Veto, taking out Saw It Cummings.
Sometimes you just gotta.
Yeah, it's like the entire sideboard is built against Jund Food or something.
How big is the deck?
So big.
So big.
Well, it's 60 cards.
Oh, that's big deck.
Massive. But
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it looks like they're keeping all 4 Sharks, the Dream Trawler, and putting in the Baneslayer Angel.
Okay.
I would like to see more Baneslayer Angels in sideboard. I think having more than one is definitely beneficial.
It's a nice little card. It does like a little thing when it comes into the into the field. I like it.
That one just has First Strike and Lifelink.
Doesn't it have protection? No.
Oh, protection from demons and dragons.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Not that anyone plays demons or dragons, but cool.
If you're only running one, why would you run Baneslayer Angel over the other one? Isn't there another angel that does like the same thing?
There's a lot of angels that do a lot of things.
Yeah, but there's one that's 5 mana that is First Strike. Oh, I gotta find it now. Now I gotta find it. That's gonna bother me. Okay, hold on. Right, what did Toby side in?
Bolus Citadel.
That was it?
He put 2 gooses out. Did he have Goose in there? Was Goose in there in the first place?
Yeah. Goose's main for sure.
Yeah, he took 2 gooses out. What else went into the deck? Jeez, I have like the memory of a goldfish.
Oh, I was thinking Lyra Dawnbringer, but I guess that's also irrelevant. Because that's only other angels you control get +1/+1 and lifelink, but there's no other angels, so it's irrelevant. Alright, Baneslayer Angel is the correct choice. I was thinking that one because it's legendary. I'm like, if you're only running one, you might as well run the legendary one because legendary. But
yeah, and there's
it doesn't add anything.
Fair enough. Probably just the wild cards he had.
Yeah, and Corvald is a Dragon Noble, so doesn't do anything in this matchup either. About Decree.
Rip.
Exiling. And
Bye-bye.
drawing. Ooh, keeping the Typhoon on top. Okay, so now it's going to be 2 Typhoons, a Wrath, and a Teferi in hand. That is brutal.
Yeah. I can't say I'm a Azorius fan.
Either. Boiling Vortex. Okay, so that's going to be a consistent 1 damage per turn. What else has Toby got? I'm assuming Boiling Vortex came in from sideboard. Yeah.
It was on the board. He's got land, and crumbs.
And they definitely had to have put in Noxious Grasp, correct?
Why do I keep looking at the wrong sideboard? Yeah. Rolling Vortex 2 was in the sideboard and Noxious 3 in the sideboard. So yeah. You would be correct.
Yeah, you have to do that when you're going up against Azorius control. Let's see what else.
You gotta pull out all the stops.
Yeah. I believe that would be it. Yeah, just the 3 Noxious Grasp, the 2 Vortexes, and I guess the Bolus of Citadel. Being able to pay the life to get everything off the top, that's basically finisher. If you can even resolve that, that's ridiculous. But it's going to be hard to do.
We'll see. That's the fun of it.
Ooh, Teferi might be coming down.
Ooh.
Hovering.
You love to
Hovering
see
on
a
board?
big, thick Teferi.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Whatever happened to 6-mana Teferi? How come no one plays that?
it's too big.
True.
Yeah.
People couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Okay, what's he gonna do? Binding or Corvold?
Wait, so okay, so Andrew just passed. There's a second Shark Typhoon, maybe bluffing a counterspell, but just wanting to play Shark Typhoon, apply as much pressure as possible. But I don't think getting a 3/3 out on the board is necessary. Ooh, Toby getting the binding. Brutal.
Yeah,
Brutal.
he decided binding over Corvold. Fair enough. And there it is. Where's the counterspell?
There's a counterspell.
There's none.
There's only 2 lands, a Wrath, a Shark Typhoon, and a Teferi.
Teferi,
So.
yeah. Kind of like that, actually. I'm gonna start saying that. Teferi. That's fun to say.
It is. Okay, getting a 3/3. Just applying pressure as much as possible, I think, because everyone is taking 1 damage a turn with Vortex. So it's definitely not a bad idea to just make a creature every turn.
Yeah.
Probably pretty smart. All right, Teferi's coming down. I hope he tucks the binding. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Oh, saw it coming as a top deck.
Oh no.
Rough.
Good thing our friend here has literally all lands.
Oh, nice. So they lock with the goose, make a
Oops, all lands. Yeah, could block, make a food.
food, and then gain life with it, and then activate Trail of Crumbs.
Yeah.
Ooh, Brazen Borrower. This is a lot of really good draws.
Mm.
All right, Teferi draw. Second Brazen Borrower. Ooh.
I don't like Brazen Borrower. It's like, it's so rude. It's like, put it back to your hand. It's like, shut the like,
I know, and it's the animation too. It's the animation.
It's so rude. That
part
hard
gets
makes me
every
mad.
time. Oh
Yeah.
my god! It comes in out of nowhere.
And it like
It's
giggles
like-
at you. Or maybe it's just like
comes in out of frame. It's like, jing, whatever it does. Some stupid shit
I hate it.
or stupid stuff. Family friendly.
There it is.
All right,
Yeah, like,
bouncing,
okay, like no.
bouncing the crumbs.
Yeah.
Nice, smart. Oh, and now there's a sock coming for the Trail of Crumbs. Yeesh. I don't think Toby wins this one, especially since Toby's flooded.
Yeah. Got all the lands. Not much else really to do here. So sad.
All right.
Must be in tears right now.
Buckets of tears. You better flash in that borrower.
Yeah.
You
When
can,
the RNG just fails
that's
you,
another
that
one.
sucks.
Wait, does Toby have any kill spell? Because Toby's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the food. No, gain life with food.
Oh, life gain. Okay.
Gotta get something.
Another Trail of Crumbs.
Trail is not gonna get you there. The island. All right, Teferi is close to ulting. Oh, cage off the top. I mean, there's nothing for Toby to bring back, but
He's
know.
doomed. Free health. All right, everyone. Is this game 1? This is game 1. No,
This is game
2. It's game 2.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my life is flying by.
All right, foretelling the saw coming for freezies basically because Teferi untaps 2 lands. All right, so going to force Toby to die to their own Roiling Vortex would be sweet.
Yeah,
I would definitely do that.
it's an Azorius move for sure.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would swing at. Oh, that's a big saw coming. Easy saw
Yeah.
coming.
That was the fastest concede I've ever seen.
Easy saw coming. I would have waited for them to attack because then
like, nope.
slow all day. All right, bringing in another Wrath and another cast out. 2 cast outs.
All right. I'm gonna pay attention to the sideboard. I'll let you know. So far, nothing.
No changes even when you're on the draw or on the play instead of on the draw. It's 1-1 right now.
Yeah. Like the only issue was the mana flood. So, oh, something went back.
Something went.
Oh no, put it back again. Gigantha, you're deciding whether or not. Oh, you put something else in. Bolus Citadel? Okay.
Throwing in a Devout Decree, taking out another cast out. I think putting in cast outs may be kind of a mistake when you're on the draw because it's a bit expensive. Yeah, so taking out a Commit to Memory is really smart. I
really just want to see that Citadel work.
Yeah, Citadel is almost a guaranteed win once you can stick that, if you can. I just don't think it's I don't think it's smart to put in against an Azorius control deck.
Yeah.
I just don't.
It seems like a waste of a draw. I don't know why he's putting it in there, but it's fun.
It's so expensive, and by that time, there's censors, there's vetoes, there's brazen borrowers, there's saw it coming, there's absorbs, there's cast outs. There's so many things that instant speed, and you see their deck list. There's zero way that that's going to stay on the battlefield, even if it sticks.
Yeah,
and you may get one card out of that, and a 6 mana to like pay 3 life to put on something from the top of your deck is just not worth it. Oh, turn 1 thought, Steve.
Yeah, I guess that's why I kept my hand. Makes sense.
There's
nothing else though but Thoughtseize, but why not? There's another Thoughtseize. Turn 2 Thoughtseize.
Oh, we have an Absorb in Andrew's hands.
Okay.
I assume that that's going to get discarded with the second thought, Steve.
Oh.
No? No thought, Steve?
Oh. Okay. Waiting. I guess he knows what's in half of the hand. Might as well save it for now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Probably not worried about the baffling end. Goose?
Goose. All right. Make that food. And on to Andrea.
Yeah. You have to shock this in. Okay. So now Toby knows that there's an Absorb, or guessing that there's an Absorb. And I think it was a mistake. I don't know if does Toby have a core vault?
No.
Okay.
It's gonna do it again.
That's fine. Absorb it. Get the life. Get the life.
Might as well, but maybe I don't know. He's just gonna lose it.
Yeah, and you really want the life in this matchup? I mean, it's possible that Toby would have got rid of the Teferi, but most likely the Absorb.
Yeah, you don't want to do anything when that's sitting in there in the hand with open mana.
Top decked another Baffling End. You most likely use that on the Goose just to cut off the mana, right? Especially if you have 2 of them. No, okay. Not doing that? Yes, no, yes, no.
What will he do?
Yes.
Oh, there it is. All right. Make that food and the goose is no longer. See ya.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh, a veto coming out. Now we have Teferi. What's in Toby's hand right now?
He's got that binding and he's got that citadel.
Binding is irrelevant, and so is Bolus's Citadel because it's just going to get countered by Veto.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go. You got a devil.
That can actually resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely gets vetoed.
Dovin. All right, what will you do? This is a big choice. Front or back side of land? Pick the side.
What should we do?
That's always a hard decision. You never know.
Yeah. All right, thinking about activating a creature main phase. All right, doing it main phase so that they could untap 2 lands. And then setting up stops on every phase on Toby's, trying to bluff counterspells. Nice.
Nice.
Way to be 5-head, Zori's control player.
Everyone is so smart. If only I could be so smart.
Never been a big fan of that. I guess it's just super bluffing. But
yeah, I think it's an impulsive thing. I can't bluff. I just like, there it is. It's in my hand. I have to get rid of it. It's like poisoned or something.
yeah, but setting stops at every phase because there's nothing there's Devout Decree. That's and then Baffling End. That's really it.
Oh, you mean for like the actual settings of the game itself?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and mine usually just goes on its own.
Oh, cardboard box sitter.
There he is. It's kind of like feminine. Is Corvo a male or female?
Could definitely be a female.
King also. Okay, it does say king. I believe that's like a masculine.
Oh yeah, it's Cursed King
thing, but it could be. Yeah. Right.
Get the Woe Strider. Dub Strider. Bring an Elm. That is going to get Teferi tucked immediately. Thought Steve coming in hot.
Thought Steve.
Dream Trawler is probably going. Oh no, because there's 2 Devout Decrees. So your Citadel is going away. It's just bye. So you have to kill that Dream Trawler.
Yeah.
And now you're at 5 HP, and you're super sad, Toby.
Yeah. Moment of silence for Toby.
Oh, and timely reinforcements. Ugh. Getting more creatures.
You know what, Toby? You had some big brain plays, but
yeah.
Azorius control. Wow. It's a big counter to this deck, too. 2 costs.
Yeah, and then being able to scry one so you can draw the correct card from Teferi.
That's like a huge card.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
It's broken.
Toby's got the old rope-a-dope. The old rope-a-dope.
Yeah. Feeling a little bad for Toby here.
Yeah, that was really smart to sack the Corvold beforehand.
Did his best, but not looking fantastic. Yo, Bolus Citadel, nice. Yeah, but not really nice when you have nothing to sack.
Yeah, when you get absolutely demolished.
Yeah, and it only does 10 damage if you sack 10 permanents, right? Is that what it says? Like, that's not even good. Is that good?
You just win. You really do just win at that point because of the fact that you usually have Mayhem Devil or something else out. So you do an additional 10 from Mayhem Devil.
Oh yeah, that would be sweet. But
and then you probably also have Cat at that point and Oven. You could just like sack things over and over and over again. It's just a sack party, right?
Yeah, Toby's just not getting the things that he needs or being able to keep them out because it's Azorius control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Toby have right now? Binding? Okay, still no counterspell.
You know the usual, the Corvold and the Devil, and some lands.
Well, a double is great. Still come back in this. There's nothing. Well, there's nothing fantastic coming in from Andrew.
Yeah, he's got the 1/1.
Well, there's a baffling end. So baffling end is going to get that mayhem double, obviously, or the devout decree. I'm not sure yet. Okay.
Okay, there it is. Bye.
Swing it up to 3. Food can gain 2 life, 3 life.
Got a cat in his hand.
That also helps.
You should have paid the 2
Should have paid the 2 for what?
for the land.
I know, for what though?
For his land.
Is there like something that they needed the mana for?
No. I think it would have been like the alpha play to
You're just saying in general. The alpha play.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Got 2 kitty cats.
That's good. Second the food. Playing 2 cats.
Witch's oven. Let's go.
All right. Can still bring it back. Is this the tide? Oh, top deck tap free. Just kidding.
Psych.
There's also a wrap, but
yeah. He's like checking in the graveyard. He's like, could it be? Could it be?
Yeah, it's rough.
He's checking who's online. He's getting bored.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Yeah. Who's up?
About decree, exile the Corvold. Smart. But you have to sack it. So, okay, so now Andrew doesn't get to scry from the devout decree.
Alpha.
Don't know why you would attack with the
cat. Or why would you attack with that token?
I don't know. What was the purpose of that? That one more damage, really?
Well, it wouldn't have even done anything because there was 2 foods out. Oh, there's 2 citadels?
Maybe there's one in the deck and one in the sideboard. What? Oh. No, there's just one. How did he get that?
Judge? Judge? Judge?
I don't know. I didn't see anything. I don't know where that came from.
That's... Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a big DQ. Because that's quite a big...
Dairy Queen?
That's a big one. Disqualification.
They're cute and disqualified. Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Jaffer, can you here one?
Judge? Yeah, how did that actually come from? I thought you were kidding, but no, for real.
No, that's legit. Let me.
Does he have something that you can like grab from your graveyard?
I'm gonna put myself on mute really quick. Entertain people.
Yeah.
Talk about the thing.
All right, chat. How you doing? How's it going? I am confusion. If I was in a state in the US, I would be in the state of confusion because I don't know what just happened.
What you mean, Arkansas?
Yeah. Arkansas or Arkansas? Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, so we have a big problem. So essentially what happened is that that's very, very, very bad. So Toby played a second Bolus Citadel, but in the deck list, there is only one. So, when playing and you see one Bolus Citadel, and you just assume, wait, they bounced the Citadel? Oh, did they tuck it? Did they tuck it? Was it a tuck? Was it am I crazy? Maybe it was a tuck. Okay, I'm lying. Sorry. I'm crazy.
Yeah. Rewind, that never happened.
All right, just kidding. Yeah. All right, I'm crazy.
Wow, we tucked the Citadel. That's so crazy. How did you do that?
I'm stupid.
Yeah. You know Toby. Toby would never lie or cheat, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not Toby, but
I could definitely be dumb.
Toby puts the eye in integrity.
For sure.
Trying to like spell words in my head. I don't know. You gonna claim that firstborn? Okay, that's cool. He claimed his own Wolf Strider.
Giving it haste, yeah, that's super smart.
Oh.
1 HP. That's really good. But there's 2 Wrath of Gods in Andrew's hands.
Yeah, so that's big.
Yeah.
Okay. Not like a big board though. This is actually like the comeback of the century.
Yeah.
Maybe. Don't let me speak too soon, but
9-3. But again, that's sack. Is there a devil in Toby's hand?
no.
Oh,
Just
okay.
a Corvold and a Clethis.
Ooh. Corvold and a Clothis.
Clothis. Ooh. Okay.
Oh yeah, both the Citadel. Sack.
There it
Big
is.
sack. The big sack.
Oh. That Corvold is thick and he's dead.
Yep. Big dead.
All right.
Congrats, Toby. Sorry for accusing you of me being stupid.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Toby. Shout out to Toby.
Yeah, shout out to Toby. Being the big winner.
Yeah. Big Corvold boy. Well. All right.
Yeah. Well, congrats on that. So Toby is definitely doing great. I think Toby's at 6-1 now.
Damn.
Which is really, really good. What else?
Is that like top material or?
It's getting real close to top. So hold on, let's see what we got. Yeah, because number 1 at the time before this round was Kang, and Kang was 6-0. So going 6-1 is still very, very good.
Yeah, it's close.
All of top 10 was 5-1, except for second and third place. Tom was 5-0-1, which I assume there was a draw at some point. I don't know what happened there. I guess I assume like a bye or something. Well, bye should be a win. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. And then for third, Rejewel playing Jun Food is 5-0. I think they dropped because it was like 3 a.m.
Fair enough. Yeah, there's other things I'd rather do at 3 a.m., such as sleeping.
Yeah, sorry about the Citadel scare. That was my fault. I freaked out for a second. I was like, wait, what? I forgot it was tucked. I had to double check.
Yeah, I wasn't looking because it's not polite, so. Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. All right, so the only game that's left now is, of course, a Jund Food mirror.
Oh my god.
Juan and Metal Metal Kyle, Metally Kyle, something like that.
Metal Kyle, respect.
Yeah.
John Demere's
Oh.
not streaming.
Yes, that sounds invigorating and super fun.
Yeah.
Those are all of them. After that, we're going into quarterfinals,
Ooh.
which is really good.
Remind me what time the tournament started today?
I have no idea. Early.
Early. Well, now it is late. So wow, what a long tournament.
I think it was. Oh my gosh, it had to have
12
been.
p.m. CST. It just came to me now in a vision.
It was like 9 a.m. my time or something. No, it couldn't.
What
have been
time
that
zone are you in? Not that I'm gonna stalk you, but
I'm Pacific right now. I live in
Pacific?
Arizona, so I don't have daylight savings time because Arizona is the only intelligent state.
that's sick.
Outside of, I think Hawaii doesn't do that,
I
or
hate
Alaska.
daylight savings. Like, what are we actually saving? Nothing.
Exactly. That's why Arizona is super sweet.
Yeah.
Well, that and no natural disasters. It's a combination.
Not yet.
It's a combination of those. It's a combination. What are we gonna get? A drought? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
All right. And so, looking at the top, yeah, it looks like Jun Food is just ripping apart all of these decks.
Yeah, like respect because Demir isn't winning and Azori's control isn't winning, but
Yeah. Well, if you look at, I'm looking at the percentage of the field, and 14%, so 14 decks are Junk Food, which is pretty good. And their record is 37-24. So they have a 62% win rate, which is ridiculous.
that's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Never seen before.
Never seen before. Yeah, there's a couple ones that have a higher win rate right now, but it's only because one of their decks have been entered. Like mono white mid range, there's only one deck submitted, and that person's 5-1. So obviously, the overall win rate for that deck is inflated because there's only one.
Right.
But there's like nothing close. Orzhov Auras is pretty close to that. There's 10 decks, and that's at a 51% win rate overall.
Right.
That's 25 and 23. So
Yeah.
let's see what was at the bottom. What was the biggest suck? Gruul Aggro was the biggest suck.
The biggest suck.
The biggest suck. Just
honestly, yeah. I built a Gruul aggro deck with Astral's Flame, and it was a good deck, but I just get freaking like destroyed. So I had to stop playing it because it was just like killing my rank.
good.
No more Gruul aggro.
Yeah, no more Gruul Aggro. Forget it. Yeah, there was 6 decks submitted with Gruul Aggro, and they're 6-17. Good.
Is that your least favorite?
No, I don't know.
You don't like anything?
Yeah, I don't really like anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not too many things that I like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless it's like a deck that I built and somebody's playing, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, it's epic. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to not hate everything else that isn't what you're playing.
Exactly. I mean, there's some things that are really cool. I don't mind playing most decks. I actually don't really mind playing any decks. Mono blue any tempo decks. I hate tempo decks. Anybody who plays tempo decks, I hope their kids never learn to read. Like, go away. Stop playing Magic.
Yeah, so they can't play tempo decks, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like decks that do the same thing over and over and over and over again, kind of like how we just watched, but it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the basic combos like Treasure Hunt. Treasure Hunt kind of bothers me. Just
Luris.
Which Luris?
Dream Den.
Wait, which one?
Luris of the Dream Den.
Well, I know. There's a couple Luris
There's
decks.
more than one?
Well, no, there's a couple Luris decks. There's Rakdos, Death Shadow Luris. There's Luris,
the one that has like the equivalent of Spore Frog, where you just like keep bringing it back to prevent
Yeah, but there's different decks that use Lurrus, is what I'm saying. So
I don't know.
You just mean the creature in general, or if there's a specific
Like the combos of Lurrus, it's just like annoying because it just goes on forever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the Lurrus and Kaya's ghost form thing, where every time it dies, it just comes back to the battlefield, and then you equip Kaya's ghost form to it again.
Before. It sucks.
I'm just like, because you have to kill it twice in one turn. Or you have to kill the Kaya's ghost form first.
Yeah, it's just no, thank you.
Yeah.
Not for me. Not for anyone. Ban it.
I'm surprised there weren't more elves. Were there any elves?
Yeah, right?
Actually,
that's a big question. I see a lot of elves in Historic when I play.
There was 2 elf decks. One was green and one was Golgari. Interesting.
No,
yeah, I see a ton of them. Maybe it's just maybe that's strictly a best of 1 deck.
Could be.
Is there no Coco Angels? There's Abzan Angels. There was 1 Abzan Angels deck.
Interesting.
There was a mono white mid-range.
No Karn. Did nobody play Karn?
There's 3 Selesnya Angels. Okay, so there were a couple Angel decks. Not a whole lot. I would have thought it would have been more, but
okay. We've been provided with the top 8.
Ooh, top 8. Quarterfinals.
John Food is 7-0. Ooh.
Yeah. How exciting. How riveting.
Mono Red Goblin 6-1. Okay.
Okay, so we have the matchups. Oh no, we don't. We don't have matchups yet.
No, just this list here.
Yeah, so it's Jund Food, Goblins, Jund Food, Mono White mid-range. I want to know what that mid-range deck is. Rule Company, Orzhov Auras, and Mono Red Aggro. So this entire top 8 is all aggro. Except for the Mono White mid-range. Well, are food decks considered aggro? Or are they mid-range? I feel like they're basically aggro decks. But I don't know.
I couldn't tell you. Honestly.
That is... Yeah,
I feel like they're rude. That's what they are.
Yes, definitely. I really want to find out what that mono white mid-range deck is now.
I'm sure you most definitely could find that out if you would like to find that information.
I am looking it up now.
Strider Daddy is anti-meta. Is it? What does that mean?
I don't like meta decks.
Like meta is what everyone else plays?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's boring.
It's just because I see it all the time. And so when I play it, if I were to play meta decks on stream, it's just one of those things to where if you want to see a meta deck being played, you want to go to somebody who is like a professional. You know, you're going to want to go to Nazif's stream. You're going to want to go to Danny T Law's stream, even though Danny doesn't play a ton of meta decks. He like makes meta decks.
Is there big name drops there? I don't know who those people are, but shout out to them.
Any pro player, you're going to go to their streams to see meta decks.
You want to see your deck like best optimized by someone who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, if you want to see a meta deck and you want to learn how to play a meta deck and you want to enter in tournaments with meta decks, those are places you want to go. You don't want to see some scrub pick up a meta deck, right? So I'm an entertainer, not a Magic player. So I play Magic while I entertain, but it's definitely not a yeah.
That's some real transparency.
Yeah.
Well, technically, you're an entertainer who plays Magic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I would never advertise myself as a good Magic player. I have fun playing Magic, and I think I'm average, at least. I just play enough to where I can get into Mythic. Because if you play enough, you can get into Mythic. It's just a matter of playing a deck that has a 51% win rate. And then if you
Right.
randomly go on a good winning streak to where you win like 5 or 6 in a row, then you just make it into the next rank. And then you just play, get 50%, get 50%, get 50%, and then you get on a big win streak, get into the next rank. And that's just essentially what you do.
Yeah, that's huge. It just takes a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes your eyes are bleeding and you're just like, just one more
Yeah.
game, have to get to the next rank.
You're like, if I play against another mono blue tempo deck, I swear to God.
Yeah. I'm going to send a nasty email to Wizards and break my computer in half.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's all RNG, like, honestly.
All right,
That's-
so I'm
that's my
taking a
blame
look
one.
at the mono white mid-range deck. So it's Talia, Selfless Savior, Luminarch Aspirant, Archon of Amaria. So it's got and Skyclave Apparition with why does it have Luris Main? Luris Main seems odd. It only hits like
Yeah.
it only hits a few cards in main. I don't know if it hits enough. And then Shalai, it's definitely more of like a creature control. And then obviously Linvala. There we go. That's reading.
Yep. Lavinia?
Linvala. It's definitely Linvala.
I think it's Linvala.
It's definitely Linvala.
Linvala.
Activated abilities to your creatures opponent's control can't be activated. That's super cool because it also destroys Jund Food because I believe. Wait, no, because the cat is not an activated ability. The casting from the graveyard. That's
You know what's really good? Shalai, Voice of Plenty. That card is so good.
Yeah, it's nice, but it just dies to a lot of things. You have to give it protection, which is why they have Selfless Savior.
Right, and they got 4 of those, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that card's so good.
Yeah, and there's 3 Raidens in sideboard, which is beautiful. I would have put 4 in there. I love Raiden. Raiden destroys sack decks.
The who what?
Raiden.
Oh, I thought you were saying Raven. I'm like, why is the Raven?
Redain. I call it Raiden because Raiden.
I've never thought of how that was pronounced.
Yeah, it's Redain.
Oh, that's rude.
But the shield part of it, the source an opponent control would deal damage to you or a permanent you control, prevent 1 of that damage. So they're sitting there like, oh, I have a Mayhem Devil. I'm gonna sack stuff and do damage to you. You're like, no, you're not. Because you're gonna prevent every single damage.
That's cool. I'm kind of excited to see this deck, to be honest.
Yeah.
Something different.
Yeah. And then
Is
of
it
course,
different though? I don't know. But to me it is.
Anytime you or a permanent gets targeted by a spell or ability, it's countered unless they pay 1. A lot of people forget about that part of the ability. I love Raid. I would say Raiding should be main deck, but I suppose they're going for more of the Angel thing because 2 Lyra's main deck and then the rest of the Angels.
Yeah, we'll see if they throw it in.
They definitely. Well, I guess it depends on who they're going up against.
Feature matches are getting ready. Okay.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
So pumped.
HE double hockey sticks or whatever it was back in the day.
I believe it was the 2 hockey sticks, yes. I think. I don't know. Who do you hope takes it all down? I don't know. What's the other one? It's mono white versus.
We don't have matchups yet, so we don't know.
Oh, then why did you say that? Are we supposed to ask that question? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Who do you hope?
Yeah, who do you want to take it all? I think mono white mid range, I guess, would be the only thing I want to take just because I don't see it often. Although I hate going up against that deck because Talia is so annoying. Because I play a lot of Wraths, I don't play a lot of creatures. So
you play rats?
Wraths, like Wrath of Gods.
Oh, Wrath. I was like Rat Tribal. Interesting.
No, not Wrath. Oh, that would be funny, but no.
No.
I don't play a lot of creatures. So if I'm trying to Wrath on turn 4 and then they play Talia on turn 2, I can't play Wrath until turn 5, and I'm like, oh no. And then if they're just playing a bunch of creatures, I'm dead before I can even do anything.
Yeah.
So
That sucks.
yeah, that's bad.
Sucks to be you.
Unfortunately.
MTG Girl is Pog. Oh, thanks. Strider is Pog. Oh, it doesn't say is.
Pog. No, it's just Strider Pog.
Strider Pog. Yours is cooler. Mine's too many words.
I'm not actually Pog. I am a Pog. That's what that
Yeah,
means.
that's cool, I guess.
But yeah, what do you think, or what are you hoping is going to win of all these lists?
Honestly, nobody has Karn in their deck, so do I really care?
It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like have specific little things that I like. I love the card Overwhelming Splendor. I'd love to see that in a deck.
Such a good card.
I love it. Some people
So
say it's like
expensive.
dumb, but I like it. I don't know.
So expensive.
It's cool. I like the animation for it. It makes me very excited to get to play it.
Yeah. I mean, the mono white mid range has Legion's Angel, which is kind of, I mean, it hits sideboard stuff. Because you can steal another Legion Angel from sideboard and put it in your hand. That's almost like Karn, except not at all, but almost.
Yeah, it's not
almost
an artifact.
not close.
Yeah, my favorite thing with the Great Creator is like where you turn God Pharaoh statue into a creature and then Helm of the Host it, and then it costs them like 1 billion mana to make anything.
Yep. Now you're speaking my language.
That's the best.
Yeah.
It's like so cringe, but it's like I don't know.
It's fantastic.
It just makes me laugh. I'm like, hey, loser.
It's beautiful. Yeah, I have no idea what else may be going on. I mean, everything we've already seen outside of the mono blue mid range, everything else is just food.
What's going on?
Food, goblins, mono red aggro. I mean, none of this has really changed.
Maybe we could see some Ember Cleave action.
And that would be great. You know?
Yeah, it always shocks me every single time.
I know, I've never seen an Ember Cleave coming.
I know.
Who plays that card?
It's like, come on.
Out of nowhere. It comes out of nowhere every time.
RKO out of nowhere.
Yeah. Never saw it.
Which room mono white is in, please? Okay. That's not the rooms, is it? No.
No, that is the same list that we already got.
Swiss rounds rank? Oh, or they're like ranks named after cheats?
Swiss. Okay, so mono white will be in 4 if Russell decides to stream. Ooh, it looks like Russell. We'd better be in feature match 4.
MTG Girl is punk. This one person's really like pro elves.
Why though?
I don't know. I think they're the one that kept saying no elves. Really? Where's the elves guy?
I think all the elves are done.
Yeah.
We're done.
Good. I don't know what's going on here. Room 4.
All right.
We don't both go there, do we know, right?
We will. We'll see what that's. So this is the Angels player. Mid range. On a white mid range. So this will be exciting, quote unquote. Possibly, kind of, sort of, maybe.
Cool.
Who knows?
Who knows?
I like the person's deck names, right?
Yeah, I like Two Step plus Cowboy Boogie.
I like the fuck aside taxes.
DT plus Karn? Why isn't he playing that one?
Probably bad.
Probably bad?
Yeah. Or it's probably a best of 1 list, to be honest.
What's DT?
Death and taxes.
Plus Karn.
Doesn't really exist in Arena. They can try. They can try to pretend it exists. I don't even call my decks Death and Taxes. This person has a ton of tax lists.
They're all
which is-
DT.
Yeah.
There's death plus tapsies. Were you saying tapsies or taxes?
Taxes.
Oh.
But,
Are they different things? Because he's saying tapsies.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the tapsies is. It's just a play on words of sorts. I just don't know what it is.
I don't know. I'm not Russell. How could I know?
Exactly.
That's cool. I respect Russell though. I think I'm Team Russell here. He's got Karn in at least one of his decks, so
Right.
that's a man of culture.
I'm a fan of taxes, so you know.
Yeah, I don't like paying them, but I like my tax return.
I calculate all my I calculate all my taxes for how much I get paid, so I get the most amount of money throughout the year, and then I don't get like anything back on my tax return, and I don't have to pay anything, or it's very, very limited on either side.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of
I think
person you are.
Yeah.
To me,
I
it's like
had
a
to learn
gift.
how to save, so I'm like, I don't want to give the government money free of interest because
Yeah.
they charge me interest, other flowers.
Yeah, how is that fair?
So I know. I'm like, what? Everyone charges me. I was like, if I pay more taxes, how about you pay me interest?
Right.
And then I'll definitely pay extra taxes if I get interest payments.
Yeah. Where's that
Hell yeah.
tax return? So I'm questioning my whole life now.
Yeah.
What
Just
can I do?
calculate your taxes.
How to calculate them.
Exactly.
That's what I'm doing wrong. I got the first step wrong.
Yep.
I wonder. But I did spend my return on Strixhaven, so
There you go.
can't wait for that.
Did you buy a box or are you just saving it for MTG Arena?
I got both. Like I bought the thing on Arena. Just one of them though. I never buy both because like I don't know, it's like that's so much money. It's $69 Canadian. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
But also nice.
Nice, yeah. But not nice when it's 130 total.
Yeah, nice, but also not nice. Yeah, see,
Yeah.
for me, I always have to have like all the cards when it comes out. It sucks because my decks are always so janky and weird that I use so many rares and mythics that I have to have every card, unfortunately. So I always have to spend like $300 to $350 when a new set comes out in Arena.
Ooh. That sucks. Yeah,
Yeah.
I ain't got the time for that. Or the money.
Yeah. No, it sucks for sure, but you know, I have fantastic supporting community and they like the content and that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as the content is good, I don't care.
Yeah, we can live vicariously through your deck creations.
Exactly.
That's the whole point. Yeah, I love watching channels that make like stupid decks. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's fun.
much
It's like,
what I do.
why would I want to watch someone like play like Azorius Control for like 3 hours? That's
I know, exactly. There's not many people I can actually watch play meta decks. It's very, very, very few people. Like,
yeah,
it's
you'd have to be like
so-
really funny.
Because I play against them all the time. Like,
Yeah, it's
you
pain.
see the decks all the time when you're playing. When you're in your free time and you're not playing, I don't want to watch those decks even more. But that's me personally.
Yeah, no, I respect that and I understand it. Yeah, it's just gross. It's like you've seen everything the deck can do. It's
Yeah.
whatever. That's why like I don't like having a win condition. I know that's like the dumbest thing ever, but when I play Commander, I just like throw a bunch of cards in. I'm like, we'll see what happens. It's fun.
Like,
I never know
have
what
a
I'm picking up.
Gaia's Blessing. I don't need a win condition. If you have Gaia's Blessing and a Bala Get Recovery, you don't need one.
I guess like
You just shuffle your Bala back in and then you get your... Yeah, you just keep getting your stuff back.
that's anti-mill.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can never mill unless they have Ashiok 3. And then... Or I guess Ulamog. They back with it.
I do love Ulamog.
I hate Ulamog.
Love Ulamog. I have
I like
an
Ulamog if I have Lithoform engine out, and then you can either exile 4 things when you cast it, or when you attack, you can exile 40 cards off the top of their library. That's always hilarious.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. But the Form Engine is such an underrated card.
Is it underrated?
For sure.
It's not like the most expensive. You can get it for pretty cheap. It's like $8.
Oh, I don't know. I don't play paper.
Oh,
Super good card.
computer guy. I play
Yeah.
both, which is awful. It's so much money.
I know. That's why I can't play paper. Because when I played paper, I would take all my janky decks. It would cost like $50 or something, and I would limited edition and foil them out and stuff. Turn a $50 deck into like a $500 deck for absolutely no reason because I have zero self-control.
Just for fun, yeah. Shiny stuff. Nice.
Yeah.
Love that.
Oh, cheers. People are cheersing apparently.
What are we cheering to?
Good question.
Gifting subs? That's cool. That's pretty cheers.
I know.
Cheersing to. I don't freaking know.
I cheers. That's all that matters.
What's going on here? Like in the board screen game.
I don't know. It went super blurry. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's just like it's on the main screen, but
They're restarting.
Oh.
Dang. They're restarting.
Thank
right
you.
I'll go into Legion's channel.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Be like, yo, dog.
You dog.
Dogette.
Man. What's going on?
Oh, their avatar is Zorg too. It's pretty sweet.
Zorg? Is that this redheaded being?
No, Zorg. Did you ever watch The Fifth Element
No.
movie? Oh my gosh, it's a
Not
great
even
movie.
The Fourth Element. I don't know what that is.
Okay, it has Mila Jovovich, which is
Who?
amazing. Mila Jovovich.
No.
I think she was the one that was in Resident Evil as well.
Like the video game?
The movies.
I don't know anything.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
It
I
also
am
had
without
Bruce
culture.
Willis and Chris Tucker in it. Great movie. But the bad guy's name was Zorg, and that's what what's its face looks like.
It makes me think of Zoidberg from Futurama. Zorg?
Yeah, Zorg from Fifth Element looks identical
Zorg?
to that Planeswalker.
Zorg looks like Nico Eris.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
Oh, you could have just said Nico Eris.
I
It's like
didn't remember
Zorg?
the name. I didn't remember Nico's name. I always call Nico Zorg because it looks like Zorg. It looks identical to Zorg.
Yeah, I feel like that's a ripoff of Zorg for sure.
The first time I saw it, I was like, oh my god, it's Zorg. And nobody believed me. And so I put up a side-by-side comparison from the movie and put it on my Twitter. Everyone's like, oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, for real.
And then nobody cared.
Nobody
was like,
cares.
oh.
Yeah, classic.
It's like, but Zorg is awesome. I mean, he's not really, but Nico also sucks. So it's kind of like a combo. Actually,
Yeah.
do you know the lore of MTG at all? Me either. I mean,
Yeah.
I know some of the lore. The story, I had to stop everything about. The story is atrocious.
Is it?
It's so bad. It's like the worst thing. Like they don't know how to tell a story. Period.
Is it worse than Twilight?
Absolutely. Absolutely worse. It's like it was made by a 5th grader. They're just so all over the place for absolutely no reason.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, no, it would not surprise me. It literally would not surprise me.
Someone like
The
stole a
characters-
kid's homework.
The characters are awesome. They have cool backstories, but holy, the actual story is so bad. I'm like, oh my gosh, this reminds me of new Star Wars, except the inverse.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I didn't even try, so you did better than I could
no,
ever. So,
I tried to try, but
ooh. Okay. I think we're having some technical issues.
yeah, I'm in Legion stream. Right, I'm trying to be in Legion stream. but it's like going all key blank. Should probably go into a different match right now. Huh? You think? You think that would be a good idea, tournament organizer?
Can I get a tournament organizer in the chat, please?
Can I get a toe? Maybe. Maybe talking to us, actually. I have no idea.
I don't hear anything.
There is...
Would it be in the chat?
Audibly, yeah. Maybe talking. This commentator corner.
Commentator corner.
Yeah, we're going to match 1.
Oh, cool. Okay. Wow. My posture is bad. Oh.
Yeah, mine too. Now you're leaning back. You're like, my posture's worse. All right, we have Goblin Credible versus Kang. All right, so it's Mono Red versus Junfoot. This is the most exciting matchup.
Oh my god.
We are going to see so many sacks and so many Amber Cleaves.
I'm going to pee my pants.
No, who knows? This could come out of nowhere. Ooh, I'm going to check out... Wait, which one is Goblin Credible?
Okay, the one is Jund. 2, I guess. What's their name? Oh, this is them. And feature match 2.
Oh, Goblin Credible's an 8. Okay.
Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Yeah. Sorry,
It's feature match 1. I'm gonna go into Goblin Credible's stream to
go for it.
look at their. I don't want to do that. That sounds painful.
Yeah.
I also heard, I don't know if it's true, but medically, it's impossible to punch yourself in the head and knock yourself out. Don't know if that's true, but I've heard that from a couple sources. Extremely pointless information that may or may not be true, but enjoy that.
Like with your own body, like if you were to hit yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I could smash my head on the wall and knock myself out.
Yes. You can do that.
Which I'm quite tempted to do, but I won't.
You can't punch yourself in the head and knock yourself out.
Yeah, I feel like just the human ability to inflict pain on yourself, you can't. I feel like you would just stop yourself. But
yeah, but I'm sure if that's not true, there's a dentist in chat that will be like, I'm a doctor, a PhD, and that's not how it works. And
it's like a PhD in poetry or something. But yeah,
big true. Oh, can you have a PhD in poetry?
For sure, you can have PhD in anything. You can have PhD in Harry Potter.
There's a lot of things you can have a PhD in because there's no doctorate school for it. There's no use for it.
Yeah.
There's no actual research you can do.
You can make your own research.
But I guess you could have a PhD in English.
Yeah.
Or in any language, I guess. So, and you could minor in the poetry side of things. So yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right. And I don't know why we're talking about this. I mean,
I don't know either. Anyways,
it's about as exciting as Mono Red.
Lightning strike.
Oh no, I'm the worst commentator. Sorry.
No, okay. I'm the worst commentator. You're the second worst commentator.
So, that's fair.
You're like, yeah, I can agree with you.
We'll just go with that. We'll just go with that. All right, so this is Snow Mono Red. So Faceless Haven is going to be a huge victory because Kang can't claim a land, which is kind of amazing. I mean, I think they can if it's on their turn, but as an attacking Mono Red player, it's not going to happen. Yeah, and a Crow Noir is not very good against Stunned Food. Just because they'll just sack the creature.
I forgot that card.
There's just no way.
That's the red card, right?
Yeah. So it's the red enchantment that you gain control of target creature until it leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, that's the Pog. All right, it's cat time.
Oh boy, kitties.
There's some goblin propaganda going on. I feel like people here are not saying this of their own accord. Okay.
It's like a mono red burn deck. It doesn't see. It looks. It almost doesn't even look like mono red aggro. It looks like mono red burn.
Yeah. Where is the aggro? Just the Faceless Haven. Is that aggro?
Burn. Yeah. Well, they had that lizard. That one mana. I call them. I know they're not lizards. They're wizards, but
Lizards?
the one that enables wizards, the Gitu Lava Runner, the 1/2, where as long as there are 2 or more instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard, it gets +1/+0 and haste. But they're not drawing anything. They're just drawing lands.
I have a PhD in how sexy Strider is. Like WoW Strider, or
Ooh, baby.
I don't know if they're talking about you or about the WoW Strider.
Probably both.
Yeah, the WoW Strider's kind of built different. I like how it's like
It is a bit weird.
like
Yeah.
kind of weird, like in a good way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in a weird way. Weird is, I mean, different is good.
built different.
Okay, Hazoret, is Hazoret indestructible? I don't even know now.
Hazoret?
I have to look up.
I don't know what that is.
It's Hazoret the Fervent. It's a 4-mana god. Yeah, indestructible in haste. It's 5/4. Can't attack or block unless you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand. Which Hazoret will not be able to attack or block.
Oh, look at that animation.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
It's a dog thing.
God.
Dog god.
Dog god. It's a Doge.
Yeah.
Doge Oge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you're dead. Yeah, I think Goblin Incredible's dead. But Goblin already said good game. I think they're just making Kang use their time.
Yeah, that's just like a mono red thing. They just have to say good game by like turn 4.
Yeah, well, it is GG. They realized it was GG. But Kang has been slow in like every match, so it makes sense.
Yeah. That is a Kang. Oh, he's saying good game because he lost.
Yeah. No,
I thought it was the reverse. I was like, maybe that's just like something that automatically happens when you play mono red. It just types it like for you. You don't even press it. But I'm wrong. All right, that is a GG.
Game 1.
Who's
All right.
Goblin?
Wait, no, that was game 2. Holy crap. Yeah, that was
game 2?
third game. Just kidding. We missed the whole first game, apparently. Got it.
Gosh, okay.
All right, let's go back into feature match 1 to see if they were able to. Oh, wait, that was feature match 1. Feature match 2. I'm going to go to Twitchy. Okay. Oh, right. I lost.
That looks like it.
Yep. So, Legion MTG just won with the mono white mid range against Goblins. It's 1-1 right now. And Goblins are on the play, which means it's horrifying.
Yeah.
You got to bring in the Tibble against the life gain, right? No?
That would be pretty epic gamer. Nope. Okay.
I guess there's not a ton.
I guess they won the first game.
Yeah, they won the first game, lost second game. I'm gonna hop into Legion's channel. All right, so we're waiting on sideboard, I think. Legion definitely has top tier internets.
Yeah.
For sure.
Is the stream clean?
It's
or
so
like
clean.
the opposite?
It's so clean it just doesn't move.
Oh wow, that's clean.
Yeah, super clean.
Yeah.
Wait, sir. Oh my gosh, yes. It is currently being ran on a microwave powered by a hamster.
Wow.
Oh.
I gotta get myself on that plan.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like it's starting. Finally.
You're not on 2, are you? Are you on the other one?
I'm looking at Legions.
Oh, victory word. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
I don't
Nope,
even.
okay.
I don't know what game we're in now.
No. Psych. No, I'm on 2, but it's also like pretty low frames. Is it me? I'm starting to think I'm the problem, but if you said you're seeing it too.
No, yeah, it's Discord stuff.
Yeah.
Discord streams are pretty brutal.
Yeah, pretty stinky.
Okay, so yeah, it's Orzhov versus Mono Red Goblins. That's what we're watching.
See it.
Got it.
Let's see it happen. He's got that castle Ambreth. Love that land. Ooh, Goblin Chieftain. Love to see it. I have that in my commander deck.
A Goblin Commander player?
It's so basic and cheap to build.
That's fair. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I use it for like when I play on people's like little stream things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Does well. Does the job easy, except for counting. Oh my god, counting goblins. So hard.
Oh, that's right. I have seen some of those.
Yeah. There's always like 200 goblins, and I'm like, I don't know. And then people in chat are like, actually, it's 206. I'm like, okay.
Actually?
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know why that happens to me. And then I have a Kinnan deck, and the same thing happens where I can't count how much mana I have. So I don't know why I keep doing this. They just seem like fun.
That deadweight.
Ooh. But deadweight always, it's like, it doesn't seem like it's that good, but it always like gets me. It's 1 cost. Is it -2 or -4? I can't see.
It's -2, but it's for 1 mana.
Yeah, sometimes they have 2 of them and it's just like -4, and I'm like, frick, that frickin' fricks, you know?
Yes, I do. Well aware. Oh no, so yeah, they can get rid of both of those spirit dancers, which is horrible. Yeah,
horrible
so
for
there's
the Orzhov,
yeah, horrible for Mertcon. Yeah, nothing. No idea. But yeah, that's really bad.
Yeah, he's super pissed right now.
Let's see.
Mertcan? More like Mert can't. Got him.
All right, where is it? I assume that's MC. Let's see. Yes. All right. Yeah, MC has like, well, they have Scary Eyes and Cartouche.
Are those cards, or are you just making that up?
Sentinel Eyes is Scary Eyes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I have weird like names for cards too. It's all good.
I know. I have like a Thought Steve, Thought Karen.
Why Karen?
Because it's girl. Yes. That's why it's Thought Steve. Because
Steve, I guess.
On it.
It's dude, yeah.
Because it's a dude. Then, and that, yeah. It's Thought Erasure and Thoughtseize. And then on Agonizing Remorse, it has both of them on the picture. So it's just too long of a name. All right, we got the Eidolon coming out. Thoughtseize is completely dead card now for Mertcan. Oh, that all that glitters is going to be brutal to deal with, and it has lifelink. I don't know.
What is the Cartouche?
Cartouche is another enchantment.
Oh, we hit him with the nice. He's pissed. Thanks.
The Cartouche of Solidarity. It's a 1-mana enchantment.
Ooh.
That when it enters battlefield, you get a 1/1 with vigilance, and then enchanted creature has +1/+1 in first strike.
Oh wow, okay, that's pretty good for 1 cost. Is it 1 cost?
Yeah, it's 1.
Damn.
Yeah, it's obscene. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying.
Oh my gosh! All right, so there's Angelic Gift in Mertcan's hand and Sentinel's Eyes. So I would assume Angelic Gift because it gives it flying. Yep, and you get to draw a card from it.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, enchantments are Damn.
Yeah, this is rough. So 7 in the air with lifelink, going up to 15. Ugh.
Yeah, that's yikesies.
Yeah, and
3 mana? I guess you don't really need more than that with mono red, but still
yeah,
not
so
good enough.
right now they have to hope for a Muxus, but Deadweight obviously gonna kill that chieftain, right? Yep.
Yep.
Draw a card, draw another card from Hateful Eidolon.
Rip.
Oh my gosh. Scary Eyes coming out. Ooh, going on the core Spirit Dancer though. Seems odd. Can't you just win?
Maybe this is just a flex.
Could also
Mogus.
Mogus your own stuff, or
Mogus.
Mogus and kill that other goblin,
Ooh.
or not. Didn't you have just won like 3 times? Very confused. There's like 3 different ways that they could have won. But you know what? If they're gonna win anyway,
You know what?
Borisov wins.
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
Mert
Slot
can do
season.
whatever he wants.
Thought season for the BM. Do it. No, they didn't do it. Thoughtseize. 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 Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it, you coward.
Will they do it? Oh no.
I think we somehow got turned around. Nice. Nice, Mertcan.
Wow,
Nice
sometimes it'd be like that. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. Defeat.
All right. Well, that was GG's.
Yeah, it's very epic.
Now I gotta find.
Oh.
Keep closing out of the tournament. I don't know why. Was that the last? No, that was not even close to the last one. Okay, we still have a Jund Food versus Orzhov Auras going down, and the Mono White mid range versus Gruel Company. I'm gonna jump in on that Mono White mid range deck because I still want to see it.
Do it.
Oh, wait, is this the same? I don't even know if this is the same one.
There's 4's got a mono white going on.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, Russell.
Yeah, and there's a gruel.
I thought it was. I missed something clearly. All right, I'm absolutely crazy.
I can check out the gruel, I guess. I don't know.
Let's find out. What do we got?
Burning Tree is such a good card.
Yep, we're going in the 4 and 5. So yeah, you're on the gruel one.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Is
All
this
right,
Collected Company or no? No.
I don't know. You'd have to look at the list.
You have to look at the
me
list.
Let me grab them.
Thank you.
They should be in the chat.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, Jaffer posted.
The Jaffer, he's always posting something.
He is a degen like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So.
Where is it?
No, there is no Coco.
Found it. Wow, he's always on it, eh?
There is no Coco.
There's no Coco.
Yeah, it's just Jund.
This looks like pretty much what I like. This looks like the one that I built.
I am definitely. This is not correct.
It's not erect?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
I know. Feels bad.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where? Company. Yes, Gruel Company has company.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Or else why would it be called Gruel Company?
White. There, okay, you do have the list there. All right.
Yes, sir.
So, Fire Prophecy main is not. What game is this? It's game 2. Oof. Ambercleave.
There it is.
All right. So, okay. Rusty calling GG when Rusty has settled the wreckage.
Are they bluffing?
They have to be bluffing. Is this BMZs? You think they're gonna fall for it? I mean, they have to go for it, right?
I don't know if I would.
I mean, you have to go for lethal at least. Leave back Burning Tree Emissary.
Yeah.
So you go for exact lethal.
Ooh.
Oh no. Punish.
The double strike.
Nished.
Nice. Made it just in time for the big finish.
That's rough. Feels bad.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, to settle the wreckage.
Yeah. Good game.
Yeah, calling good game, bluffing the settle. Telling ya.
You fooled me, even though you told me that you had it.
All right, we have Declaration in Stone and Selfless Savior in their hand.
Yeah, he's got a big stompy
Exile
stomper.
target creature and all their creatures its controller controls with the same name. So it's
I hate that card.
Yeah, so that's nice. No creatures on the board. They do take 2 damage, going down to 3 now. Any Coco will basically win the game for Legion right now. Unless they completely whiff, which would be ridiculous.
We said this one doesn't have Coco, or this one does have Coco?
The company one has Coco, yeah. The Gruul one. Legion's deck has company, for sure.
Oh, it does. Okay, but he's got no white land.
Oh, Questing Beast. Dead.
Questing Beast.
Dead. Settle this.
Yeah, that beast is nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Texting Beast.
Texting Beast?
Yeah, because that's so
I
much
call him
text on
Questing
it.
Yeast.
Questing Yeast.
Yeah.
Infection.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely. All right. So, oh, interesting. Rusty is throwing Raiden, and why would you put Raiden in this matchup? I feel like this is the worst matchup with Raiden in, because Questing Beast says you can't prevent damage, and Bone Crusher Giant is also can't prevent damage, and you know that Legion has both of those cards.
Yeah.
It does make Coco more expensive, but I don't. Is it worth it? It's also a flyer with vigilance, so maybe
Doesn't Coco only cost 4?
Yeah, Coco costs 4, but Raiden as a creature makes it more expensive.
How much does Raiden cost?
Raiden as a creature is 3. The shield is 4. So, and especially when you're going first, I guess Raiden is pretty powerful in that sense, as it's non-creature spells your opponents cast with converted mana cost 4 or more, cost 2 more. So it delays their Coco for about 2 turns, and for a mid-range deck, that's probably really important. But
facts.
It's a 2/3 for 3 flying vigilance, so you get to attack more with it because they don't know how much reach that Coco deck has. Do you have the list? You know.
You have the list, yes. It is open. What we got?
What do they have to get rid of the Raiden?
Oh, the Raiden.
The Raiden's a 2/3.
Fire Prophecy. That's a 3 damage.
How many do they have?
2.
Oh, that's it, including in sideboard?
No, but they got Magma Spray and a Braid.
Oh, okay.
In sideboard.
Magma Spray only does 2 though.
Yeah.
So
What
that's
else
not.
they got?
Hmm?
They got 2
Chakra
Ember Blades.
4 will do it. Red Cap Melee. I don't know if they bring that in, but who knows?
Who knows? We'll find out soon.
Okay, Burning Tree Emissary coming down. What is the next turn?
Turn 3.
What is the next turn looking like for Legion?
He's got a bushfire guy. He's got a what in God's green earth was that? He's got Chandra? Sorry, like it's like I'm seeing like 5 pixels here.
Is there a Coco in Legion's hand? The collector company?
I don't think so, because I would see. Oh, you know what? No, yeah.
Okay.
Why did I think collected company was a white card? It's not on screen.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
So yeah, Raiden comes out on Rusty's side, which is really powerful. And there's a Skyclave apparition in Rusty's hand on top of that. Rushfire Elemental. Okay, is there a Crackland? Is.
Crackland?
When are you crack to find it? Fabled Passage.
Oh, yeah.
Crack it.
Pop it.
It's definitely not a Crackland, but that's what I called it.
Yeah.
so it
I
is
live
now
in
Crackland.
Crackland.
They didn't attack. Interesting. They could have made it a 5/5 and attacked. But there would have been a double block for sure of the Luminarch and the Raiden. But now Raiden gets free attacks. Okay, that was
GG.
a big surrender.
Yeah, why? I guess he just doesn't like that card.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like Skyclave apparition.
What
either,
else
but
was in Legion's hand?
I'm trying to figure out what that one card was. Was it a land? Like, it had a picture on it. They had the brush fire. I know. Oh, it was a Gruul Spellbreaker.
Okay.
Yeah. I literally couldn't read the card.
Yeah. Which is pretty hard to. When you have the Luminarch yeah, because the Gruul Spellbreaker, it's only 3/3, right? So, well, unless you pump it, right? Then it's 4/4. But when you have a Luminarch that's unanswered for like 3 turns, you're just buffing everything out of control. And then when you're rated flying and vigilance, and you still have the Luminarch, so unless the Gruul deck had removal, which they did, but got sacrificed to protect from the poor, selfless savior. The dog sacrificed to get something.
Yeah, poor thing.
No.
He always gives, but who's going to save him?
The flavor text. She raised him from an orphaned pup and gave him a life of love. His last act thanked her. That's so
like
sad.
oddly. That's like disturbing. Yeah, I don't.
Why
like
would
that.
you? Yeah. And the other one, oh my gosh, what was the other dog? There's another Resolute Watchdog. That one, it's a friend in good times, a guardian in bad times, and a savior when all else fails. Because he sacrificed himself and gives indestructible.
Right. Who like an MTG is just like killing their dogs?
I know. What is that?
Like who decided that was a thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Should look into that. But
it's like in the lore, like something's about to attack them, they throw their dog in the way.
There's definitely something going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love that.
All right, it looks like pairings are being made. So that round, quarterfinals are over. We're about to get into the semis. Let's see, got here.
Very exciting. I love that neon sign. That's like the coolest thing ever.
Thank you.
Definitely worth the money.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Eventually. It'll eventually be worth the money.
Yeah, are neon sign stocks going up? Is it like Bitcoin?
Wait, what?
You said it'll be worth the money eventually.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because when I first got it, it hurt the pocket. And it's hurting the pocket less and less over time goes on. The more compliments you get, the more it's worth.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that took like $10 off the price.
So yeah. So it takes time.
Yeah,
it takes time. So
fair
quarterfinals, we have Aang versus Russell. So it's mono white mid range versus Jun Food, and then we have Mertcan versus Fedric Tan. Who's that? Who was Fedric Tan? Toby? No. Toby?
I couldn't tell you.
I forgot.
I thought Toby was Jun Food.
Yeah. That's what Frederick Tan is playing. I just don't know if it's the same person.
What?
But regardless, so it's Jun Food versus Mono White midrange, and then Orzhov Auras versus Jun Food.
Okay. This will definitely be enough Jun Food to last me my whole lifetime.
Yeah, I think I'm good with no more Jun Food. It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, Strixhaven will hopefully shake things up a little bit.
Yeah. Jun Food just like disappeared for a while though.
Yeah, now it's back.
All right, so we are doing Mono White versus Jund Food. So we have Kang versus Russell. Westbrook on a farm.
The highly anticipated. I guess I'm going to the Jund Food channel, just where I want to be.
Oh boy.
Opening hand. He's got the goose and the crumbs. Will he keep it? Only God knows.
Wait. You see it?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Is this a different game?
Oh, you're in the wrong one.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Shoot.
But it's Jun Food.
She said shoot. All right, kids.
You know what? It's like almost 9 p.m. It's like these are like late night hours.
Oh, that's true.
This is like the tournament after hours.
My 10-pound dog isn't gonna save me if I'm about to die. That's true. But your 10-pound dog is adorable, V-Tire girl.
You think my chinchilla would save me if I was about to die? Probably not.
Your chinchilla?
Yeah.
That would be impressive. I'm pretty sure that would be everywhere.
Yeah. Breaking headlines.
Yeah, it would be awesome.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't, obviously, but it would.
Nobody would care. Yeah, they would just like make like a pelt out of it or something.
Yeah. It would blow up on Reddit for a little bit.
for like a couple hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what channel is it in? Kang? Is it Kang?
I'm in Russell's, but yeah, it's Kang and Russell. Correct.
Kang versus Rusty. Let's get hyped for Strider's neon sign. Make it work nice.
Pretty. Thank you.
That's a Strider pog.
Thank you, Twitchy. Strider pog.
Yeah. Do you have a Strider pog emote?
I don't.
That's a missed opportunity.
I don't actually want to have any emotes that are my face or anything like that.
Why?
Because it is good branding in a way, but I want to have emotes to where people can use it in other chats and it's still clickable. So if they use it outside of my chat, right, people will look at that emote and be like, "Where is that emote from?"
Yeah, like who is that?
And then they go to my channel, right? So it's like 12-headed marketing.
Yeah.
And it also adds more value to the actual emotes themselves because it's something that people would just use in my channel. They can actually use in a bunch of other channels, which, in my opinion, is way better. I would rather sub to somebody that has a lot of super cool emotes that I can use in a bunch of different channels.
No, I agree. That's why I have a Demir Stinky emote.
That is a great idea. Okay, Goose starting out first. All right, in Rusty's hand, we have a Selfless Savior into an Aspirant, and we also have a Shelter for Protection right after that. So,
you already know what's here.
Does Kang have a way to kill that Selfless Savior?
Got Witch's Oven. That's not gonna really.
And claim? Or...
he's got claim, yeah.
Okay.
2 claims, 2 ovens.
Oof. Okay, so the claim on any of these is going to be pretty good. Yeah, so they're definitely going to claim the Luminarch and then sack it to the oven. That's the only thing that makes sense. You have to do that.
Let's see.
If there's a red, is there a red source? Does King have a red source?
Yep. He's debating whether to play the backside or the front side. You know what it is.
Nice, because King. Yes.
Yeah.
Forgot.
That's a Kang moment.
Yeah. King life.
Yeah. I didn't choose the Kang life. The Kang life chose me.
Right?
Yeah.
You're born into it. You don't choose it.
Yeah. He thinks
Nice.
different. I totally get it though. He is winning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it obviously doing something right.
Yeah. I forgot what that Archon does. That Archon does the things. Each player can't cast more than one spell each turn, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
A couple reasons.
Why?
Because you can't do more than one cat every single turn. You do one on your turn and one on the opponent's turn. And obviously, since Kang now has 2 ovens, that's going to be a factor. However, Kang has another claim. So they can just claim it and sack it to the oven and be like, LOL, semicolon, parentheses.
So like a winky face?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Okay, boomer. Cool.
Yeah, right? Jeez.
All right, let's see that mayhem double.
Is it going to be a Mayhem Devil?
Yeah.
Oh,
What else
okay.
would it be?
I thought it was going to be a claim.
No,
So-
you thought wrong.
Claim the Archon and sack it. But now I have no idea. That Keeper of Silence.
Yeah, that would have been Pog,
Nice.
but
Activated abilities for your creatures your opponents control. Well, that's not going to affect Mayhem Devil. Does that even affect anything? Does Linvala affect? Does it do anything? I don't know if that does anything. Woe Strider, so it stops Woe Strider. Oh, Sacrifice. It does actually stop the Cauldron Familiar. I lied. Because that is not a casting cost, that's an activated ability. So it stops the Goose as well. Yeah, all activated abilities. Holy crap. So yeah, it stops the Familiar, it stops the Goose, stops the Woe Strider, and it stops some... No, it doesn't stop any of Corvold. But it stops 3 things that are pretty big.
got distracted a moment. Yeah.
Top decked Skyclave Apparition. Got distracted.
Kang just sent a DM.
To you?
No, to someone.
Oh.
I don't know who. Said sorry, got distracted. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Spicy.
Now I know why all their turns are taking so long.
Yeah, he was too busy looking at that sexy Woe Strider. He's like, oh, sorry, got distracted. He wasn't actually looking at the 2 sides of the land. It was
sliding into the DM. Yeah. I gotta check my DMs real quick.
Yeah.
What up, Kang?
What up, Kang?
All right. So with the shelter out, or there's a shelter in Rusty's hand. So Rusty can prevent. Nope, not gonna do that. Just kidding. I was gonna say something.
Strider, or do they call you? What's your name? It's like Strider Stone.
Yes, that is my name.
You by Stone or Strider?
Well, Strider's my name, so I go by Strider.
Oh, do people ever go like, "Whoa, Strider"?
No, actually.
Okay. You ever like hit the whoa, like the dance, like? Then you'd be like the whoa, Strider.
I don't typically. Well, I do dance, but not doing the whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought it was because like you know like the whoa Strider.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to.
I'm not usually in streams where people play Woe Striders, so.
Okay.
Like sometimes I'll say it in chat, where I'm like, "Whoa, Strider, calm down."
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it. I think I'm the only one that really says it, which is probably
That's
embarrassing.
unfortunate. That's a. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. I feel like everyone
It might
should
be
say it.
cringe, yeah.
It'd be cringe.
It might be. I don't know.
No.
It might be. No, when I do it, it might be. I don't know. It could be. Anytime someone casts a murderous rider, they always say it super quickly, and it sounds like murder strider. So I'm like, why does everyone want a murder strider? What the fuck?
Yeah. Now that's cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not nice.
Oh, wow. Okay, they just went with killing the Woe Strider. They just blocked it entirely.
Whoa, Strider!
Why would they let the Woe Strider die?
I don't know. He's distracted.
I
hope everything's okay on Kang's end. I'm worried.
Linvala only hits creatures on the battlefield. Activated abilities your opponent's control. Oh, yeah, you're right. Opponent's control.
Lavinia did something to it?
Linvala.
Linvala.
Yeah, Linvala does not stop like escape costs or anything else.
Ooh. Okay. Interesting animation.
Wait, what? What just happened in chat?
The ceiling. Oh, it's because whenever people say what's up with Jaffer, he just says the ceiling, and now he's spamming in his own chat.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ban Jaffer.
Yeah, honestly. He's a menace to society.
There you go. Got it. That's a lot of food coming out, but missing all their land drops. King is going to start to get in some... King is in trouble. I don't know. What's in King's hand? I can't see it.
Hashtag woe strider. Yeah.
So what's in King's hand right now? Is there anything that King can do to get out of this situation?
Can concede. He has claim, a binding.
That's not going to do anything. A binding might help, but
got that escaped woe. True. And he's got that companion that's not doing anything.
Yeah, because they can't even cast it. Well, Lyra hurts a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of life gain.
Lyra hurts.
Her legendary creature becomes a god. Gosh. So that's a lot of damage. Yeah, oh yeah, Lyra doesn't gain life there because obviously they sack it to the oven. So damage never goes through from Lyra. So blockers are declared, but no life is gained.
Oh.
Because that extra 5 life is what's going to lose King the game right now.
Well, how is he going to deal with that? Like, he has 4 life.
I don't know. I'm not looking at King's hand. That's your side. It's your side of the board.
My bad, yeah. True, yeah. Good point. Concede. Yeah.
Yep.
Good game.
Big concede.
GG.
All right. What does King side in?
I don't know. I'm going to try to not blink so I don't miss it, because this is what happens. I blink and it's already gone. Fatal push? Maybe.
Containment Priest and Rest in Peace coming in. That's brutal.
That rhymes. Oh, something happened and I missed it. Oh, okay. That Noxious went in. Fatal push went in. Not that card.
You gotta put in Raiden. Come on. Raiden, go. Raiden, go. Take out Talia. Gotta take out Talia, right?
Oh, took out the kitties.
Got the kitties, really?
2 kitties out.
Oh, probably because of the Archon?
Archon.
Hold on.
Oh, one binding out. 2 Woe Striders out.
Oh, that's a return. It's not cast. Just kidding.
Okay. Interesting. Timeout Jaffer MTG.
Right.
Fibble Fib? More like Fibble Thick. Am I right?
Yeah, the eyeball. It's like thick from the top down instead from the bottom up.
Yeah, he's built like a pizza. I don't know.
Like I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, it's got
like
like
an anchovy pizza.
V shape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I like his little hunch. Like I like how he has no neck. Reminds me of Big Ed.
Right?
Yeah, I like that. Nice.
That's definitely what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Rusty is taking their time. Looking at the battlefield, taking out a couple containment priests.
Yeah.
Taking out Lurrus.
The Rusty, more like really slow guy.
Dang. Throwing that shade.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain is dead, so I can't think of anything to say. So this is the quality of commentary you get. So he gets to choose.
All right. Yeah.
Draw first or play first?
Yeah. So if you win or lose, or if you lose, you get to choose if you go first or second on the next game. Oh my gosh, Kang just got the worst hand. It was like 3 Rest in Pieces, an Archon, a Declaration Stone, a Selfless Savior, and 1 land.
Yep, 2 lands for our friend over here.
You just sent a sad face.
Aww.
Or about to. Erased it. Just kidding.
I think he's just letting you know he's sad.
Oh, probably just sent me a sad face. Yeah.
All right, 2 goosey gooses.
Don't worry, I messaged him back.
Aw.
Fine.
Words of encouragement and support for our friend.
It's like sad.
Oh. Feels bad for Rusty. Sometimes you just get bad hands. Like, what can you do?
Yeah.
Like, you can mulligan down to 5? How far would you mulligan before just, like, giving up?
I don't know. I almost refuse to mulligan twice. I am on hashtag Team No Mully.
Yeah, I hate mulliganing.
Yeah,
like
I like never do it. Yeah, like absolutely have
like
to.
No
like,
lands or all lands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's 1 land. We just need 2 more lands and we'll be fine, right?
Yeah, you need that turn 2 land.
Everything will be fine. We have like a 48% chance to get a land. That's pretty good.
Yeah, honestly. Like with Mutate and like Lotus Cobra and stuff, you only need like 2 lands anyways to get going, and then you can draw lands. It's fine.
Okay, Declaration in Stone is amazing here. Oh, yep. Pumping it out. That's 2 geese.
Not seeing it. Oh!
2 geese. Oh, that's rough.
There's a homicide that just happened.
True. They got 2 treasures out of it. Or no, 2. What are they called? Gosh.
Huh?
Not 2 treasures.
Food tokens?
Investigate. They got clues. There you go. They got clues.
What are clues?
Where they can pay 2, sacrifice, and draw a card.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah. So Declaration in Stone, you exile target creature an opponent controls, and then exile all other creatures of the same name that the opponent controls, and then they create a clue for each creature.
I've never heard of that.
This way.
Clue?
Yeah, and then they make a clue. Yep.
It's weird.
So they investigate is what it's called.
Ooh, interesting. Is that like what set of magic was that from?
No idea.
Like the Nancy Drew set or something? Like what?
Yes. It was a while ago. Okay. Ooh, nice. Destroying the Archon as soon as it comes out. It's fantastic.
Archon.
Now, I believe Rusty may Skyclave Apparition to get that Trail of Crumbs. It's definitely a possibility because that's a lot of card draw.
Yeah, Kang is thinking.
Yeah, okay. See, that's really smart of Kang. Gain life from the food and then draw a card from
Gold.
Oh. Good card.
4v time.
Good card. Rip is fantastic. Polly is great. But
Okay.
no. That's good enough. Are there any non-creature spells in Kang's hand?
Non-creatures got ovens and fatal push.
All right, so oven, everything is going to cost 1 more because Talia. So yeah, 2 mana, fatal push. Feels bad. But can still play an oven, I guess.
Witch's Oven's a pretty great card.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 ovens? Oh my gosh.
It's got 2 ovens, yep.
So Skyclave Apparition will most likely come out this turn. It's pretty much the only thing. And then Selfless Savior. You could technically sandbag that, but I don't know if you do.
What do you mean sandbag?
Just kind of keep it in your hand and pretend that you don't have it until you actually need it. Because protecting a Skyclave Apparition isn't necessary. It's not necessary. You don't need to have it.
Yeah, fair enough.
But saving like an Archon or some big creature that's
would make sense.
Like a Lyra or a Linvala, something. It could be much better.
Good game. Why?
Yeah, there's nothing. Rusty doesn't have anything.
Oh.
Rusty's out of cards.
Rip. And I guess, yeah, card draw time.
Shadows over Innistrad or Declaration in Stone.
Oh, interesting.
Declaration in Strider Stone.
True. That's what they meant to say.
Yes. They named the card after me.
Why is that? Oh, you said that's actually your name, right?
Yeah.
So why Stone?
Why is Stone?
Yeah.
Because that's my name.
Stone?
Yeah.
That's actually your name?
Yeah, Strider Stone.
Really?
Yeah.
That's it. It sounds like, I don't know. I don't know. Good name. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Good name.
So, yeah.
It sounds like a stage name.
That was a big loss. A stage name? Absolutely a stage name.
Oh, I got it. You tricked me.
Yeah, got him.
Oh my god.
No, it's not a stage name, but it is my real name, my IRL name.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I would show you my license if there was a bajillion people watching. All bajillion of you.
Yep.
All
right. That's the 3. Let's see it.
There wasn't really any changes that Rusty made, so.
No, I didn't see any changes either. Okay. I could have missed it though.
Gotta play first. Okay, 2 lands this time. 2 lands.
We got 2. Fabled Passage and a Blood Crypt. Keep it.
Double keep?
Keep it, yeah.
So turn 1 Selfless Saver. Yep, of course.
Yep.
Naturally.
Yeah, turn 1 Fabled Passage. Not gonna pop it. Put on his turn. Let's see it.
Of course. You have to keep the secrets. What land am I gonna get? It seems smart on.
It's gonna be a forest,
like closed deck list, but when it's open deck list and you know what you're playing against,
yeah,
I feel like it's not as necessary.
Yeah, it's like he's playing Jund. It's like, oh my god, a forest? What is he mono green? Yeah, no way.
I guess it depends on if you want to know what they have in their hand. So if they fetch a green source, you know they're probably playing either a Gilded Goose or Trail Crumbs or something like that, and not, going for a Cat Oven or something like that.
That's kind of fun, though. I like the surprise. They shouldn't have deck lists.
If there was no deck list, I might do a lot better in these tournaments just because nobody would expect land destruction.
Oh, you play that?
Yeah, I'm a degenerate. Degenerate of the highest level.
Why?
Yeah. Why? Because I'm the mayor of Sodium City, of course.
Okay, fair enough. It makes sense.
What is King thinking about right now?
What is he thinking about? I don't know,
Yeah,
probably the Wolf Strider that's in his
Yeah.
hand.
he was roping. Well, he couldn't cast the Wolf Strider. Oh, Shalai is probably coming down.
It sounds very Hebrew.
What does?
Shalai.
Oh, a braid on the Archon. Okay. Do you save the Archon or do you save the Selfless Savior to save the Shalai? Saving everything else. Do you save the Savior of the saving, the save that saves everything else? No idea. You decide.
Nobody saves the savior.
Nobody makes me save my own Savior. Hey, what do you know? Another selfless savior.
Yeah, maybe a selfless savior for the selfless savior. How about that?
All right, pumping up the Shalai. So there was a Skyclave or there is a Skyclave apparition and 2 Declaration in Stones. So there's a lot of removal in Rusty's hand. What is Kang doing?
Kang is just chilling with a Corval, the Devil, Clean, Whoa, Oven, Flame, Binding.
All the land drops.
Yeah, no lands. Saj.
Yeah, that's super Sag.
Yeah. You could claim, but then I don't know. Actually, that sucks. That's stinky.
You couldn't claim a Shalai because
because
it's 4 mana.
His reasons, yeah. Yeah, I think this is just a big rip in pepperoni.
Yeah, it's getting there.
That sucks. That's what happens though. Sometimes when you keep the hand with 2 lands.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pissed.
Stomach land.
Yep.
Eesh.
Yeah. He's like probably thinking about conceding.
Well, you gotta, right? Unless you settle the wreckage. And
No.
even then, because Rusty has hexproof and Kang doesn't have 4 mana or white sources.
Mm.
I don't think there's anything. Well, there's another food, right?
Yeah.
So they go up to 10.
Yeah, it's got to discard a card. That's
only
stinky.
8. There's only 8 Demuge on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you can give one of those plus. There's 9 Demuge on the board.
Still not enough.
Yeah.
Could live for 1 more turn, but like, what are the odds he gets a mana a drop? And like, if he does, then like, what is he actually going to do with it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is 1 mana gonna do?
Nothing. All right. Yeah, you sacrifice that food, buddy. And
3 life. We going up.
Yeah. And
maybe he's trying to play the timer. Yeah. So Rusty has like 17 minutes left on timer. So maybe if Rusty takes a little bit too long.
No land. Good game.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks.
Dang. Yeah, that's brutal.
That sucks. Wow.
That going into 3rd game. Yeah, that's never good. But there's a lot of counters, unfortunately, to that Jun Food deck in this mono white mid range, which is actually really smart because there were so many of those decks being entered in.
Yeah. Wow.
So now, let's see. Ooh. So Rusty won and Frederick Ann won. Both of them went 2-1. So the finals is going to be Jun Food versus Mono White Midrange.
Okay.
So that's exciting.
Yeah. How exciting!
A recreation of last game. We'll just have to see which one comes out on top.
Chinchilla's talking to me, saying that he thinks mono white mid range. Yeah.
Mono White mid range will most likely win. It's a relatively hard matchup.
Cool.
Just because of Shalai. Is it Shalai or Sahili? I don't remember. It's one of them.
What channel is it in?
Shalai. Yeah, Shalai is the 4 mana.
Shalai. What channel do it be in?
Rusty is still on 4, but I don't know if that's the one we're going to be watching yet.
I don't want to be there. 4.
Oh, we're not live yet? 5-minute break? Okay.
Oh, wow. Really? 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Just for us? Wow.
Apparently. All right, we're going to go on break. We are going on break. I don't even know if we're still live right now, but we are going on break. We will be back in 5 minutes for the finals.
All right, official break time. Yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Gouda Wars number 2, and we are at the finals. We have Rusty versus Fedric Tan. And apparently I have to send the list. There you go. All right, I said the list. List has been sent. So it is Jun Food versus Mono White mid-range.
Yep, highly anticipated.
Highly anticipated. It's going to be the most fun. What do you think about this matchup?
I think it is pretty crazy. We've never seen anything like this before.
That's fair. That's fair. So I believe that there is a bit of an advantage on the mono white mid-range side just because of how many tools there are to get around Jun Food. But this is a different Jun Food deck.
True.
There's Noxious Grasps and Roiling Vortex inside, but Roiling Vortex isn't going to be. Let's see, what is going to destroy the mono white mid-range deck? We have Noxious Grass coming out. A Braid will help. Thoughtseize will help early game. Witch's Vengeance could help. Binding the Old Gods. Lothus, not as much. Bosa's Citadel, of course, would be very good. So, I mean, this is the... Was this the best one? I don't recall.
Well, it has to be the best one. We're here, right?
Well, yeah. It was just, so yeah, this one is 8-1. So very, very good. They're both 8-1. Mono white mid-range and Jun, both of these players are 8-1. And again, this is the grand final. Wait, no, final. Grand final?
Final?
Yes, because it's all Swiss. There's no
it's
bracket.
The one to win it all.
Yes. One win to win them all. Yeah.
This hand's looking okay. Got turn 1 Thoughtseize.
And they go first. So Toby going first and turn 1 Thoughtseize is amazing.
I'm gonna fix this camera a little bit. It's really better.
And coming out of Rusty's side, Rusty doesn't have anything until turn 2.
Oh, okay. And
that was a Luminarch Aspirant, which I believe Toby gets rid of.
Yeah, get that shit out of here.
Although maybe Declaration in Stone. I don't know what Toby has in hand as far as creatures go. Could potentially get rid of Skyclave Apparition, but
I think Luminarch's fine. Yeah, he's got a Lucy Goose and he's got a Corvold and a Devil.
Okay, yeah. So Rusty drawing a Shalai or Sahili. Sorry. No, it is Shalai. It is Shalai. Okay.
I don't think he has Sahili. Does he?
No. There's Shalai. It's Shalai.
Shalai.
So, yeah, just drawing a Shalai again. It's 4 mana, so it's later on in the game.
He got his land.
Oh, nice. Did Toby keep a 2-lander?
Yes. Yeah, he got the land. I'm so happy for him.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it actually it's
yeah, I mean there's 2. They just top decked another Skyclave Apparition. So I mean Toby knew that they're running into a Skyclave Apparition with that Mayhem Devil. Was there a backup Mayhem Devil? What else is in Toby's hand right now?
Fabled Passage. Just got that turn 4 land. Pretty sweet. Got that Corvold, Devil, claim. Could claim it.
So there was a backup. Okay. So having a backup Devil is good. I think that's why Toby just threw it out there.
Probably.
But there is a backup Skyclave apparition that Toby does not know about in Rusty's hand.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
That feels really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, and gets to ping down the Skyclave apparition. Because it's just going to add mana from the goose. Second food.
What are you doing, buddy? Oh, you made the wrong mana color? Okay. Oh. Cool.
Yeah. So creating a 3/3, which is nice from that Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, that's not bad. He might lose the Devil, but it's a 3/3.
Yeah. But having I mean, having 2 of your Mayhem Devils exiled is not good, especially when you're still in the top like 10 cards of your library.
He's got a Mayhem Devil in hand. Did that bounce?
Another one? A third one?
I guess.
Jesus.
Yeah. I think he just drew it. I looked at chat for a second and then all of a sudden it was there.
Gotcha. All right, so Shalai is in hand, and that definitely is coming out. Because there's not going to be enough pressure for that Mayhem Devil to kill a Shalai right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, just kidding. I guess Legion Angel is coming out.
Okay. Cool.
Just going to start going for the beats.
Another Legion Angel. Angel beats?
Yeah. Angel beats. Yep.
Nice. A man of culture.
All right. Witch's Oven landing.
Slim.
Is there a cat?
Claiming the first of Born.
Claiming the Skyclave?
Yeah. Yep. It's the mine now. Attack of the Goose. Oh.
So you gotta block the Skyclave, I think. Or take it. So you're either gonna sacrifice.
Oh, really? Really? I guess he has another Legion, but
yeah, they get another Legion to get the other Legion. To get another Legion to get another Legion.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
They have to sacrifice the Skyclave apparition regardless, right?
Yeah.
Or else it would go back.
Cool.
They get a 3/3 regardless.
Wow.
It's pretty
this is
nice.
Looking pretty good for Toby.
Wow, another top deck Skyclave apparition.
Okay.
So stupid.
This game is weird, yeah?
Well, Legion's Angel coming out. Well, there is still Declaration in Stone in hand. So there could be
a Corvold over here.
Ooh, that's scary too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Declaration of Stone could exile that Mayhem Devil, and then that's 3 exiled Mayhem Devils, and that's going to be extremely difficult for Toby to come back.
Yeah, like how is he going to get another one?
Yeah, but 4 Corvolds is nothing to laugh at either.
Also true.
And just ramming out Corvold right now would be doable. And I believe you kill the Legion's Angel if you ram out Corvold. So if you throw out Corvold, you're using a food to do it. Oh no, you're not. I guess not. So yeah, you're sacrificing a food when it comes into play. Oh no, it's just blocked. Just kidding.
Okay.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but
No, it doesn't matter.
It's all good.
It's irrelevant now.
Irrelevant. Oh, okay.
Is there another Corvold in hand?
No, just Devil.
A 4th Devil? Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. This game's pretty weird.
Yeah, that was a snap sacrifice. I don't know why it took Toby so long.
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Normal, I suppose.
Not in his brain.
I know. I'm not an expert. All right, getting the 3rd Mayhem Devil. 3 out of 4.
He's got another Corvold.
Oh no.
And a Devil. Wow, what's he gonna do? And he's got binding too.
Oh my gosh.
It's actually
Yeah.
it's looking really good for Toby. And another binding? Okay. No attacks of Goose.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard. So we have Shalai, Allegiance Angel, and Atalia here.
Okay.
I believe I don't know if Shalai is the best move. I think Shalai with Atalia may be ideal because Shalai can protect the Talia. And you can't play 2 Legion's Angels.
That you
I
can't.
think it's Shalai and Natalia. I really think that's the only option. I think that's the best option.
Yeah. That's a little stinky. Which one makes cards cost more? Neither?
Talia does.
Talia does, okay.
Talia makes non-creature spells cost more. So the
Okay.
binding will cost more.
That'd be
so
expensive, yeah.
they do Legion's Angel and Natalia. See, I think that's a very bad idea.
Yeah.
Although you wouldn't expect a 4th. You would not expect a 4th Mayhem Devil. Like, come on, Toby's gone through what? 20 cards, maybe?
Less?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
Okay. So we got a land drop. He's gonna binding? Okay. Talia? Legion Angel.
Interesting.
Interesting. What are you gonna do here?
Because you could have just, I don't know, I'm confused. I guess Corvold, because you sacrifice one of the foods here, attack.
Okay.
I guess getting rid of the flyer is more important because now you set up for a win. Still no second land. There's no
that's true.
flyer. Shalai just gets beat down again because there's a second binding, right? Toby saying?
He's got what? Oven? Binding? Devil.
Yeah, there's another binding in there. So, yeah, regardless of what happens.
It's GG.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's still one more game left.
Yeah. But 2, maybe. 1 or 2.
Maybe 2. 1 or 2.
Who knows? But this one's definitely over.
There's no coming back from that. Unfortunately, the odds were really in his favor.
Yeah,
he's got a flyer, but yeah, he can just binding. And bye bye.
Well, it's just gonna get blown up by the binding. Yeah, exactly. Feels bad. All right. Well, guess we can get an early talk on about sideboard.
Yeah. Rip Rusty. Corvold is gigantic. Agree.
So Settle the Wreckage has to come in here, I think. Well, what's coming in for Jund? What do you think is coming in for Jund?
I don't know. Bullet Citadel. Maybe another binding. I don't know. Thoughts.
Noxious Grass. Yeah, I think Noxious Grass comes in, and Thoughtseize for sure.
Noxious Grass.
The binding probably.
Should have kept my glasses on. I actually can't. I can't read.
Noxious Grass destroys target creature or planeswalker that's green or white. You gain a life. And it's a 2-mana instant, so it's like really good against them. A Braid is a maybe just because they know they're going up against Raiden. Thoughtseize, I don't know if Thoughtseize gets put in or not, even though it's really nice. They've got 4. They're on the draw. They have 4, so they did put them all in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now they're taking out Gigantha. Vraska got taken out. Calithitis, whatever it's called, got taken out.
Plothus, yeah.
I'll never be able to say that. Oh, Goose. 2 Gooses out. 2 Crumbs out.
2 Crumbs out? Really?
Yeah, there's only 2 in the deck now.
Interesting. Okay. Taking out 1 Settle the Wreckage. But for sure they were going to put in 2.
It's like never sideboarded.
I don't know if I would keep in 4 Talias, but yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see what happens, I guess. Oh my god, my vision's so bad.
Yeah, this is... Alright, taking out the Archons as well. Taking out the Rest in Pieces? What? Wait, what? What?
I don't know.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what?
What? I thought Commentator's Quarter said Cremator's Corner for a second. I was like, what the hell? It's just me.
Definitely just you.
It's 3 hours sleep talking. It's fine. Okay. We got some lands. Got some ovens.
Toby has a lot of lands?
Yeah, he's got lands. He's got ovens. He's got Fatal Push. And Corvold.
Okay. All right, Talia coming in hot.
Aaliyah.
So Fatal Push is going to be 2 mana now.
Yeah.
Which I guess is kind of whatever. But
yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. Yep. Yeah, that was worth it for sure.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if they had a claim. Okay, so now they can Rusty can either play Raiden as a creature or wait, because right now they have 2 Declaration in Stones, a Raiden and a Legion Angel. So it really just depends. If I was Rusty, I think I would wait to put Raiden down as a shield and not as a creature. Yeah, which it looks like that's exactly what Rusty's doing.
All right.
Good move, Rusty.
Yeah. Good move, Rusty.
Good move, Rusty. I believed in you. Aww. It just makes it so every single thing that they do. Yeah. So the Cauldron Familiar is life loss, I believe. So it's not going to actually prevent that.
Okay.
Which does suck. But it completely negates all of my gosh, the other thing.
The gaining of the life?
It stops Mayhem Devil.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Ooh. So my first time seeing the other side of that card.
Yeah, the shield is amazing. So whenever a permanent you control becomes target of a spell or ability. So I don't know if Toby knows that it doesn't prevent, because that's life loss, and the shield does not prevent life loss. It's only damage.
Oh, okay. Now I get what you're saying. I was like, because the devil deals damage.
Yeah, exactly. The devil deals damage.
Okay.
All right.
That's kind of big. He needs that binding. Get rid of that.
Yeah, but Shalai is also in hand and can give that hexproof. Wait, Shalai is just creatures and you, I think.
Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's many things that give artifacts hexproof, is there?
Not permanently.
Yeah. Like for turn, like you have like heroic intervention, but
yeah, exactly. And then there's the one land that they Corvold already. Okay.
Yeah. Toby's kind of like just overthinking now. He's like he's over it. Like he doesn't want to think anymore. He's like, no. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Good declaration. Easiest declaration ever created.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
What?
The binding.
Oh, okay. So the binding is they have to have a land. If Toby doesn't have a land when they cast binding, it would be really sad.
He's got many lands.
Okay, that's good.
It's got
you just have to hope that they play an untapped one instead of a tapped one when they do the binding. Because if they don't, it gets countered.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's the way the shield works.
Oh.
If permanent you control gets targeted by a spell or ability, you have to pay 1 or it gets countered. They could have Declaration in Stone that Cauldron Familiar, which is the only thing that's really keeping them alive. But maybe that wasn't necessary. All right, don't do it, Toby. Put an untapped land in. Untapped land.
Nice.
Okay, good.
Nice.
They know. They must have read the. Oh, actually, okay, so it doesn't go on like that.
More you know.
For some reason, I thought it was. Is that not a spell? I guess it's not a spell or ability. I guess I thought it was an ability. I am out of my mind. All right, so they could lure us into another zone of white sources. Just kidding. I was going to say lure us into Italia, but.
Like?
Oh, wait, no, there was a white source. Okay.
I can't see. Plains? There's plains? Or did he have them all top?
Yeah, no, there was one, like a dunes or whatever that is. I can't read it.
Yeah.
So fuzzy.
It do be fuzzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good for Junstock. Are we surprised at all, really?
I was. I thought the mono white was going to run away with this.
Yeah, I think that was just wishful thinking.
I suppose so. Ooh, second binding.
Yeah, there's another one in hand too.
Oh my gosh, there's a third one.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah.
The lack of putting that Shalai down like 4 turns ago, I think is really what
Misplay, yeah.
what hurts so much.
Too little, too late.
Yeah. I don't know. Having 3 bindings. Toby just had everything. I mean, 4 Mayhem Devils, 2 Corvalds, 3 bindings. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's so stupid. And 2 ovens, a familiar. It's like
he's got another oven in his hand.
Oh my gosh. It's so stupid.
Pretty stinky and stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's it. Yeah, I'm kind of confused as to why they didn't put in Rest in Peace. Because if you're putting in Raiden's shield for this matchup, the only thing that actually hurts you at that point is the cat. So if you get rid of the cat with Rest in Peace, then again you have nothing that does damage to you.
Right.
So it seemed like an odd choice, but Loris does bring back all their 2 mana permanents, but I believe they sideboarded out the Aberrant.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
They sideboarded out one of their cheaper creatures.
And Luris is gone, so.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. And another oven. Yeah.
And a trail of crumbs. Okay.
That's oop.
Yeah, not
big surrender. Good. It's going to be a 2-0 for Toby. I'm almost positive of it.
Wow.
Linvala. Linvala doesn't do a whole lot right here.
Yeah, too little too late, it's looking like. Okay. And? Is that it?
It's real close. I don't think it's there. I mean, it will be now on their turn.
Yeah, 2 life left.
You are another permanent you control. Just target a big spell or ability. That spell. Oh, okay, so it's only spell.
Ooh, okay.
Or ability. Wait, I don't know.
So much for the cat, but
But yeah.
Okay. He's got 2 bow striders.
Oh, I missed that entirely. What happened? Declaration in stone? Oh, because they ended up just putting it all in.
Yeah.
Is Declaration Stone an instant?
I keep thinking I can hover over his graveyard and see it. I can't.
Sorcery. Okay, so that was just a misplay on Toby's part. That should have never. It should be impossible to kill that with a sorcery.
Really?
You should always have an oven out, so you can sack it if it becomes target of something. You should have it on tap.
Will that be a game changer? I don't know.
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
That
There's
would
a
suck.
Legion Angel into a Selfless Savior. They do have to block both of these Woe Striders, though.
Yep. Yeah, no choice. So I have to sack the Legion. Selfless Savior.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sacking the Savior to keep up one of these cards. Yeah, they attack with one. Yeah. Don't you attack with the Legion Angel? Does more damage? Yeah. This is a really close match.
Yeah, it is. All he needs is like a damage source, really.
I mean, if Mono White gets any type of life gain, it's going to be extremely difficult to come back. Like a Lyra. A Lyra would be amazing right now. Okay, so they ended up swinging with Linvala, which I find kind of weird because you can block with Linvala and it stays alive. And then you can sack your Selfless Savior to save the other Legion's Angel, which kills both Striders.
He's got a Corvold and a cat he's picking.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah. Is it not letting him pick? Why does he keep
They're
opening
dead.
it?
Yeah, they're dead now. If there's a cat.
Oh, he drew the Corvold.
But why though?
I don't know.
Wait, wouldn't the cat just wait? Does Linvala stop it?
Maybe he couldn't
Activated
draw
ability,
it.
Creatures your opponent. It's only creatures. Oh, because it's they control. Not in graveyard. Cat doesn't. You don't control the cat when it's in their graveyard.
Like he kept trying to click it, so I think something happened.
Huh.
He's got Noxious and Swamp.
That seems odd. I wonder why.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Anyone know?
That's definitely not good if he couldn't click on. Because again, that could be just game.
The game error, yeah, that's happened before, I'm sure.
Oh, they had Death Touch. Never mind. You wouldn't have been able to save the Linvala. But I would have still swung with the. Well, no, I guess you want to keep the.
Keep what?
You want to keep the passive of Linvala, so you don't want to block anyway. But you could have just sacked yourself savior to save that. I don't know.
What is he doing? He has to block.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to decide whether he wants to block with the Selfless Savior and then sacrifice it to save a Legion's Angel, and only kill one Woe Strider, or block both Woe Striders with both Legion's Angels and then sack the Savior to save an Angel.
To save one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's still pretty far from the win because he has the Corvold block now.
Exactly.
So.
Okay. Oh, nope. Yes. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Nope. Yep.
Yep. They keep assigning it and then unassigning it. All right, sack. Give it protection. Or indestructible.
Okay.
Eventually.
Yeah, one day. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe. You never know.
Okay.
Good sack.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice.
A great sack.
Nice sack. As I say.
Yeah. So does Woe Strider actually get out? I don't know if there was enough stuff in the graveyard yet.
I wish I could check.
I know, me too.
Yeah. I feel like no.
Doesn't seem like it.
There's like a purple border on it. Does that mean you can't do it?
Purple border on it?
Yeah, it's like glowing purple. Like I know like that means you can escape
Oh,
it. But
yeah,
does it
yeah,
change
that's right.
colors when you can escape it or no?
Yeah, I think it has a different color. Fatal push too. Oof.
Yeah, big stink.
Oh, and top decking a land. That is not good for Rusty.
Really?
That's,
okay.
That's the last Legion's Angel, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, he checked the graveyard.
I will check the graveyard. Thank you.
Sometimes you just gotta know. Okay.
Yep, that's a
Oh.
conceit.
Wow, big win for Toby.
Congratulations to Toby.
Congrats,
Jun
Tobster.
Food getting there. Jun Food getting in there hard.
Yeah.
So, Jun Food was just destroying the entire tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I was extremely surprised. Just because of how dominant it seemed to get.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how. What was?
Will it say
Yeah.
how it did overall on the thing?
We just have to wait for it to be reported. Okay, so it looks like it was reported. Yeah, it was 14% of the field and at a 64% win rate, which is
That's pretty good.
5% win rate, which is yeah, that's really good. It's hard to argue with that, but and there wasn't really anything that came close to it. Orzhov Auras was the only thing that had a lot of decks being played with that, but it was a 48% win rate. Azorius Control had 5 decks and had a 51% win rate. That was probably the closest. Actually, Mono Blue Tempo had 4 decks with a 57. Mono Red Goblins 4 decks with a 58. So,
Right.
but Jun Food, I mean, that's ridiculous. That's so powerful.
We have to talk about the prizes.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, do you want me to do it? Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So, in first place, we have a list of who got what. Like, I know first and second would be the game that we just watched, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So first, it would be Toby. He'd receive 125 American dollars.
Dollary dues. Yeah.
Dollary dues, yeah. In second, we have Rusty, who will receive 63 American dollars. Congrats, Rusty. In third, we have
Third and fourth. It's tied for third.
Hi. Who do it be?
It's Kang and Mertcan.
Kang and Merkin.
Kang and Mertcan, $31 each. Clap it up for the contestants and the winners, everybody.
Yay!
Clap it up.
Yeah. Thank you to Strider, Stone, Uncle Russ, and Voiden for their generous donations.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, prize support was increased from $40. It was initially $40, and then it went all the way up to $250.
How crazy is that?
Because a lot of people put in extra money. So, because when I looked at it maybe 2 days ago, there
82?
was.
Oh, maybe 2 days ago.
Maybe 2. Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago. And I looked at how many entrants there was. I think there was like 70. So it's like, yeah, if we get up to 100, I'll throw in another $50.
Yeah.
And then it looks like somebody else said they would do another $50, and I think someone else said they would do even more than that. Clearly, they did like a ton of money. Like $100.
Amazing community support and involvement in the tournament. That's really awesome.
Yeah, that's super, super cool. Yeah, and top 8 from both Gouda Wars 1 and 2 are invited to the Gouda Wars Championship to be claimed the Big Cheese.
Ooh.
On May 1st at noon CST. Format is standard.
Nice.
Which is gross.
Yeah, that'll be the new set, right?
Yes, that will be the new set, which is probably going to be exciting. A lot of people are saying that the new set is not going to impact standard at all.
Okay.
I hope is not the case, but
I hope it is. Like, I mean, it isn't. What?
Yeah. Have you seen all the new cards and stuff?
I've seen a few of the preview cards, some new combos that I can't name off the top of my head. Lorehold's looking pretty spice. Those big, thick dragons.
Always love big thick dragons.
Yeah.
But all right, but I believe that is going to be it for us. Again, my name is Strider Stone. I'm the mayor of Sodium City. You can always find me over at my Twitch channel, ttb/Strider Stone, and I stream 5 days a week. I also do daily YouTube content. Just look up Strider Stone there. And yeah, and my lovely streaming partner, MTG Girl. How are you? Go ahead and plug yourself. I know you're a new streamer.
Yeah, I'm a new streamer. I go by MTG Girl. You can also call me Beck. I stream on Twitch as MTG Girl _ because someone took my name. But yeah, no, I'm there. I'm working on streaming most daytime days. I'll make a schedule. I don't know. My brain's dead. I'm sorry. I'm on Instagram. Daytime days. See you there. I go live. I have notification. Put notification on. I'm on Instagram as MTG Girl _ and on TikTok. That's my main outlet for producing content. It's just MTG Girl.
Great TikToker, by the way. Great TikToker. If any of you watch, MTG TikTok is actually really good.
It's actually lit. Yeah, come join us.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Cool.
But yeah, that is going to be it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and have a great night. See ya.
Bye.